One, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two.
Sanele.
One, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two.
Awumuzwa. I apologize, Chief Justice.
Good morning, ADJP.
These things are not familiar to us from KZN and Eastern Cape.
Well, I was concerned that you mustn't give a wrong impression of KZN. I think we are all here now. I just want to say to the commissioners, you know that yesterday we talked about the chairperson exercising certain powers. Maybe in regard to the leadership position, I will see if, when I exercise the powers, to say that's it. But for the other candidates, I think that I will not allow us to go beyond an hour. We all accept, we understand. But in all of this, we will try and make sure that we don't compromise the quality. It just means the quality of the interview. It just means that we really need to be selective in terms of the questions that we want to ask, important questions that help us to make up our minds. Okay, it's all in the interest of all of us. Okay, all right. Thank you. I think, therefore, that the Secretariat can call the candidate. Good morning, Justice Matandra.
Good morning, CJ.
How are you this morning?
I'm okay.
You are fine.
I'm all right, yes.
Please bring your mic closer to you. It's important that each and every one of the commissioners hears whatever you say.
Okay, thank you.
We don't want to interview a candidate who might be saying, I'm sick, I'm not fine. Are you fine?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, all right. I just want to start by indicating that Justice Matandra and I have known each other for many, many years. We were in the same class at university, the class of 1981 at the University of Zululand. We have known each other for a long time. That is, he, the former Chief Justice, Mogoeng, and I and Mr. Ngwenya, who was a judge at some stage in the Western Cape, but later resigned. We were all in the same class. So I just thought I would indicate that. Justice Matandra, we thank you for availing yourself for consideration for the position of Judge President of the KZN Division of the High Court. I am going to give you a certain amount of time shortly when you could address the commissioners in terms of your vision for the division. But before I do that, I think it is appropriate that I just get out of the way certain basic information about you, so that when you finish addressing us on that, we can get to questions that go to substantive issues. I see that you hold a B.Juris degree, an LLB degree, and a master's degree. The B.Juris degree is from the University of Zululand, and you got it you completed it in 1983, is that right?
Yes.
And then the LLB, when did you complete the LLB?
In 1985.
1985. And then you completed the LLM in 1991.
Yes.
Yes. And the LLB, you completed it at the University of Natal, the then University of Natal.
Yes.
Was that in the same year as the former Chief Justice?
Yes.
Yes. But you subsequently also did some, obtained some certificates with regard to, for example, the drafting of legislation. Is that right?
Yes.
You'll have to speak up, Justice Matandra, so that the commissioners can all hear your answers. Maybe come closer to the mic.
Answer is yes.
Yes, okay, all right. I'm not going to go into a lot of details about certain matters because we have got them here on record in the questionnaire in your CV. So I'm not years before you are appointed as a judge.
For 16 years.
For 16 years.
Yes.
Yes. And you were appointed as a judge in 2007?
Yes.
That is in the KZN division of the High Court.
Yes.
And you have remained in that division throughout.
Yes.
And in 2016, you were appointed as the Deputy Judge President.
Yes.
And that means that you have been a judge for about, what, 15 years?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. And you have been in a leadership position as DJP for about 5-6 years?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, I have noticed, and you have also acted in the Constitutional Court, is that correct?
Yes.
And your acting stint in the Constitutional Court was last year.
Yes.
Was it for one term?
2 terms.
For 2 terms.
Yes.
But during part of the term, you fell ill and you didn't participate in some matters until you had recovered.
Yes, it was towards the end of the last term.
Yes.
Yes.
How did you find acting in the Constitutional Court?
Well, I found it pleasing and also increasing my competence and efficiency.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, over 10 years that you have been a judge, you have, I see that you have reaped numerous reported judgments.
Yes.
Are there about 75 reported judgments? About how many are there?
Well, recorded there is 75, but to my knowledge, there are more than 75.
Or
Because, well, there are other judgments that did not include from the Industrial Court and from CCMA and other bargaining councils.
yeah, but I'm just talking about judgments in the courts as recognized in our Constitution.
Yes.
The High Court and any other court that is recognized in our Constitution.
Well, even there, according to my knowledge, there are more than 75.
Oh, okay. Well, I just saw a list that went up to 75.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're saying that's not all.
It's not all, but
Yeah.
you can work on that list.
Yes.
Yes.
So what would be your estimate of about how many reported judgments there are that you have written in courts that are recognized in our Constitution?
To my recollection, there could be 80 or
It would be
above
about-
that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And I think that it's clear from at least some of those judgments that you take trouble to really go into issues when you write your judgments.
Yes.
Now, you are being interviewed for a leadership position, for the position of Judge President of the division. You are already a judge. You have been a judge for 15, 16 years. You are Deputy Judge President. So one will leadership issues for purposes of your interview. Now, at this stage, I want to give you an opportunity to articulate your vision for the division. I think that I'll give you 10 minutes. Would you be able to do that in 10 minutes?
Yes.
The important features of the vision.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Please go ahead.
I'll start by saying before 1994, our courts were used to protect the minority of the minority section of the population, as well as to further the interest or the policy of the apartheid government. So after the constitutional dispensation, the need exists to establish a judiciary that is representative of all the people, committed to protecting and serving all the people, and also promoting the constitutional values and human rights. So to achieve that, the judiciary has to be transformed. So to be able to do that, the transformation of the judiciary increases access to justice. In this way, because when we talk about access to justice, we talk about 3 to 4 things. Firstly is the physical access to justice, where people should walk into the court and assert their rights and defend their rights. And also, there are certain obstacles or hindrances, just like language barrier, which should also be removed by providing competent and efficient and proficient interpreters so that the people will be able to understand and follow the proceedings. And also, the other thing is, the third issue, is the provision of legal services. Because most of the people that are poor, or some have been marginalized for some time, and we found that the cost of litigation is too high, which renders the system to be beyond reach for many people. So something should be done in that regard. And also to expand the services to remote areas and thereby enlarge the capacity of the court, so to enable it to operate competently and efficiently. So to reduce the cost, we have to introduce some programs like cash flow management program, which helps to give everybody a due procedural process. And that one, nobody will be excluded, all the cases to be treated at once. So for us to achieve that, we must have people who are knowledgeable with the process, and also the introduction or implementation of the court-based mediation process will also help to expedite the finalization of cases and to reduce the cost of litigation. Because if the cost of litigation are too high, it would not make sense to say people must have access to justice, because that is a barrier to access to justice. And also, in a way, it also helps to reduce the backlogs, because we will not have cases which are being postponed and lots of problems, because we would get to solve the problem right from the outset. So then the other thing is my mind that now South Africa, or the justice system in South Africa, should be organized in such a way that everybody have equal and equality justice, or to achieve equal and equality justice for all, irrespective of race, gender, socio-economic status, or other forms of human diversity. If we have to do that, we have to review all the rules, procedures, processes, and practices which have been in place, because we know that those practices that are based on archaic procedures on the Roman Dutch law, which was applicable at the time, even though now it's still also applicable. But also it should be visited. Then we have to reconsider those rules and procedures so to ascertain their adequacy and appropriateness to access to justice. Because some of them are obstacles to accessing justice. So they have to be simplified, harmonized, and aligned with the constitutional values and human rights. If we achieve that, we'll be able to dispense equal and quality justice for all. Because all those things we have to attend to. So my vision is to attend to this, as I've already started attending to these things. Previously, when I was interviewed for the DJP position, I set out what I intended to do, but I'm pleased to tell this commission that I've covered up to 90% of what I set out to do. So now I'm going to proceed and finish up what I've started. And the other thing, which must go hand in hand with this, is the competency and efficiency of judges, because all these things will come to nil if the judges are not competent or efficient or have relevant knowledge to be able to resolve the dispute in the manner we have set out to do, because we have to provide a speedy, affordable, and simple process for the resolution of disputes. That will be a cure to a number of problems or diseases in the system. So, looking at all that needs a leadership which will be in a position to identify problems and find and craft solutions to the problems and communicate them to all the stakeholders. And once that is done, then it has to be initiated and managed, so to achieve the objective. So on the whole, my vision is like that, or is that.
Thank you very much, DJP. What are the 5 major problems that you are aware the division is facing? And once you have, I want you to identify them. Obviously, if they are less than 5, then you will say only those that that you have. And then tell the Commission what is presently being done to deal with those problems, and tell the Commission what you plan to do to deal with the problems if you are appointed as Judge President.
I think I'll enumerate them as I move along.
Yes, I suggest you identify one and say, there is this problem. At the moment, nothing is being done about it, but I've got a plan. This is what I will do about it if I'm appointed. Or here is what is being done, and I'm going to continue with that. So, and then say, number 2 is this, number 3 is this.
I'll start with the insufficient number of the judges to effectively our division, according to the 2016 statistics, has a population of 11,065,240. Against that, we have 30. So if you allocate this, it clearly shows that the number of judges is too low as compared to the population they have to serve. And secondly, we don't have sufficient courtrooms. Though I've taken some steps to address that problems, but the problem now is with the public works. They were supposed to start last year. Up until now, early this year, they promised to do something at the end of February. Because what is aligned to that is the problem relating to the load shedding, which creates a problem, and it's quite frequent in KwaZulu-Natal. I don't know whether in our courts, where you find that there's no electricity as early as 10 o'clock or twice a day. So we don't have the generator. I've appealed to them that to install the generator so that when the electricity goes, it will take off, because that disrupts the functioning of the court. Is one of the major problems causing us some backlogs during these load sheddings. So that is being addressed. The other problems we often encounter is that our lifts are not always in order. They're just out of order most of the time. And the people who are hired to do these things, I don't know whether they know whether they are going or they are coming. Because after 2 days, they have attended to, you find that the problem has reoccurred again. So we also address that it is part of the project, because we want to have the entire Pietermaritzburg High Court renovated and put to the standard which it should be. And also, we don't have sufficient library facilities. Though the decision or the resolution is taken that we should have 1 or 2 books in the library, that will seriously affect or adversely affect the quality of decisions that division will produce, in the sense that most of the people are not really conversant with these new model things. Even those who are conversant, we don't have a sufficient Wi-Fi which one could use. The reception is too bad. And if we rely on one book, I don't understand. It's unimaginable. How are we going to achieve this? Also, as it has been resolved that even these chamber libraries should not have their books updated and so on. They are commonly used books, which one may have it at all times when in the performance of judicial functions. But if those books are not going to be available, that will become a dream or quite elusive. So this is part of the problems we are experiencing. Though I've taken up that matter with the heads of court, understand the Chief Justice is working on it because it's causing us a serious problem. Because if we don't have the tools to perform our work, what kind of result is expected at the end of the day? And when we come to access to justice, there's another problem created by these traditional leadership disputes. There are too many in KwaZulu-Natal where you find people toying, jumping all the day, wanting to address their question of traditional leadership. So I've looked at these things because those cases are clogging the system because our judges, they don't have the greater expertise to deal with this thing more than the traditional structures. We are supposed to have a key governing traditional structure like the King's Council. So if the King's Council is there, because it's expected to assist, support, and guide the senior traditional leaders, which call Makosi, in the performance of their judicial functions or administrative functions.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you there. We have gone beyond 10 minutes, but there will be questions which may enable you to deal with some of the challenges, Justice Matandra.
Yes.
I want to just talk about the issue of the library you have raised. Are you referring to the issue that the Office of the Chief Justice has indicated that the Department of Justice previously indicated that there were challenges about budget, and in order to deal with challenges of budget, there was a suggestion that judges should try as far as possible to use online technology to access books so that there would be no need to update hard copies and so on. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, and the matter is to be taken up with the Minister of Justice because the heads of courts are very concerned with regard to certain divisions. Some divisions don't have a problem, but some divisions have a problem, and your division is one of them.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Sorry, Chief Justice.
Yes.
Just in one sentence or two, I want to finish up this thing of King's Council.
Yes, okay.
Because in my view, if that is efficiently and completely operative, that will serve us a time, because some of these disputes could be channeled to this structure, maybe coming to us as reviews and so on. Because even if they bring them there, they take time to be resolved, and some are not resolved, when you find those people are belligerent, they are fighting over something that could result in violence at any time if they are not
Yes.
addressed properly. That's what I wanted to put across.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. Now, during the 5 or 6 years that you have been DJP, I know that as DJP, your role and what you get involved in other than actual adjudication of cases depends on what the JP delegates to you. Are you able to share with the commissioners what leadership or management matters within the division you have been involved in as DJP and in respect of which you have played a role either in putting in place or in improving?
Well, the first one is the appointment of acting judges, because the JP gave me a privilege to appoint people who were in the in the division where I will be sitting. So although in the limited number, but I also participated in that one, and as a result, I managed to have a number of acting judges appointed, and the greater number is coming from the female acting judges. And that's one thing I've participated in.
Please raise your voice so everybody can hear you.
I say that is the first thing I've participated in, even though in a limited role, but I participated. And also in attending certain problems relating to the infrastructure, as I've set out the problems we're experiencing, and also I've taken steps working with the court manager to address this problem. As a result, the agreement has been reached between the department and the certain service provider to attend to a number of things we have raised in the refurbishment of Pietermaritzburg High Court. I also attended to though at a later stage, to the construction of the Durban High Court as it's being constructed at the moment. The other thing was the allocation of judges where I will be sitting, and also the drafting of the roster at the request of the JP.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if you are appointed as judge president, you will be responsible not just for your division, the High Court division, but you will also be overseeing the regional courts and district courts in the province. Is that right?
Yes.
And have you participated in PEC meetings, PEEC meetings, that is Provincial Efficiency Enhancement Committee meetings in the province?
Well, yes, I forgot to mention that since 2016, I've been chairing that committee.
And that is a committee that seeks to identify problems that all the courts in the province are facing so as to ensure that those problems are addressed so that the courts are run efficiently.
Yes.
And how has that body been functioning, the PEEC, in the past few years?
Before I started,
No, during the time when you were chairing it.
it's functioning well, though at the beginning we had some problems in the way it was operating, but we devised some means to address those problems.
Yes.
We found that some of these stakeholders, they're pointing fingers at each other, fighting at the meetings and all those things. And we realized that no, we cannot have any progress here. Let's have a stakeholders meeting before the PEC meeting. So to attend those issues of mutual interest, if they don't see eye to eye, then we try to resolve them. If they are not resolved, then we refer them to the PEC to be decided or resolved pertinently. That happened. And also, we appointed certain subcommittees because there were performance problems, more particularly in the regional court, where we'll find that the court will sit the maximum of 2 hours a day. So to be able to address those problems. And the other thing, we discovered that there are some detainees who have spent more than 2 years, 5 years, and some more than 5 years in detention without having their cases finalized, awaiting trial. And some have been given bail, but they could not pay, maybe due to poverty or some other problems. Then we sat down and tried to resolve that problem. We appointed a subcommittee which was led by Chief Magistrate Ngubane to address that all those cases where a bail of at least 1,000 has been fixed and the person is not able to pay for some time, they should bring back those cases for reconsideration and see what it can be done about them. And also to address the question of these detainees who spend much time and to find out what the problems are and what the solutions could be. So we have a motto which says, we don't listen to problems all the time. We listen to problems and find ways of addressing those problems. So that started there. We also addressed the question of the interpreters. As we all know that in our courts, most of the accused are depending on the interpreter. If the interpreter is not competent and efficient, there will be a miscarriage of justice if the presiding officer is not conversant with the language used. And also the plight of the interpreters, that should be addressed, because at the time we found that the entry level at the High Court was level 5, whereas in the District Court you find that there's somebody who is a level 7. And I wondered what incentive the one can get from this, that we can leave the Magistrate Court to the High Court only to find that Then we come together with the DOJ and COJ, which is led by Shamila, And we addressed the question of the interpreters, even their level and ranks and their participation. It ended up that the principal and senior interpreters who were previously excluded from participating in the decision-making process, they become party to that. So to address that question, and also the question of the obtaining of statement by the police, because we have realized now there's a lot of problems when the matter comes to trial, where you find that the legal counsel will sit on the statement obtained by a police officer, but you find the statement is really wanting, and that results in the failure of justice. So then I appeal to the officers there that they must organize the training in cooperation with the prosecution so that they must know what is required when the statement is obtained. Because some of the counsel, they think that the statement is only evidence. They sit on that and do nothing else, and they argue on the statement throughout, only find that the statement has got problems. And also the problems of the laboratory, forensic laboratory. For some time, we realized that some of the cases get withdrawn because of the absence of the evidence. And we tried to seek help from other regions, like Eastern Cape, others, to take some cases there for analysis. That is being done in order to address the problem, because it's a problem which affecting almost the entire country, if I know or if I hear. So those are the things we have so far addressed in the PEC.
Okay, no, thank you. If you are appointed as Judge President, how long will you still have to go before you are compelled to retire?
Well, I will go for about 2 years.
It would be about 2 years?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I will now allow the acting DJP, who is representing the division, to put such questions to you as she may wish to. After that, I will allow MEC Mshengu, representing the Premier, to do the same, and thereafter the commissioners. I just share this information with the ADJP and the MEC. We agreed to limit ourselves to 2 questions, but I allow the person representing the division more leeway to ask questions, because they would know a lot about the division. And usually the Premier or MEC, they don't have lots of questions, so I'm sure everything will be manageable. Thank you. ATJP, I give you the opportunity now.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Acting Judge President Matandra.
Good morning.
We've known each other for a long time, but we won't go there. We worked together, but I know you even before, from the time you were still in practice, but we will come to that. I just want to start here. The Judge President, who has retired, Judge Japi, at your interviews for the position of the DJP in October 2015, he said, I will quote, The first issue is really in praise of you, that over the last year or so, you had gone out of your way to introduce an element of cordiality amongst judges. That was his statement. I want to know, has that changed or you have continued? Because people tend to change once they obtain some of these positions.
No, it has not changed. It has continued.
Do you want to elaborate?
Yes.
Yes, please.
So my style of leadership is that I adopt all inclusive and consultative approach, and taking the views of all the colleagues so that they will become part of the decision-making process and solution to problems. I here receive and respect all the viewpoints and opinions of the colleagues, and that in turn create a sense of equality in that each and everyone will have that sense that his or her views are valued. That helps to create a conducive atmosphere where a team spirit will thrive. The kind of leadership I pursue, it tends to create and strengthen interpersonal bonds and cultivate a culture of cooperation, which in turn promotes open and frequent communication, exchange of ideas, and sharing of information with a view to keeping everyone informed and having a feeling of understanding and inclusion. That is the type of leadership he talked about.
Thank you, Judge Madondo. Perhaps to follow up from there, there seemed to be a gap between the communication to the judges of the division from, for instance, what happens at the heads of court, either before or after the meeting. And there are two examples that I would like to make. The one related to the issue of salaries. It was a hot debate because in my view, the resolution came to our knowledge at a later stage where we're under the impression that it was a draft. And the second one was this issue of the libraries. Some of the judges came to know about it when it was being implemented. Is there anything that you will do to improve that communication? Because we don't seem to be up to date with what is happening at the heads of court, and that will create a problem, I think, for the Chief Justice.
Yes, and I've started a few days before the heads of court meeting. I received information from members complaining about all these issues, and only to find that nobody knew that a resolution had been taken. And I took steps to get the documentation pertaining to the meeting of October, I think 2021, where I found a full report and the resolution. I circulated that to the judges, even though it was short time, and asked them to comment before I could attend the heads of court meeting. And also, With regard to the last one, I did the same thing where I had a discussion with the Chief Justice about the problems we have, and he suggested that it'd be better if we put something before the heads of court meeting so that it will consider it and decide whether it affects other divisions as well. And if that is the case, then the meeting will decide whether to approach or to adopt a uniform approach. So I asked them also to comment on that. As a result, then we submitted, with the leave of the Chief Justice, submitted a memorandum in that regard. After these meetings, or even the salary issue as well, after these meetings, I circulated a report, what transpired, what is expected to happen, and I will continue doing that.
Thank you, and I will hold you to that undertaking, Judge Matandra. The next issue, just for clarity and perhaps just to put many of us, especially the new judges, at ease, there seemed to be some tension or not a clear understanding as to the role of the court manager and the role of the judge president. We seem to get, at times, quite a few directives or even, I don't know how to put it, but I don't want to be harsh. Let me just say, maybe we get some advices from the court manager. How should it work?
Well, even though I have not been appropriately in the center of the whole thing, but the court managers, they have to assist the courts, more particularly the operational level of the courts, with the supplying of the court personnel, and they acquire certain facilities, allocate them and manage. But they do all that under the auspices of the head of court. Even if they want to take a decision, maybe the decision which may affect even the judges or affect the function of the court, they have to discuss that with the head of court. And there comes out a decision on the matter. The note that will find the court manager operating on his or herself, because that creates problems. But when it comes to judges, the judges will not want to listen to the court managers that are telling them what to do and not to do. So they have to work under the supervision and control of the head of court. In my view, and even if I look at some other things.
So perhaps the clear communication when it relates to judges should be from either the judge president or the I'm saying acting deputy judge president as if I'm going to be acting forever, but it should really be coming from the judge president and the deputy judge president.
Yes, it should come. It should come from those sources, because otherwise, as you know, the judges would not listen to the court manager saying things in that fashion. So it should be like that. So, when if I'm appointed, we have to formalize this thing and organize it properly, so to have a smooth functioning and running of the institution.
Yes. I want to come to an issue that you mentioned when the Chief Justice was asking you some of the questions, and this relates to the issue of the increasing population of KwaZulu-Natal, the issue of the increase of the workload and the number of judges that we have, and that impacts on the efficiency and competency of the judges, in my view. And there's a talk about the wellness of judges, because in all of that, there has to be a balance between these two and the wellness of judges. How are you going to ensure that this is achieved?
Before you respond, DJP, ADJP, yes. I propose to give you 5 minutes. So if the two of you can try and finish within 5 minutes. Okay, proceed. You may respond, DJP.
Yes, the greater part of this lies with the ministry, in the sense that, as I've indicated earlier on, that we have to increase the complement of judges at least by 3, so to be able to address these problems, even though there are some other measures which should be taken. And the wellness of the judges is something which will be attended to. At one stage, even though I was not the head of the court, I talked to Judge Mbata, who happened to know some other people, and she referred me to one of the psychologists who explained to me how it goes. And I went to an extent of talking to J.P. Musi, who is the convener of that committee, and I was told that that should be done at the national level and then cascade down to us. But up until now, nothing has happened according to my recollection. But I think that should be pursued as well, because we can't have the smaller number of people attending to the greater work and expect those people will be healthy throughout.
Thank you, Judge Matondo. I had lots of questions, as you would imagine, but the Chief Justice said I have only 5 minutes, so I'll ask 2. I'm saying this 2 so that if you take longer, the Chief Justice must know that I still have one more question. So the one question that I want to ask you is about the impact of the skewed briefing patterns that it has on the transformation of the judiciary. And you had taken an initiative, if one looks at page 23 of your questionnaire, point 18, you were a member of an empowerment committee of the Black Lawyers Association, where you played a role in addressing those briefing patterns. If you can just briefly explain your role there and how, if it has helped towards transforming the legal profession, but also the judiciary.
Thank you. Even though I have a limited time.
Yes, you have limited time. We don't have all the time in the world.
That would give me...
We wish we could have more time, but you know we must interview candidates for your division too.
That would give me a problem.
But all the information that is in the documentation is with us, so it's not as if you don't address it, we don't have it. But go ahead and respond.
Yes, as you know, DJP, that the objectives of that forum, which was a joint BLA and NADEL Empowerment Committee, was to redirect the legal work to the black legal professionals who for some years has been excluded from receiving lucrative briefs and institutions and instructions from private institutions, the state or state organs, parastatals, etc. When I'm talking about black, I'm not talking about African only. I'm talking about Africans, Asians, and coloreds. So the second thing was to transfer the skills and experience or expertise. That was to be done by pairing the black members with the senior white members in certain matters to achieve that purpose. And also to facilitate the training of the legal practitioners, so to be able to acquire the necessary skills and to compete effectively in the legal world. So, and also to provide the legal services to indigent people. What has happened after our endeavors, the black legal practitioners receive work and gain the experience, the exposure, credibility, and acceptance in certain areas of law, which in their normal practice could not have received. That has happened. And the pairing of these, of the black and the white we had experienced also resulted in the black legal practitioners acquiring the necessary experience and expertise. And the training helped to enhance the competency and efficiency of the black legal practitioners, so to and also improved the quality of legal services. And that has helped us to create a pool of black professionals, legal professionals, from which the appointments for acting appointment, whether the magistrate or the high court, could be drawn with confidence. And that has happened. The spin-offs of that was that eventually we managed to draw some of the people from that pool to the bench, and later to recommend them for appointment to the SCA in particular. The people who have been recommended, some of them are junior. We recommend the junior and the senior. Some of them are junior, would not have that opportunity at all, but with their capabilities, competence and efficiency they have demonstrated, they are recommended, and when they come there, they perform exceptionally well. Let's take the example of Judge Mbata. She was junior, about 6 years or so, and when she recommended, after that she was permanently employed. And even now, I have heard that even the Concord has seen that she's a person who might be used as well there. That is one of the people coming from what I'm saying.
Thank you, Judge Matandra. ATJP, I won't allow your further question. You have to trust that the answers that have been given have dealt with certain issues, and that maybe your question might be picked up by somebody else. MEC, I give you a chance to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Chief
Let me
Justice.
say, Judge Matandra,
I want to check what will be your take in the role of the judiciary now in transforming the society, the South African society, not only in terms of the access to justice as we enumerated, but also in the context where, for example, the executive will take a particular decision or policy matter which is aimed at engendering transformation of the society, South African society. And that will be challenged and reversed by courts. So what role should courts play in the transformation of the whole society?
Well, it depends on what the relationship it has with the society. There are structures in the society which could be utilized in achieving that process. We have the traditional structures, we have the municipality, we have other people who are close to the community. And one of the things is to inform the community of whatever processes and activities the court may engage in, and the reason for that, so that everyone will be in the loop or will be knowing what is happening. There are certain ways we can be able to achieve that purpose, because the people must know that now we have to conform to the constitutional values. So there should be a way of addressing that problem.
Okay. The second question, which is, my second question would be, with regard to the access to justice, one of the realities is that it is still, by and large, accessible to those who have means, who are enlightened in a sense that they do have information, and probably residing in more cosmopolitan or affluent areas. Now, KZN being largely rural, and many people residing in rural areas, where there are many atrocities that happen without victims knowing what route to take. Now, if we were to be appointed as a judge president, what practical steps would you take to make sure that a person in the deep rural area of Umsinga, Umhlabuya Lingana, who is not enlightened, an old woman who has never been at school, when he feels that he has been victimized, has access to justice?
Well, the primary structure which will be revitalized is the traditional court, because the traditional court just offers or provides inexpensive and prompt services. Because if you want people to come to the High Court and so on, we have to provide the legal services, as we have done. We set up the legal help desk under the auspices of the former KwaZulu-Natal Law Society, the probono.org services and the Legal Aid South Africa, just to address that problem, that the people who cannot afford should be given that services by practitioners.
Okay, my last question is that, and I think you did make mention of this challenge earlier on. In one EXCO meeting, we received a report that some lower courts in KZN will operate for a maximum of 4 hours a day. And I think earlier on you mentioned that some will be about 2 hours, if I heard you well. But let me speak to the formal report that we got, is that they will operate for a maximum of 4 hours a day. Isn't that a hindrance to justice if it's still happening?
Well, they're supposed to operate at least 4.5 hours a day. We found that in some instances they were operating for 2 hours with certain reasons, but with the arrival of the new acting Judge President Mapu, there's been a change. In the last PEC meeting, we realized the change that some now are operating at 3 or 4 hours. So we are busy addressing that problem so that the people should get justice.
Thanks, CJ.
Thank you, MEC. Commissioner Makwanishe.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Good morning, Judge Matandra.
Good morning.
Let me start by saying that I'm very interested in how your court is dealing with the issue of overcrowding. As the portfolio committee, we might want to make a follow-up. It's very interesting because it's one of the issues that is troubling us. The issue of people who cannot afford to pay bails, and as a result, they're in prison. I think that is highly commendable. How would you deal with a judge or an acting judge who does not deliver judgments on time or who delivers substandard judgment, but in addition to that, who does not seem to agree that he or she has a problem?
Well, that is a problem. In the first instance, the judges are independent in the performance of their judicial functions. But also they should know that they are accountable to the society and subject to its watchful eyes. So what happens, and we normally do, we ask a particular judge in writing when the judgment will be expected in the matter. And in the responding to that and say, no, maybe in 2 weeks or 3 weeks' time, and you make a follow-up and find out what the problem is. But at some stage, you even give the person an opportunity to address this, and only to find that his receiver is available to help other people. Then you have to sit down with that person and address this problem and look, if you don't perform in the way you should, this will be taken up with the JSC Judicial Committee to be addressed in that fashion. But before that, we have to talk to the person, we have to find out what the problems are. But if the person does not acknowledge the problem he or she has, that is problematic. But we'll try other means to get the person doing what is right.
My last question, Chief Justice.
May I suggest for now, because I see there are many people who want to ask questions, may I suggest that we limit one another to one question for now each, and then later on when maybe more have asked, we can see whether we can do second questions. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Moiman.
Thank you.
1 second, let me just mention this. One advantage of doing it this way is that the second question you wanted to ask might be asked by somebody else, and then, yeah. Okay, Commissioner Moiman.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Deputy Justice President Matandra.
Good morning, sir.
Just one question from my side, which emanates from a number of articles that you have written, particularly around the role of traditional courts, but also some of your judgment that speaks to the property regime in the traditional within the traditional communities, particularly Black people. What is non-existent? An attempt was made in the past through the Communal Land Rights Act. It was set aside because it brought two property regime, but also on land, the Lamosa judgment, a reopening of the land claims, it was set aside. And now the traditional courts bill that is before Parliament is also because of the different views around the opt-out clause, which is a challenge. Could the interest of the traditional leadership be an impediment towards equal property regime protection to those communal dwellers? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. But the problem here, we have the traditional laws governing the property, even though it has been distorted, maybe during the apartheid era, which is different from the Western style of managing property. So if you talk about the communal land, well, though I don't understand whether it's a traditional one or it's just a communal land as a result of the laws of the apartheid. If it is a traditional one, in the traditional setup, there are structures operating there with the Ingosi or Makosi. And everybody, or almost everybody, knows the principles of ownership. At some stage, you hear somebody says, in the traditional setup, there's no ownership. That's a lie. Because once a site is allocated to a certain person, if that person dies, the site goes to his children, on and on and on and on. Even if he leaves the area, it will be known this is so-and-so's old site. So if we stick to our law, our principles, and appeal to the government to recognize our principles in the same way, maybe it would be somehow model here and there, but if those could be recognized, can eliminate these problems. And with regard to the criminal law, I think the government must have a clear legislation on that and how this is regulated. And if we talk about land, we talk about a few plots for millions of people, and we find that one or two people have got a vast tract of land which could not be equal to what the whole of traditional people have. So this is a vast question which I think cannot be addressed by courts, but it can be addressed by legislative measures. As you talk about this traditional court bill, it has been back and forth because of the problems, because some people, they undermine the traditional system. So that's why we have a problem. Once the people accept fully and try to take what is best in the traditional system and also what is best in the Western system, and mix the two if they want, and that might also solve the problem.
Thank you, Deputy Judge President. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. I will now go to Commissioner Nochesi, and as he prepares to put questions, I just remind commissioners, I know sometimes it can be difficult, but let's try and just ask direct questions so that we save time. So try your best, Commissioner Nochesi.
I will do. Thank you, Chief Justice. I would not greet because the Chief Justice has already done, so to save time. My question just has two parts, but it's one. First, in the magistrate court, in the magistrate's court, civil is just sort of something that is just neglected. Those cases would even be heard in offices. What is your plan, or how would you see civil court practice in the magistrate court being improved? Second part, there is a regionalization of courts, the High Court itself, where acting appointment would be done only for the division where you stay. For instance, I must be from KZN to be an acting judge there. Is this not a step back towards Bantustan, where we have come from? And what is your view about acting appointments? Thank you.
Yes, about the civil courts and the magistracy, I think one has to meet the leadership there and find out what's happening, what the problems are, how those problems could be solved. Because if the matters are heard in the chambers or office, that is not right unless if both parties are consenting. So one has to find the root cause of that and then address it. Because just now to say what I'll effectively do, I'll be speculating, but I have to go there and find out what is happening and how to address the problem. And with regard to the regionalization of courts, I'll have two answers. In our division, we also take people from Eastern Cape, for instance, and some have been in Gauteng, who come down to act in our division. The second one is that if a person wants to be permanently appointed later, it's wise that you have that person from that division so that you'll be able to know what kind of a judge he will be. Because if it's at the later stage, he comes to be permanently appointed in your division, not having known him or her, I think some other people have got that problem, which could be addressed, because you may find that in one area, some of the division are small, and if those people are not given an opportunity to act, how they will be appointed, I think should be viewed also from that angle and be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Matandra. Then Commissioner Tsepe.
Thank you, Chief Justice. It then becomes a follow-up of Commissioner Nojesi's second question, not a sub-question. It relates to
Yes.
It relates to the issue of acting judges. Good morning, DJP.
Good morning, ma'am.
I've greeted on behalf of everybody.
Yes, he didn't have to respond, Chief Justice. In my culture, you can't speak to DJP, and even in your interview in 2015, you spoke about the appointment of acting judges. You call them a pool of proteges that you are looking to get as a mechanism of having a pool of judges that or candidates that we look into in order to appoint judges in the future. The question I have, and candidates, and not in KZN, but in other division on relating to appointment of JPs, is should we not have a transparent process and transparent criteria for appointment of acting judges? And if so, what do you think that should be? Because it will also deal with the issues that Commissioner Magwanisha has raised about the caliber of people that we then appoint, because they are, once appointed as acting judges, dispensing justice at that point. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Yes, before he answers, Commissioner, do you really want an answer from him on that issue of criteria for acting judges in the light of the fact that there was a discussion yesterday about it?
Chief Justice, I was saying, does he think we should have a transparent process and a criteria? Not that he should give me the criteria now, but does he think we need to be doing this?
Because you might recall yesterday there was, we indicated, the Minister and I participated in that discussion that certainly there are criteria that have been agreed upon by the judiciary or the heads of courts, which would be shared with the legal profession to the extent that they have not been shared.
My apologies, Chief Justice. I think it's the time when we had gone out to speak to the media at that time, so I hadn't heard.
But there are criteria that have been discussed and have been agreed upon by the heads of courts, as far as I recall. And we discussed, the Minister also shared information, I shared information, and I said that, because Mr. Commissioner Nojesi raised it, I said we can share that with the profession.
Okay, Chief Justice, then if that is the case, then he doesn't have to answer that,
Yes.
but then I can ask my second question then. I'm then entitled.
But you already asked the first one. Okay, ask.
Am I allowed, Chief Justice?
Ask. Be crisp.
Yes. Thank you, Chief Justice. DJP, in the previous interview for DJP, and you said that you have achieved 90% of the things that you have done. One of those was related to access instruments to make access to justice easier for indigent people, particularly on the issue of language. I wanted to find out if you have introduced some systems in KZN as DJP, as you promised then, and if so, what that was, if you have managed to do so. Thank you.
Well, your question, Commissioner, is too wide, because I've covered a number of these things during my answer to questions by the Chief Justice and also by the DJP. One of them is access to justice. I've outlined what we have done, and now we have introduced or implemented the mediation, the court-based mediation. And for that reason, the DJP has been sent for training, and we had a meeting with them, the legal profession, just to have that fully implemented. Is one of those things. And the acting judges, there are so many acting judges who have been appointed, and out of them, I think about 15 or so were females who have gone through my hands, and some of them are now appointed judges. We addressed the question of interpreters. Remember, I talked about that, and even explaining the meaning of words in Zulu, how it sounds, if you raise your sound, it changes, and so on. That has been addressed. And the obtaining of statements by the police, that has been addressed, and the setting up of the legal desk to help the indigent people and to help the people who come to court for directions as well, and assistance if a person needs assistance. That is in place.
Yes, and Judge Matandra, she didn't want you to do the whole list.
Thank you, Chief
She's
Justice.
satisfied.
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Yes.
Thank you.
You'll get a crisp question, Judge Matandra, from Commissioner Klaba.
I'm committed. Thank you very much, CJ. Let me declare first, CJ, we have known each other for many years, and we even served in the same legislature together. And the question I'm going to ask was asked in 2016, but you partly addressed it. Do you think the media is assisting in enhancing transparency and promoting accountability in the performance of the judicial function? I know the answer is going to be yes. Suppose it is yes, when does that role become a threat to the notion of judicial independence? I think it was Chris.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
There will be a crisp answer from the DJP.
Okay. So firstly, the people must know what is happening in courts. The media gives effect to the constitutional values of access to justice, accountability, and independence of the judiciary. But in some instances, you will find that the media prejudges the matter and saying things which were not supposed to be said. That's where the problem arises, where you will find that somehow the people, a judicial officer may feel not to be free as he or she should be, or independent as expected. I'm adhering to that. The answer should be crisp.
Thank you. I'm well addressed.
But if,
It's well covered, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. We have gone, we have taken 1.5 hours. So I just mentioned that for the benefit of everybody. Commissioner Nyambi.
Thank you, CJ. Morning, DJP Matandra.
morning, Commissioner Mnyambi.
In your vision, you have covered the issue of what you have achieved, what was presented the last time you interviewed. 90% is a serious achievement, even though I expected 100. But be that as it may, CJ, I don't want to ask any question. I've been covered. I'm ready for the engagement.
Thank you
I
very
hope
much.
with your 2 years, you'll do 100%. DJP Matandra.
Yes, because now I will be on my own.
That's good. Thank you.
Well, 90%, I think Professor Schlemmer will tell us whether, I think 90% must be magna cum laude. Commissioner Singh.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. I'll be crisp. Just a declaration that Senator Matandra and I served together in 1996. I was there from 94, and then we were in the legislature together. I'm just going to reflect on the vision that you enunciated, Honorable DJP, with regard to equality of justice, where you spoke about the equality of justice irrespective of race, gender, etc. Now, it has been brought to my attention that you have written a book published in 2019, where it is alleged that you made some egregious comments. And the book was titled Revelation of God's Truth and Plan. And one of the things that you argued there, that homosexuals are, and I'm quoting, are clinging onto their perversion, close quote, and there is nothing to change them. And you take issue with the growing intolerance of sexuality in society. Now, that comes from your book. Now, in a senior position as JP, do you not think that those comments may be construed as homophobic and an affront to what is contained in our Constitution? Thank you.
Commissioner Singh, in the first place, that is quoted out of context. If you read the entire chapter, it doesn't portray that. I don't know, because I said it will be crisp, but this is a religious question which should be addressed appropriately in a religious way. Because just to pick one word out of many and make a mountain out of it will cause a problem. Here, this thing starts from the Corinthian people, because if this is a religious, I have to refer to the scripture as well, if I'm allowed to do so. It starts from the Corinthian people who engage in some of those activities. But when Apostle Paul, they were converted and accepted God, and they were healed from that. So if a person has to be healed or saved, that person must accept that his or her conduct is not right, and then seeks God's intervention. So that comes from that if you don't want to accept that, there will be a problem, because if you just pick that thing up, because it was a question arising from the debate, not in South African debate, but the debate in the world that sexuality is of God's creation. So the reference to to scriptures, to verses in the scripture, how God treated those acts, and what he also instructed, what punishment should be meted out. So my reference to that is not just mine, it's not my personal view or personal belief, but it emanates and is based on the interpretation of the Bible. And if you look above what we are saying, that's where I express the amazement of the severity of the punishment which will be meted out. And I clearly indicate that in this time of grace, nobody is or should be put to death, because according to what God says in Leviticus 18, verse 23, those persons who are found to be engaged in that activity, they should be put to death. So then I explain that nowadays that could not happen, because we have the grace of God by sending Jesus to us, that even if we sin, we should not be killed, but we should be preached to. If we accept, then we'll be saved. It's not only for homosexuals who must change. Everybody wants to obey God. I don't know where I place this thing now, because I want to show you in the very same book we are talking about what I'm saying there. Chief Justice, you allow me to...
Yeah, I'll allow you to
page
have a
2
look,
here.
because it is important, yeah.
I don't find it now. I don't know what happened to this thing now. Commissioner Singh, have you read the whole chapter, or you only picked this one?
Chief Justice, that's a crisp question. From it was brought to my attention. I think I qualified that aspect of it.
Yeah,
and if DJP Matandra wants to stop at that answer that he gave us, then well, I will just accept his answer for what it is and interpret it from there.
Yeah.
But we receive information as well.
Chief Justice, if I may come in here, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm lower down on your list.
Yes, you are, but it's connected with the same thing.
It's connected to this, and I have the whole chapter in front of me.
Okay.
So I've read the entire chapter.
Let me allow Commissioner Pillay to also come in, because it relates to the same thing.
Okay, maybe let me...
When you respond, DJP, then you can respond completely.
Okay.
Good morning, DJP.
Good morning, Commissioner Pillay.
DJP, you rightly raised the issue of whether one can extract just an excerpt of the chapter or whether you must consider the entire chapter as a whole. So what I will do is I'm going to take you through what you say in the chapter, just extracting key features of the chapter, so that I think it gives us a better sense of what the entire chapter deals with. Are you happy with that approach, DJP?
Can you come again?
Sure. I'm saying that you've raised very correctly whether it's proper just to pull out one excerpt from the chapter, or whether one should consider the entire chapter as a whole to understand the full import of what you say in the chapter.
Yes.
So what I propose to do is to just give you, I'm not going to read the entire chapter, but just pull out some of the themes which you deal with in the chapter, and then deal with what your conclusion is at the end of that chapter. And I think that allows us also to distinguish between excerpts from the Bible that you refer to, as well as your own conclusions and your own opinion as appears from that chapter. Are you comfortable with that approach?
Well, you can put it in that way, but you must remember whatever I say there is based on the interpretation of the Bible, and whatever I do, that is supported by reference to the relevant structure, or after discussion by both sides, because this was a debate a religious debate.
So the chapter
Okay,
is...
let me say, I know that the DJP, I think, was still looking either for his book or had got his book and were looking for the right page to see something that he wanted to use to respond to Commissioner Singh. But let me allow Commissioner Pillay to read the portions, and it's just points, I guess.
Yes, it's just points. I've tried to distill it.
And
so it's
then
just
when
points.
she has done, she can put what she wanted to put to you, and then you will get a chance to respond both to what Commissioner Singh said and to Commissioner Pillay. Okay.
Thank you, Chief Justice. DJP, the chapter we're dealing with is chapter 27 of your book, and the chapter is headed Is Sex Sin? And the first theme dealt with in the chapter is about marital sex, and the conclusion that you reflect there is that marital sex is not evil or sinful. The next topic you deal with is, did God create homosexuality? And you go through some of the scriptures on that, and one of the things you note is that it was the root cause for the destruction of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah with fire and brimstone by God, and obviously you give the Genesis reference for that. And then you say you deal with Leviticus, and you say Leviticus prescribes sexual relations between males. And then you state the Bible also prohibits sexual relations between female persons. And then, DJP, you put your conclusion, which is not an extract from the Bible, but your conclusion, and you say, it is apparent from the above that biblical penalty for homosexuality was severe. However, and I think this is what you referred to earlier, DJP, you say, however, in the grace dispensation, nobody is or should be killed for committing homosexuality or any other sinful conduct. And then you say, but that does not detract from the sinfulness of the act performed. You then go on and you say, homosexuality sears the mind, causing one to reject the God-plane family relationship of husband, wife, and children. It also victimizes the homosexual physically, in that there are greater chances of venereal diseases and other physical penalties. You then your next topic you deal with is, can homosexuals change? And you say the mind of a confirmed homosexual is what sets him or her apart. To a homosexual, sexual relations with the opposite sex are as repugnant as man-with-man relations are to the straight man. And I think your conclusion is that homosexuals cannot change. And then you say the last topic you deal with is, the battle is worth fighting. Now, the battle is worth fighting is the topic that follows on from the topic, can homosexuals change? And you say the battle is worth fighting, for the reward is great. You've got an excerpt from Revelation there. Then you say the rewards will also be greater in this life, a newfound peace and tranquility, and freedom from legal hassles and social norm. Most vitally, there will come a greater understanding of God as Father, the Church as Christ's bride, and Christians as sons of that spiritual union. God is a family, and he wants Christians to learn of him through the nuclear family unit. Otherwise, the sodomite way of life will bring forth poisoned fruit. And your reference is Deuteronomy there, and you say, which will destroy both man and society. And this is, in your own words, DJP, the last sentence of that paragraph. Unless homosexuals quit wanting to cling to their perversion, no amount of clear scriptures on the subject will convert or correct them. Now, I think, DJP, from that, it's conclusive that what you do in that chapter is you deal correctly, as you say, with your references to certain scriptures, but the chapter is littered with your own commentary and a very clear conclusion by you at the end of that, which describes homosexuality, firstly, as a crime in your view, secondly, as a perversion. And what you're saying is that unless they quit clinging to this perversion, no amount of clear scripture will convert or correct them. Now, that's a very strong note of homophobia that comes through your chapter. Now, my question, DJP, was, in light of the important office held by both DJPs and JPs, we know that they form the leadership of the judiciary, and we know that the courts and the judges are the final guardians of the Constitution. Now, in light of that role, do you think that what is referred to in your chapter is appropriate, firstly? But secondly, in light of the provisions of the Code of Conduct for judges, do you not see a clear breach of the Code of Conduct? And you will recall that the Code of Conduct regulates both judicial conduct in court as well as extrajudicial conduct. And it places a very stern duty on judges to conduct themselves in a manner that upholds the respect and integrity of the office that they hold. Thank you, DJV.
Thank you.
Okay.
You may respond. And to the extent that you might not have responded to Commissioner Singh's question, use this opportunity to respond to both.
Yes, I found what I've been looking for. In the first place, I'm just put in an awkward position because I have to argue a religious question under legal sphere. The book is not dealing with the legal thing or people. It's dealing here with the people who are Christians and what God says about it. There, I don't know which one to start with. Let me finish up with Commissioner Singh. Commissioner Singh, in that, let me give a background to this thing so that everybody will understand how does this thing come from. We have God saying this at 593, the last paragraph, no, it's the 1, 2, 3, the third paragraph, where he says, if a man also lie with the mankind, that is Leviticus 20, verse 18, as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And also reference to other scriptures. Then it goes on to include women as well. Also, Apostle Paul also talking about the judgment of death. So the interpretation in this chapter, because it's dealing with homosexuality, the interpretation is not that I'm giving judgment to them. It's the interpretation of the Bible. It's not my personal belief. It's not my views. Well, if you analyze a document or a discussion or a debate, out of that you make some remarks. As I say, as you read it, that however in the grace dispensation nobody is or should be killed. That clearly shows you that I'm not of the view that homosexuals will be killed. And I'm taking that from the Bible. But if you talk about sinfulness of the act, according to the Bible, God says, He says what is sin, what is not sin. So if you kill a person because he's committed this or any other sin, that is not allowed. Then, that what you quoted is quoted in Romans 1.27, what it does to a person. It's not me who's saying that. And I'm also talking about how is it accepted. And there's a place where I say, humanly, homosexuals face a difficult battle, but with God, all things are possible. So that arises from two societies. There's a society of Sodom and Gomorrah, who were destroyed. It's not me who said they were destroyed, it's the Bible that says they were destroyed. For what reason? Mainly, that was the root cause. If you go to Genesis 13, verse 10, 18, verse 19, 18, Genesis 13, verse 10 and 18, and Genesis 19, verse 25. That tells you how and for what reason they were destroyed. It's not me who says they were destroyed for that. And if you go there, then we come to another society now, of the Corinthians.
Can I come in?
Yes. One second. I think maybe because I think are you about to finish your answer?
Yes, I'm about to conclude the answer because now.
Okay, let him finish the answer and then Commissioner Moimang, I'll let you come in. Yes, finish your answer.
The society of Corinthians, which the Bible says they overcome homosexuality and effeminacy. So I don't know whether I must read this, but I have to read. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicator, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abuser of themselves with mankind of homosexuals shall inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you, but ye are washed, but ye are sanctified, but ye are justified in the name of the Lord Jesus and by the Spirit of God. So we have two societies now. We have this society which was destroyed and the one which was saved. And the basis of that society to be saved is that they accepted that what they were doing was wrong and obey God. So when you come to deal with the sodomite way of life, it's not referring to a homosexual person. It's referring to a person who resided at the city of Sodom. So we have two ways now. We have one way where the people repented, and the first way where they did not repent and perished. And the other one, they repented and saved. So now, as a Christian, we are called upon to choose which way we will follow. Because if you follow the way of Sodom and Gomorrah, definitely you will perish. So then, if you that's what it means. And the last one will answer the question of sin, where at 595, where it is stated that mercy is an offer of unmerited pardon to all who desire to change turn around and obey God. So this thing should not be distorted as if I'm attacking homosexuals. And this is an issue which is discussed under the religious sphere. And to say I may appear as homophobic, that is not true.
Okay, I'm going to hear what Commissioner Moimang and I'll go to the speaker. You take an oath as a judge, and you are supposed to uphold the Constitution. To the extent that you may have certain religious views, would they affect your adjudication of disputes?
No, it hasn't. Even for the 29 years I've been performing adjudicatory duties, nobody has said I have shown that. I'm always wary of not imposing my creed upon the society. I also make a clear distinction between my religious belief and my judicial perceptions. I'm also aware of the fact that my belief cannot be those of the society at large. And there's a personal credo and the creed of the nation. So in the performance of my duties, I'm critical and restrained in my views and respect the shackles that bind me as a judge. So what is happening here is just an interpretation of the Bible for people who want to follow God, because if God says this is wrong, it's wrong. So I'm enjoined to say that, though that doesn't mean that those who are engaged in that, I'm condemning them or whatever. It's not for me to condemn those people. And as I've said, together with other areas I've served, Industrial Court, CCMA, Bargaining Council, and the court, I haven't shown anything of that nature. And we have different people in this country believing in different religions. So
thank you.
You cannot expect the people to do as you do. But I'm not against any homosexual whatever, and it's not for me to say whether it's sin or not. It's that for God to say. But I would not penalize or jeopardize somebody for what he does or whatever he believes. And I've shown it throughout my years of performing
Did it cover you,
put my fears
Commissioner
to
Mapisa Ngagula?
I'm sorry, I really am sorry, CJ, because I realize that we're running out of time.
Yes.
However, honestly, I do want to raise this matter. I will not feel good with myself on behalf of the huge community of LGBTIQ in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
In 2022, I'm a Christian, very devoted Christian. And I hear you, and I, in my religion and in my beliefs, I've always taken into account the fact that South Africa is a secular state. And because it is a secular state, there's freedom of religion which is enshrined in our Constitution. Now, one of the things which concern me, I'm sorry to excuse my ignorance, Your Worship, is that it's your entire outlook which you claim is based on your religious beliefs as contained in the Bible. And I have a problem with that. And I don't think this is something we can discuss right now. But I do want to say it is problematic. There are many Christians out there, we are Christians, but who have gone out to embrace the LGBTIQ community. My biggest challenge with the way you are presenting the issue and justifying your positions on this matter is that you keep on making reference to Christianity. But actually, being a secular state, we have many other religions and people who practice those religions, but who do not necessarily base their beliefs and their practices on the Bible that you are referring to. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a judge who will sit there and espouse and push an angle that talks to one religion in his outlook, when we all know that you believe in a constitution which is a secular, which talks to South Africa as a secular state. And I'm saying I have a problem with that. But also, I do want to say this. I'm sorry, Judge, and I know this is not a question, it's a comment. I'm just sitting here, I'm thinking, what happens the day you are presented with a case where people in a civil union, by virtue of having been allowed by the law to get married, who are, of course, homosexual, and they appear before you, and there's a conflict which you have to resolve. They are pleading to the court to mediate on a matter which affects them, whether a family feud or whatever, but on a matter, and I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, how will they have confidence that issues they raise with a judge who has written a book which seeks to portray their conduct and behavior as demonic? How? And I'm not engaging on legal basis because I'm not a legal person, I'm just a human being. But I want to speak on behalf of all those who I hear now from a judge, really. My view is that the manner in which you've come across the book, I've not seen the book. I would like to see the book. But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, how will they have confidence in your ability to preside and adjudicate on a matter which affects them? How? And I think that's my problem, and I'm sorry if I raise it in there's intolerance which is coming out, which I do not believe South Africans should allow in 2020, when we have people getting married every day who do not believe in what you are saying. How would you handle that as a judge?
Let's DJP.
CJ.
Yes, you may respond.
CJ, Minister.
CJ, may I?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Minister.
Yeah, I just wanted to add so that when he responds, what I just want to add is that we currently have a wave of murderers of the LGBTQI community in the country, and they march to government, to everyone to protect them. So I want to get your view whether, do you think these views that have been espoused in this book, do they help us to send a message to the community of diversity, tolerance, and of living together, and to condemn these actions that are happening throughout the country that we're grappling with?
I'm sorry, DJP, you might wish to just make notes of the question because Commissioner Baloyi wants to add something as well, to just make notes of the questions. Yes.
Thank you, CJ. DJP, this is related. I mean, it's obviously related to this topic, but I thought let me raise it now so that when you answer, you can deal with it as well. Now, I'm looking at the Code of Conduct and Article 7 for judges, and then Article 7 says, a judge must at all times personally avoid and disassociate him, and here's the part that I think is relevant. Well, maybe let me read it in context. Personally avoid and disassociate him or herself from comments or conduct by persons subject to his or her control that are racist, sexist, or otherwise manifest discrimination in violation of the equality guaranteed by the Constitution. Now, my question is that your comments, your personal views, which you are quite entitled to, how do they not fall foul of that provision that I've just read, in that you have publicly expressed your views in that chapter? Thank you, CJ.
Thank you. You may respond, DJP.
Thank you, CJ. You know, there's so many things have been said, but what I have to put across here, that is not what I believe. What is interpreted there is what the Bible says. So there's no intention whatsoever to insult or to denigrate anybody. And even these things which are said at some stage, they're just quoted out of context, as if I'm condemning homosexuality. And the question comes from the commissioner who spoke first on the issue. Is that how these people are going to come before me? I have stated how I conduct myself when I'm in the performance of my judicial functions. And throughout these years, I have never been found to be followed with any of these things. As we know, all of us, we have our own beliefs and so on. We have different beliefs. But this is not what I intended to convey in the sense it is now being interpreted. But this was a sort of a religious debate, which may take time even for me to argue, but I'm not really interested to argue, but to say what is being said there is a mere interpretation of the Bible. And even then, I indicate where also I have a different feeling about it. So this is not something which I say I'm adhering to it, or anybody who's of a different opinion or a different belief. So I have to victimize that person for that belief. If a person comes to court, you don't look at what they are, their status, etc. You deal with the matter before you. For the matter of information, there are so many have come before me for a divorce of that union. I handle the matter as any other matter. I have done it already. That would not be the first time to do that. And all this time, I have been performing those duties as a judge. There's nothing untoward which is said I have done because of these beliefs I said I have, that they say I have. And nothing will change if I'm appointed as a JP. Nothing will change after so many years sticking to this thing. So it's very I can say I'm not well in the way it is treated. And Minister, you say there's a violence about this LGTB, but in this book, I clearly says that nobody should be killed for that. In the very same book I'm referring, that's what I'm saying, that nobody should be killed. And that is based also on the Bible, that we are in the period of grace, that anybody can do whatever he or want to do. The only person who judge that person is God, is not me. So I'm very sorry if that is interpreted in that fashion, but in me, I didn't have that in my mind. So to say, referring to the scripture, I refer to the scripture because I was discussing a religious issue. And that religious issue, then I have to make some remarks arising from the religious issue, which is different from where I have to make a statement in the media. I have to do this and that. So I was just writing a book, not for South Africans, for people, all people in the world. So that is, the problem is that there's a mention of the word which I did not intend that it should be like that. And as I indicated also that when I'm performing my duties, there's not part of that. And I don't see this being an impediment unless if there's something to the fact that I've done something. And also after explaining how did this come about, it's not that I'm just wantonly attacking anybody. I was trying to summarize a religious issue.
CJ?
Yes.
CJ, if I may get a point of clarity from the DJP?
Just hang on 1 second. I had gone to Commissioner Moimang. I think Commissioner Nyambi, I'd given you a chance. Yes. Yes. Oh, I think the minister was the next one. Minister, are you covered? Okay, let me give the minister a chance.
Is he done with this response?
Well,
because mine is no
yours
longer
is
related
different.
to. Yes.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine then. Yours goes through this? Yours? No. Okay. Then ATJP.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Judge Madonna, I just want a point of clarity on this issue. My understanding of the book is that it is addressed to those that intend to follow Christianity.
Yes.
And if you don't want to follow Christianity, you have no reason to concern yourself about the issues that are raised in the book. You only, for instance, all the repentance, all the issues that were raised in Sodom and Gomorrah, those were the issues for those that are Christians and for those that intend to follow Christianity.
Yes, it's been clearly stated in that book. That others people he talks to.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Does your one to relate to that? No, it doesn't. Okay. Are we done on this one?
CJ, we're done.
Yeah.
But I think when it's the parting shot is just one word.
Yeah.
Judge, you are homophobic. It's a statement I want to make unequivocally. You are homophobic, and in South Africa in 2022, it's just unbelievable. For the record, thank you. Chief Justice?
Well, Judge Matandra, just respond to that.
Commissioner, I think
you have a right to respond to it.
We are mistaken, or in fact, I would say we are wrong. Because I have stated over and over that this does not arise from me, it arises from the interpretation of the Bible. I have clearly indicated also how I behave or conduct myself. If you take this for 29 years, I've met all these people and made the case and decided cases. There's nobody who can come up and say, I've demonstrated the tendencies of being homophobic. That is far from me, because there are people whom I'm associate with and helping them, whereas I know that their belief or they are member of this LGB society. So to say I'm homophobic, I think to me is an insult, because this is a judgment that I'm homophobic without getting into the book and read the scripture and all those things and come to the point that you say I'm homophobic, because there's nothing supporting that I'm homophobic other than what has been distorted out of this book. There's nothing which supports that statement.
Yes, thank you.
Chief Justice, may I just say,
Yeah.
I may have missed it, but I'm not sure if the DJP responded to the question that Commissioner Baloyi raised in relation to the Code of Conduct regarding the comments, and I just wanted the DJP to have an opportunity to respond to that.
Yes, DJP, Commissioner Baloyi referred to a provision of the Code of Conduct, but I think Commissioner Pillay had also referred to it. Do you?
It's Article 7, Chief Justice.
Yes. Do you want to just repeat it?
It's a judge must at all times, Article 7 says a judge must at all times personally avoid and dissociate him or herself from comments or conduct by persons subject to his or her control that are racist, sexist, or otherwise manifest discrimination in violation of the equality guaranteed in the Constitution.
Commissioner Chase, you want to come in before the...
I mean, on something else now.
On something else?
Yes.
Okay.
My point is, I don't know where Sodom and Gomorrah is. South Africa is so big and beautiful. Now, and also I'm not interested to read those articles, the Bible, and all those things. I will limit myself to what Judge Matandra told us and what the case law. So, can we not,
Justice,
at this stage,
Hang on.
I want
But
a proposition.
Mr. Chesi,
What I'm saying is, can we not at this stage, because the point has been made about this document, can we not move on the other points? And then we debate the matter, if it is what it is.
Yeah, hang
But
on,
not
but
to
it's an
detain about the
important point
Gomorrah and
for a
Sodom.
number of people, so I just want to make sure that he gets a chance to deal with it, because it's clearly a point that some of the commissioners want to take into account. DJP, you want to respond?
Yes, CJ.
And I think part of your response must make it clear what your views are, because I hear you have been saying you were interpreting the Bible. So maybe part of what you must make clear is what your views are.
Yes, thank you. In the first place, what Commissioner Baloyi says, the people here are not under my control. As reading what the Act says. And secondly, I have indicated that these are not my views. I'm not holding this throughout I go. That was just a debate, a religious debate, where it arose from the two areas of Corinthians and Sodom and Gomorrah. To say sodomite is not referring to homosexual, as I've said earlier on. So there's absolutely nothing I intended or I have to denigrate anybody. So if you interpret something, you may be wrong, but that does not mean that those are your personal views. I clearly stated from the beginning that these are not my personal views or personal beliefs. So there was no intention whatsoever to denigrate anybody or to jeopardize anybody or to look down upon. There are so many people who are committing things which, according to the Bible, are not acceptable. So you cannot just take these people out from those people and say, these are the wrong people. It's not true. There are so many people here, even they've got different beliefs. I have nothing against them, and I have not done anything to support the statement which is now made that I'm homophobic, which I regard as an attack on me as a person without any evidence or without any proof of that. So then to Baloyi, I understand what you say, though I have indicated a problem, because if I was in that sphere, as you put it, then I'll be on the wrong. But in the sphere in which this book is discussed, it's discussed in a different sphere. And you talk about the Constitution and the Bible. The Bible is interpreted and it operates in a different way from the Constitution. So to say something, that doesn't mean that is what I really believe. Or is that my view, as I've reiterated? Just an interpretation of the Bible. So it may not be palatable to other people, which I did not intend. But more so, there's some sort of distortion in this thing to suit what is being said, that I'm homophobic.
Yes, Commissioner or Justice Petzer.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Acting Judge President, I have in front of me Annexure A to your questionnaire, and I see that over and above the onerous demands of your judicial work, you wrote articles and 6 books, which to me is indicative of your energy, industry, and resourcefulness as a judge. Where do you get all this time to do the other extra work?
Commissioner Petzer, I have 24 hours in a day. If I can tell you that the time to sleep, not later than 1 a.m. and wake up at 6. During the weekends, I come home in the house on Friday and come out on Monday. So whatever time I have, I utilize to do some other things I feel there's a gap to attend as a person. Then to do these other things, as I've said, one may say, I neglect the duty. No, it's evident from the judgments I issued. And my judgment, I don't have any outstanding judgment. And I've never had. So that's an indication that what I'm doing, I sacrifice my time when the people are enjoying fun. I'm doing something.
Thank you, Acting Judge President. I'm satisfied. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Commissioner Totovu?
I'm covered in the interest of time.
You are covered, thank you.
I forgo my contribution.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Matolo Lepu?
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, DJP.
Good morning.
No, mine is just to try and find out how do we support you, especially when the chairperson of the Justice Portfolio Committee and the minister is here, because I know the real issues of Wi-Fi in the KZN. We cannot, as the profession, we are worried. At some stage, we wanted to meet with the DJP to assist and for you to access, this case, the Wi-Fi's, but unfortunately we can't. We wanted even to offer the services of our own library as the LPC, but unfortunately we don't have Wi-Fi. So I'm appealing to those in power, please assist. It's really frustrating our profession.
Thank you. Commissioner Klaba, you had, I know I'm giving you another chance.
Yes,
but yes.
CJ, I'm covered.
Yeah, you are covered.
In the interest
Okay.
of time, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Kane?
Thank you, CJ. Judge President, I just need to take up one answer with you that you gave earlier about your intended date of retirement. I raised the issue with you because my understanding of the law is that once you've had 15 years of service and you've turned 70, you have to retire. And my understanding, but correct me if I'm incorrect, is that you will turn 70 on the 25th of November this year, and that you would have had 15 years of service on 30 July this year. Am I incorrect, or am I correct that you perhaps would have 6 months of service as the new Judge President if you were to be appointed?
No, we are incorrect. We are incorrect. I'm 68 years.
Thank you. Your birthday, as I understand it, is 25 November 1953.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners attending virtually? Is there anyone who has a question?
No questions from me, Chief Justice.
Thank you.
I'm covered.
You're
Justice.
covered. Thank you.
Morning, CJ.
Morning. Thank you.
CJ, it seems as if you've forgotten me.
CJ.
Let me talk to the ones attending virtually, and then I'll look at the commissioners who are here. Yes, Commissioner Barnard doesn't have a question. Commissioner Breitenbach doesn't have a question. Commissioner Shabangu Mdawi, do you have a question?
Yes, CJ, only one clarity
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
In the question, morning, DJP.
Good morning.
Yeah, in the questionnaire, you indicated that you undergone abdominal surgery last year in 2021, and you are applying to be a judge president, which is a demanding position. How is this thing going to affect your performance, if any?
Well, it's not going to affect my performance from the reason that since I was discharged from hospital, I've been very busy completing my judgment, Concord judgment, and at the same time writing high court judgments, and I haven't had any problems since I started indicating that I'll have a problem. And that was not that serious that I became disabled or it's just a recurring thing?
Okay, thank you, DJP. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you. Now, there was a voice here of somebody who thought I had forgotten.
It's me.
Oh, Minister.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, thank you. DJP, mine relates to the fact that the JP is retired. You are now acting, and as you said, you have got about 2 years. What succession plan do you have in the division? And is there anything that you have already discussed with the outgone JP in terms of planning for a pool of succession for the leadership of the division, and what factors are you going to consider in going about this task?
Yes. May I answer? Well, we had some kind of discussion that we should have people who are being prepared to take up the leadership. And those people must have a vision which will take the division forward. So, as it has been indicated that some say 6 months or so, which is not true. The successful change of the effectiveness and efficiency of the legal system and the achievement of the transformative goals do not depend on just leadership, but on continuity of leadership. So as I'm now, I'm preparing a ground for the next crop of judicial leadership, where we'll see people younger or people with different, a different gender, as it has used to be, getting an opportunity if they are successful and lead the division towards the right direction. As we know, we are at the stage where people should be versed with what is really happening and also meet the demands of the society. So if I'm appointed, my appointment will help to ensure stability and continuity of leadership in the direction I've already started.
Okay. My second one relates to what Commissioner Lepu raised about the Wi-Fi. What will be your role in terms of helping that division to have access to connectivity and any form of modernization of the infrastructure that relates to connectivity? And have you played any role in that regard in the past, and what will be your role going into the future?
Well, since that I've shortly taken over as an acting JP, in Durban, we don't have it at all. In Pietermaritzburg, we have it, but no reception. I've raised this with the COJ office and also with the Public Works. And that I haven't received a positive answer as to what and when, because we have to get it. So from now onwards, I have to isolate that that problem and deal with it until this problem is resolved. As we see that we are in a modern time, technology is one of the things that should be utilized. So if you are just behind and you remain behind forever, is that also a problem? So it should be attended to. But in the meantime, while that has not been sorted out, we are favored with what we can utilize to give quality justice to the people.
Thank you. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. I think we have come. Okay, I think we have come to Commissioner Makonish. Have you got second thoughts?
I have been successfully suppressed.
Oh. We have come to the end of this interview. I want to thank you, Acting JP, for availing yourself for consideration for appointment as Judge President of the Division. I will give you 3 minutes, if you would like to use it, to emphasize 2 or 3 points that you might wish to the commissioners to specially take into account as they consider your candidature. But if you believe that you have said all you needed to say, that's fine.
Thank you, CJ. I think I have to utilize the opportunity I'm afforded.
Yes.
As I've indicated throughout this interview, what I intended to do, and some of the things have been done, and some should be done, and some have been raised here, which one I have to attend. Then the commission should look at what I've done since I was appointed as a DJP. That is quite evident, even my question and so on, what I've done. And what I will do in what I've set out, taking what I've set out, that in their view, they see that I will bring about the change, and that what has been said about the book is just a sad thing in the way it has been handled, and that emphasize these are not my personal view or belief. And I've shown that throughout the years I have been performing adjudicative functions, and there's nobody who says I have done something wrong or I have shown any tendencies of the nature that has been indicated. It's just an unfortunate situation which one found it appropriate to pick up. And there's no other thing to refer to say, to indicate that, in fact, indeed, we are. Look at what we have done. There's nothing. It's just a distortion of somebody against what I'm saying.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Acting JP. You are now excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are at 4 minutes to 12. I think we must take a break and then come back and deliberate. Let's make it 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 10 past. Oh, no. Let's just come back at 15:15. Okay. All right. Can call the candidate. Thank you. I take this opportunity to welcome the Acting Judge President of the KwaZulu-Natal Division. He has joined us for the next set of interviews. Welcome, AJP. Good afternoon, Advocate Bezaidenote.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm well under the circumstances, but yes, I'm very happy to be here.
Have you been waiting for this moment for quite some time today?
Well, I've been sitting across the passage from about, I think, 10:15 this morning, but yes, it's always worth the wait. I don't mind waiting.
No, I wish to apologize to you on behalf of all of us because we took much longer with the previous candidate. So the time when you expected to be interviewed came while we were busy. And other candidates are also going to end up coming in later than they had planned. But we apologize.
It's not a problem, Chief Justice.
Yes. I also thank you for availing yourself for consideration for appointment as a judge of the KZN Division of the High Court. We appreciate the fact that you have made yourself available. I'm going to ask you certain questions, and when I'm done, I'll ask the AJP to ask you such questions as he might wish to ask you, and thereafter I will give the opportunity to the MEC who is here representing the Premier, MEC Mshengu, and thereafter other commissioners might have questions. But I do want to say that you will get very crisp questions from the commissioners. There will be no preambles. You'll just get crisp questions. So I would urge you to also give crisp answers.
Chief Justice, I think that time of the day and the week might maybe encourage everyone to be crisp.
Also, don't expect any other commissioner to greet you now, even if they know you have greeted. I've greeted you on behalf of all of them. Okay.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
All right. I see that in terms of academic qualifications, you hold a B.Juris degree and an LLB degree. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you got these qualifications from University of Pretoria and University of South Africa.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. The B.Juris was in 1991 and the LLB was in 1999.
That's correct, Chief Justice.
And you started your working life in the early 90s as an admin officer in the Department of Trade and Industry. Is that right?
That's correct.
And later on, you were appointed as a public prosecutor, and you worked as a public prosecutor from 1993 September to January 1999.
That's correct.
And in July 1999, you were admitted as an advocate and you joined the Society of Advocates of KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, I think I was admitted in either April or May of 99, but I started practice on the 1st of July at the Pietermaritzburg Bar.
Okay. And have you been practicing as an advocate since then up to now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, and that gives you how many years of practice?
Chief
About
Justice,
21?
It will be the 1st of July, coming 1st of July, it will be, I think, 23 years.
23 years.
Yeah, if my maths are correct.
Yes.
It's late in the day.
Yes. And when did you take silk?
I applied in April 2020, and my latest patent was signed on the 5th of May last year, 2021.
Oh, you only applied after you had done more than 20 years in practice, huh?
Yes, I applied for the first time in 2018. There were quite a few people at our bar that applied at the same time, a few of my contemporaries that started practice together with me. And because of it's quite a small bar, and at the end they decided to only award silk to 4 of the 8 or 9 applicants, and I wasn't one of those 4. And then I applied for the second time in 2020, and then I was awarded silk after that.
Yes. And tell me, your practice, the cases that you have been doing over the years, to what branches of law do they relate?
Chief Justice, I've heard people describe it as a generalist practice. I've done a lot of family law. Obviously, when I started practicing, being a woman, you get briefed to do divorces and custody and those types of disputes, delictual matters, motor vehicle collisions. I've done a few fire cases. I enjoy doing fire cases. I've done commercial work. I've done work for banks. Basically everything that comes across my table that I get briefed to do. So I haven't specialized in anything specific, but I've done a wide variety of matters.
Have you done, have you had a lot of commercial law cases, commercial work?
Chief Justice, I wouldn't say it's a lot. I would probably estimate it's maybe 20 to 30% of my practice.
Yes.
It's difficult to put a figure. If you try and think back over the years what's been done, it's difficult to put a figure to it, but I've done, yes.
Yes, labor law work?
Labor law, not so much. In the beginning of my practice, I appeared in the CCMA and the Labor Court a few times, but that's not something that I pursued.
Yes.
I didn't enjoy it that much. I just
administrative
got briefed in other matters.
Administrative law?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Constitutional law?
I've not appeared in the Constitutional Court. Constitutional law matters, obviously in a lot of the cases I deal with constitutional issues, but it's nothing to do with having certain sections declared unconstitutional. That type of briefs didn't come across my desk. But if you appear for someone who's a parent who's maybe trying to take his child away from an abusive parent, the Constitution comes into play. So in that regard, it's not that the Constitution is unfamiliar with me or constitutional issues, but yes, I haven't appeared in the Constitutional Court.
And competition law?
Competition law, no. There's not much in Pietermaritzburg. It's a small bar, and I don't know if there's many practitioners, even in Pietermaritzburg or in Durban for that matter, that would have had much exposure to competition law. Seems to hang around the Gauteng area, Cape Town.
Or maybe there is no competition in KZN.
Maybe not. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
Okay.
We all get along well there. We don't compete too much with each other.
And have you done a lot of delictual matters?
Oh, yes. No, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
Now, how long have you acted in the High Court?
Chief Justice, if my calculations are correct,
Roughly, even if it's not accurate, precise, but roughly.
No, I've calculated it as 50 weeks. I think that's just under a year.
Yes.
I started, my first acting stint was November, December 2019, and then since then I've acted intermittently over the time. My last acting stint was now this last session before the recess.
Yes.
But I've done quite a few acting stints.
Yes. And during the time in practice, are there some cases that you have done that have ended up producing reported judgments?
Chief Justice,
where you appeared as counsel, not which you...
Yes, I understand that. Obviously, I don't have control over who reports the cases, but there's one matter that was reported, I mentioned it in my form. I think it's either the Sibia matter or the Nyoko matter, if I can just have a look.
So there would be one or two, you say?
I think there's in the SA law reports, there's one, and then there's one or two others just in judgment online.
Yeah. And in terms of judgments you have written as an acting judge, are there some judgments that have found their way into the law reports?
Only two at this stage, but
yes.
Hopefully more will come.
Yes. Okay. And how did you find acting when you started acting for the first time?
Chief Justice, I must say the first day I had to appear in motion court, or not appear, I had to go and sit in motion court, I was quite nervous because you walk in there and you suddenly look onto practitioners that just a week before you were sitting next to them down there in motion court, and you know you're going to be judged by them. But as soon as it started, I just felt absolutely at home, and I actually now enjoy motion court quite a bit because it's a bit of an adrenaline rush on the one side, but it's also a way of interacting with counsel, and I've enjoyed motion court and acting overall. The first time I had to sit down and write the judgment, and I'd finished doing my research and knew I could now sit and start writing. It was an incredible feeling. That's where the magic happens. You start writing a judgment and everything comes into place, and you just know that this is what I want to do. And that for me was, the job satisfaction factor was sky high. That's why I'm here today, because I'm enjoying doing that.
Yes. In terms of your practice, do you still do civil trials and criminal trials?
Chief Justice, because I've been acting intermittently over the last 2-3 years, I must say my practice has taken a little bit of a backseat because I've decided to focus my energies on acting and getting experience as an acting judge. I finished last year, I had a part heard as counsel that I finished during the recess periods and in the periods when I was not acting. That was my last trial that I did. It was a divorce matter that ran over about 2 or 3 sessions because it was quite a long, drawn-out matter. But I basically, at this stage, when I go back to chambers, I get briefed to do a few things here and there, but a lot of the attorneys know that I'm not available for long-term projects. So if there's something like a quick urgent application or going to court to oppose an urgent application, something to that, that's what I do at the moment. The long-term things like getting briefed for trials that's coming up is just taking a bit of a backseat at the moment.
But previously you did civil trials and criminal trials.
Oh yes, no, I was in civil trial court continuously. I did a lot of civil trials. That was fighting in the trenches. That was my practice, it was about. I was in trial court very often.
Yeah. And you have sat in full bench appeals as an acting judge?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yes. And done criminal trials as an acting judge as well?
I've spent about, I think, 13 weeks in criminal trials. I've completed 2 long criminal trials, and at the moment, well, we sat last week in the last the one I'm currently busy with. We finished all the evidence last week. It's been adjourned now for argument and for sentence. But I was 13 weeks in criminal trials. I've done a civil trial. I've been allocated from my notes 13 civil trials. Obviously, a lot of them got settled along the way and we didn't end up in court, but one of them was a fire case that ran for a week. We were supposed to carry on with that case during the recess last week, but the parties settled, so we didn't carry on with that. But yes, I've been in full bench special opposed motions, full bench criminal appeals and civil appeals.
Yes. And what is your understanding of the rule of law?
Well, Chief Justice, it's such a general term and it's in the news so often, but it's basically everyone is subjected to the laws of the country, whether you're a state organ or an ordinary man on the street or a government official, we're all subject to the same laws of the country. And that underpins our democracy.
Mm-hmm. What is your understanding of the doctrine of separation of powers?
Well, we as judges try to not interfere in other spheres of spheres of government, either the legislature or the executive. But sometimes we don't have a choice. But yes, those powers are all. Everyone is supposed to stay in their lanes: the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature.
Mm-hmm. Do you know whether the model of the separation of powers that we have in South Africa is the same as in other countries, or it's got its own features in South Africa? Is that something you'd know or not?
Chief Justice, I have to think back very, very far to my university days to try and compare the situations in other countries. Mm. I would think ours is probably based on other countries as well, but we might be unique. I mean, there's a lot of things in South Africa that's unique. Our constitution is unique, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is also unique. But
And what can you tell us about the independence of the judiciary?
That is the most important thing of what we do. We have to be independent. We cannot pay attention to all the noise out there. We cannot let ourselves be intimidated by what people say in the press and newspapers. We cannot be swayed by or influenced by criticism out there. We've absolutely got to just put the blinkers on and focus on doing what we have to do and be independent in doing so. It's probably the most important thing of being a judge.
What can you tell the commissioners to show that you are somebody who embraces the values of the Constitution?
Chief Justice, I feel very strongly about the Constitution and about the rights of people. That's partly why I want to do this job, because someone in our position can make a difference every single day. Someone can come into court, maybe an unrepresented litigant can come into court who absolutely begs for an opportunity to make arrangements to not lose his house. There we can make a difference as a judge. A litigant can come into court, a woman whose husband is divorcing her and she lost her job, she cannot afford legal representation, and she just begs for an opportunity to approach a legal aid office. There we can make a contribution. But it's difficult to put it into words. It's just something I feel passionate about, and it's what judges have to do, is to pay attention and do their jobs with the Constitution in the back of their mind every single day they walk into court.
Yes. I'm now going to give the opportunity to the acting judge president to put questions to you. He and the MEC and the commissioners will put questions to you aimed at satisfying themselves how your appointment, if you were to be appointed, would meet the selection criteria that this commission has approved as the criteria that it uses in interviews. And those criteria include establishing whether you are duly qualified, whether you are competent technically, and whether you have capacity to show energy and motivation, and to show whether you would promote the values of the Constitution, and also to show, to ask the question whether what message your appointment would send out to the community at large if you were to be appointed. And the Constitution does require that when this body considers the filling of judicial positions, it should consider the demographics. So they will ask you questions that are aimed at satisfying themselves about that. So I will now give the opportunity to the acting judge president. I just point out AJP because you were not here when I pointed this out in the morning, that due to time constraints, the commissioners have restricted themselves to 2 questions, and I'm probably going to restrict them to even 1 this afternoon. And but I do give the head of court more leeway to ask more questions, because the head of court knows the needs of the division. So I'll give you a little bit more leeway. You may start.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Ms. President Wood.
Good afternoon, Acting Judge President.
How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, as can expect it. It's long in the day, late in the day.
Okay. During your acting stints, did you encounter any problem? If the answer yes, what problem it was, and how did you resolve it?
Acting Judge President, I didn't really encounter any problems in doing the work. The only problems I encountered were technical problems, such as maybe recording machines in court not working and having to reconstruct proceedings. But other than that, I haven't encountered any problems.
Okay. So is there any area of law where you feel that you still need an exposure?
Acting Judge President, it's difficult to answer that, because over the last 3, almost 4 years, I've been given a wide variety of cases, and some of them were completely out of my wheelhouse, but I went and read the cases and looked at the statutes and managed to deal with those matters. And I feel confident that anything that gets placed before me that is maybe something that I haven't previously dealt with, I can deal with it. I wrote a judgment that dealt with business rescue proceedings in terms of the Companies Act, and I, in my practice, never been involved in a business rescue matter. But I read the case law and I did the research and I was able to deal with it. So I'm confident that I can handle anything that comes my way. And if I myself can't handle it, then there's lots of other judges that I can discuss the problem with and get advice, because I do that quite often. You've got lots of legal minds there that needs to be tapped when you need someone to bounce ideas off and get some advice from.
Okay. Did you receive any?
May I ask you, AJP, to raise your voice to speak up?
Sorry. Did you receive any aspirant judges training?
Yes, I attended, unfortunately it was an online course in January because of the whole COVID situation, but I attended the aspirant judges course in January this year. It was pretty amazing. I'm just regretting that I couldn't attend the full course and attend in person so one could meet everyone and exchange ideas, but it was very, very educational. And the part that I enjoyed most was there was a lecture about judgments, because I thought, although I enjoy writing judgments, sometimes you have that writer's block where you just can't get that first paragraph down. And when I heard some of the judges, like I think it was Justice Matopo, explaining how he sometimes battled to start, I felt immediately at peace, because I then realized I'm not the only one and that it's a common problem, and that was quite enlightening, but it was very helpful.
So are you now satisfied that we are ready for permanent appointment?
Well, that's why I'm here. I feel that I'm ready, but I might be the only one.
Is there any specific skill that you'll bring with you to the bench?
Acting Judge President, I wouldn't say there's a specific skill. I think I've got a combination of skills that taken together would make me a good judge. I've got a lot of experience in litigation. I was a prosecutor for almost 5.5, 6 years. I've been in practice for almost 23 years. I've got the courage to go into court, and I've got the courage to tackle matters, and yes, I'm a hard worker. I've been phoned at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon and asked whether I could do an urgent application, hear it on Tuesday. They brought the papers to me on the Saturday morning, almost 1,000 pages, and I dealt with the matter. Those are the skills that I bring to the table. I've got the experience and I can work hard, and I've shown that I can produce what needs to be produced as a judge.
Okay. Lastly, if you are appointed, is it correct that you will be the first white female judge to be appointed in the Pietermaritzburg High Court?
Yes, as incredible as that sounds, because at the moment of the 13 judges in Pietermaritzburg, there is only 2 females, 2 black females. I'll be the first white female judge, and from our bar, the Pietermaritzburg bar, I'll be the first woman that's appointed to act in the High Court in Pietermaritzburg, so it will be historic, and it will be incredible, and the other ladies at the Pietermaritzburg bar is just 100% behind me and support me, and all wish to see this moment where someone from there, one of their own, can actually be a judge in Pietermaritzburg.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, AJP. MEC?
Thank you so much, CJ. The first question, what is your understanding of the notion of transformation of the judiciary? And in the context of KwaZulu-Natal, what is it that people of KwaZulu-Natal should see such that they can conclude that indeed transformation of judiciary is happening to their benefit?
Thank you, MEC. I think if the ordinary man in the street looks at the bench in KwaZulu-Natal, if I look at the figures, there's 5 black men, 5 black females. I think there's 3 Indian males, there's 4 Indian females, 2 colored males, 1 colored female, 5 white men, 1 white female. It depends on obviously which member of the population, but it's got the appearance of quite a already transformed bench.
Am I correct to then say your understanding is confined to the changes in the demographics of the bench?
Well, the demographics, I think, are sorted out. If you want to hear me on whether the attitude of the judges on the bench, whether they have transformed and whether they are transformative judges, then I can say unequivocally yes. I have not come across a single judge that doesn't strive for transformation and doesn't hold those values dear to their hearts. That is the truth for every single judge that I've worked with, and I've worked with most of them.
What about access to justice?
That is always tricky because we all know it's a problem, because the ordinary man in the street cannot afford high court litigation. The ordinary man in the street, to get themselves to be represented in the High Court, would either have a very deep pocket or they would have to qualify for legal aid. And there's quite a gap, because you've got, if you want to apply for legal aid, there's like a ceiling. So, for instance, I'm not sure what it is. I'm a bit out of touch with that. But say, for instance, the ceiling is earnings of 5,000 Rand a month. So someone who earns 5,000 Rand or less would qualify for legal aid. But the person who earns, say, 15,000 Rand a month would not qualify for legal aid, but that person would still not be able to afford to pay for counsel to represent them in the High Court. And it's that middle group of people who do not have access to that type of justice. And I'm not even beginning to talk about the people in rural areas. I know our own acting judge president has written books about the systems out in the rural areas, the tribal courts and the tribal councils. There's lots of work still to be done to ensure that people out in the rural communities get access to justice. And it's a problem because it's a money issue, because there must be money available to ensure those people get access to justice.
Well, I see that we have not really featured or contributed in publications.
I assume that will be your last question,
yes,
MEC?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, all right.
CJ. Why is it so? Is it because of time, or you have found no value in making contributions to publications?
It's a time, and I've never thought that I've got the talent really to write things. I would concentrate my efforts on the people that I work with, people at the bar, and yes, that's where my contributions are, not in putting pen on paper, unless it's in a judgment.
Thank you, MEC. Commissioners, Commissioner Moimang.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Advocate Beserenhout, just make me understand how did you get around the argument raised around the legality principle and the rationality as components of the rule of law as it was raised in the TAIL South Africa against the National Director of Prosecution.
Yeah, Commissioner, in that matter, it was actually a very simple question that had to be decided, and that was simply whether there was reasonable and probable cause for the NDPP to sign that certificate. We obviously had to investigate and look from the papers whether they contravened the principles of legality, but bearing in mind the amount of information that was placed before the NDPPs, well, the first one and the second one, it was actually quite, I don't want to say easy, but it was, it was easy to determine that they had sufficient information before them to make that decision. It was not our job to decide whether there was a prima facie case or whether someone was guilty or not guilty. We simply had to look at what was the information that was before that person before he made the decision to sign that certificate. And we concluded that there was sufficient information, and that's on the basis that I made the finding that I did, that was supported by the other two judges.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Chief Justice. Very crisp.
Thank you, Commissioner Mwimang. I commend you for one question. Commissioner Singh.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I'm going to follow Commissioner Mwimang. Good afternoon,
Excellent.
Advocate Bezuidenhout.
Good afternoon,
Just
Commissioner.
one question. How familiar are you with the existence of traditional courts in KwaZulu-Natal, and what do you think about their role and efficacy?
Commissioner Singh, I haven't been to one. I know there's lots of traditional councils. Traditional courts have got their role to play because they can hear certain criminal and civil matters. The problem there, and maybe it's just for me a problem, is that obviously to keep the process simple and uncomplicated, they don't allow legal representation. I think someone who go and appear in front of a traditional court can maybe take a family member or someone else to represent them, but they're not allowed legal representation, which sort of offends against my feeling of everyone is entitled to have some type of representation when they appear in a court situation. But like I say, if they're there to deal with very simple and straightforward disputes, and they could play a role, because that could relieve some of the burdens that's on the district courts and the regional courts in our areas. But yes, I haven't been there, but it's certainly something that needs to be looked at, and maybe more resources put in to make those traditional courts function in a better way, to relieve some of the burden on the magistrates' court.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Thank you, Advocate.
I commend you, Commissioner. Let me go to the commissioners who are attending virtually. Commissioners attending virtually, is there anyone who has a question that they feel is important and they want to put to the candidate?
I have no questions. Thank you, Chief Justice.
CJ.
Thank you,
CJ.
Commissioner Breitenbach. Yes, Commissioner
CJ.
Shabangu Mdawe.
Thanks, CJ. CJ, I want to follow up in the question that was asked by the MEC with regard to a transformation, and which issue was also raised by the advocate for transformation, where they indicated that they don't know any involvement of advocate in any transformation.
You may follow up, but that will count as your question, okay?
Yes,
Follow up.
it's my question. Yes. So
All
I want to know, advocate, how many young Black advocates have you empowered when you were still practicing, and you are still practicing?
Thank you, Commissioner. I must confess, when I read that comment in the OFT report, I felt almost saddened, because I've been involved in the lecturing and mentoring of pupils for the last few years. I've been on the pupillage committee since 2016, and I've played a very active role in the bar over many years, and it's a passion of mine to lecture pupils, to teach them, to keep on mentoring them after they've gone through pupillage and they started practice. One of the young Black advocates last year, when he had to start commencing his practice in, I think, January or February of the year, he didn't have chambers, because not in our building or in one of the other buildings was there any office space available for him. And I made my office available. He practiced in my chambers for almost 2 months while I was acting on the bench. I've had young advocates, they become almost my children. I've lectured them in civil trials for the last 3-4 years. Once I finished lecturing them, because we spend quite a bit of time together, I normally would lecture them on a Monday. I would see them through the week. We would have some time together, 3-4 hours before the exams, before the mock exams, the real trial exams. And they become very close to me. And they phone me at odd hours of the day or night asking for advice. People that I lectured 2-3 years ago still phone me for advice. even now that I've been acting, if they come to see another judge and they see I'm there, they quickly come and they sit and they come and greet me and ask me how things are going, and quickly while they're there work in some quick advice to try and get a tip for a brief they're struggling with. So it's to me, yeah, I'm saddened by that remark that they were not sure what I've done for transformation, because I've been actively involved in the bar with the young generation of people that come into the bar, black advocates, males, females, yeah, all the junior members of the bar. I'm passionate about advocacy training, and I'm constantly busy trying to teach people. Even in one of my first or second criminal trials, there were a lot of young practitioners who were appearing on legal aid, and I assisted them when they were cross-examining the witnesses. I cannot pass up a teachable moment, and I'm constantly involved with the junior bar and the junior members. So yes, that's.
Okay.
I've been very involved in transformation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you.
CJ.
Thank you, Commissioner. Try for crisp answers, Advocate Bezetinovic.
Sorry, Chief Justice, I'm going to try my best.
There is nobody among the commissioners, there's nobody else among the commissioners attending virtually who wishes to say something.
I would like to pose a short question, Chief Justice.
You have a short question?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Advocate Bezuidenhout. You don't have to refer to it, but in the bundle, there's the Lesier versus Sandton case, and in paragraph 141, you may just make the point that caveat subscriptor, beware he who signs, or let the signer beware, is still part of our law. And then you refer to, in a footnote, to the very old authority, and it is a classical authority, George versus Fairmead, which approves of a 1903 case. Did it not occur to you in doing the judgment perhaps to refer, there's been such a lot of development around caveat subscriptor and discussion of it in more recent case law, etc. So did you consider that, and did you consider the constitutional impact or the constitutional effect on the beware he who signs rule?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I must say that was not even remotely the main focus of the judgment and the issues I had to deal with. That was just a very small thing that I added in, and yeah, I could have expanded on that, but I didn't think it was necessary, and I just quoted the most classic case, and yes, you're right, I could have expanded on that, but I didn't. But that case, I might just mention, after completing my form and submitting my application, a few days later, it came to my knowledge that the defendant in that matter, although I refused leave to appeal, he then applied for special leave to the Supreme Court of Appeal, and that was refused, and the defendant again asked for a reconsideration, and that, I heard last week, was also refused by the SCA.
Thank you. And I don't have a problem with the finding of the judgment, but my question really relates to the fact that when one quotes authority and so on, that one also has regard to a bit more updated authority.
Understand that. I'll take your point.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnard. Commissioner Pillay. As things stand, it looks like she will be the last one. Oh, there will be Commissioner Schlemmer. Okay. Commissioner Pillay for now.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Ms. Bezuidenhout.
Good afternoon.
May I refer you to your judgment of State versus Como? It's at paginated page 92 of the bundle. Now, this was a case, it was a criminal matter involving an accused who, on multiple occasions, stabbed a woman multiple
Yes.
times until she died. You recall the case?
Yes, he pleaded guilty in front of me.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, sorry, I don't think I've got the right, sorry, page.
it's paginated page 90. If you can go to 96 for now, just to shorten the question.
Yeah, my numbers are a bit different, but
That's
I'll
fine.
find the
If you
decision.
can go to paragraph 39.
Okay, that's going to help me. I'm with you.
All right, so in paragraph 39, you recognize that violence against women is being perpetrated on a daily basis, etc., and that it's a cause for concern. But then you do two things which I really want to question you about. The first is in paragraph 40, you say it is unclear if the accused attacked and murdered the deceased purely because she is a woman. And that's the first thing I find of concern. I'm not sure what kind of evidence you were looking for to suggest that he attacked her because she was a woman. And secondly, on the next page, at paragraph 50, sub C, when you're considering additional factors, you say, I've also taken into account the following additional factors. The fact that the accused and the deceased were not involved in a relationship, and there was accordingly no emotional bond between them that could possibly explain the accused's violent reactions towards the deceased. So you seem to imply that if there was an emotional bond between them through a relationship, etc., that would account for and explain the violence against her.
Well, thank you. That is more to look at because he wasn't forthcoming to explain what it is that set him off to be so incredibly violent towards this woman. If he had come and said she was his girlfriend, for instance, and he found out that she had been unfaithful, then that strong reaction would maybe go to explain why there would be such a vicious reaction from him. It's in no way meant to suggest that I would have accepted that as some type of excuse. I'm trying to find a reason for why it was a vicious attack. If you look at the medical records, it was just incredible. And I was trying to find some reason as to why he responded in that way, especially in light of the fact that nothing was forthcoming from the accused himself. If you understand what I'm trying to say. If it's a jealous rage because there was a relationship between them, there would maybe be some understanding, not an excuse, some understanding.
I'm sorry to say I don't understand, but I'll stick to the one question rule. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Sorry, I couldn't answer your question. Sorry.
Well, I can assure you, Commissioner Pillay, that I do appreciate that when you put questions or anybody puts questions in relation to a judgment, one question might make it difficult. So I'm alive to it. But so I think in the past I would allow a little bit because sometimes it's difficult to just put one question in relation to a judgment. But I encourage you and everybody to do the best you can. Okay,
I'm
thank
nothing
you.
if not compliant, Chief Justice, so I will comply. Thanks.
Commissioner Schlemmer.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, ma'am. I would just like to know, you said in response to a question by one of the commissioners that you don't let any opportunity to teach pass, and that is why when some of the junior counsel in court cross-examines, then you assist them. Now, my question is, do you assist them whilst you are on the bench, or do you assist them while you are just generally also counsel in court? Because I just want to be certain to what extent do you teach whilst you are on the bench, or am I misunderstanding?
I certainly do not teach while I'm on the bench. After the completion of the case and when the matter was finished, they all came to greet me in chambers. And I couldn't resist the opportunity to hand to them a very good article written in, I think it's our Advocate magazine, that was written by one of the judges in our division on cross-examination. So I handed it to them because there were 2 or 3 of them that were very young, but I could see had quite a lot of potential, and they just needed the right article to read to push them in the right direction and help them for future. But I certainly would not interfere in court unless one of them would perhaps be on the verge of opening a can of worms when they were putting something to a witness that would be to the detriment of their client. But yes, I'm definitely not teaching when I'm on the bench.
Thank you. That
Definitely
allays my
not.
fear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schlemmer. I think we have come to the end of this interview. Thank you very much, Advocate Bezuidenhout, for making yourself available. In case there are 2 or 3 points that you would like to emphasize to the commissioners as points that you would like them to specially bear in mind as they consider your candidature, I give you 3 minutes to address those points, but if you feel that no, all issues have been adequately addressed, that will be fine as well.
Chief Justice, I'm going to not make use of that time because I know I've got quite a few colleagues waiting in the wings that's anxious to get their interviews on the go, so I'm not going to take that time. I'm simply going to say that my belief is that I'm ready and that I've got enough experience and that I will be able to do this job, and that's all I'm going to say because I know there's still lots to come after me. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and you are now excused.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. The next candidate can be brought in. Good afternoon, Mr. Goni.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm well, thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, thank you. We are all fine. We apologize that you have had to wait quite a bit for your time to come in. But if we could have done quicker what we were busy with, we would have, but we couldn't. I'm going to put certain questions to you, and when I'm done, I'll ask the acting judge president to do the same, and then I will allow, after that, the MEC who represents the Premier, and thereafter it will be the commissioners who will get a chance to put questions to you if they have some questions.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I understand.
Yes, everybody will put questions to you with a view to seeing how your appointment would meet the selection criteria that this commission has approved if you were appointed. So I will start by looking at your academic qualifications. I see that you hold 3 degrees. It's a BCom degree and a LLB and a master's in law, which you obtained cum laude, is that right?
That's correct, Chief Justice.
And you obtained all these 3 degrees from the University of KwaZulu-Natal.
That's correct, Chief Justice.
Your BCom you got in 1996, LLB in 1998, and then LLM you completed it in 2003.
That's right, Chief Justice.
Is that all right?
That's correct.
And you were admitted as an advocate in 1999?
In July 1999, that's right, Chief Justice. Oh,
Yes.
sorry, April of 1999.
Yes, and then you started practicing as an advocate then, and you continue to practice as such.
That's right.
Okay, and you took silk in August of 2019?
That's correct, Chief Justice.
Yes, but I see that you also lectured part-time at the University of KwaZulu-Natal between 2003 and 2008.
That's right, I was a part-time lecturer in corporate law.
Yes. Okay. So that's the fact that you admitted in 1999, July, would mean that you have been in practice for about, what, 21, 22 years?
It's 22 years, almost 23.
Almost 23. Okay. Tell us about your practice over the years.
Yes.
What types of cases have you been doing, and what branches of law would the cases you have been doing in your practice fall under?
Yes, Chief Justice. As I tried to explain in the questionnaire, my practice fell into what I could call a few phases. I came straight from university. So over the first 2 to 3 years, it was a case of taking whatever work one could get. And over those years, I did criminal law for the Legal Aid Board, matrimonial work, motion court work, and so forth. Around about 2003 or so, my practice changed slightly, and that was for 2 reasons. One was I began lecturing, and the other was I was invited to join a group in Durban. The suggestion was that there was a need for young juniors in Durban. I took up both those opportunities, and from thenceforth, my practice began to change. Because I was lecturing, I began to receive more corporate law work, tax work, commercial work, and from Durban, I received quite a few junior briefs. That went on till about 2010 or so. And by that stage, my practice had reached the stage of what I could call senior junior. And principally, my principal areas of practice now, as they were from 2010 to 2012 or so, are constitutional and administrative, pension law, and corporate law. That's where it was when I applied for silk, and that's where it is now, Chief Justice.
So it's a variety of branches of law.
Yes, there's certain branches of law I don't get briefed in.
Yeah.
For instance, matrimonial law or criminal law.
Yeah.
But for the rest of it, it's civil, focused on those 4 or 5 areas that I've described.
Yes. And you have, are there cases in which you have appeared as counsel which have resulted in reported case judgments?
That's correct, Chief Justice. I've put a few of them in the application, and there's certain of them in my CV as well.
Yes. And how long have you acted as a judge in the High Court in KZN? If you put together all the acting stints, to what period would they more or less come?
They come to 7 sessions. The sessions vary between 4 to 6 weeks. So that would be 7 sessions would roughly be about 35 weeks or so, somewhere there.
Yeah, about 35 weeks or so. Okay, and when you have been acting, what kind of branches of law have you dealt with in the cases that have come before you?
Yes. Chief Justice, in the civil sessions, one would do opposed motions, the motion court, civil trials, criminal appeals. There were lots of criminal appeals, urgent matters. And then I did one full criminal session, which involved a criminal trial from the start. That's the entire trial, conviction, sentencing, and in that session, criminal appeals and bail appeals. So it was probably the full range of what would be expected from a judge that would be a permanent judge over those 7 sessions.
Have you sat in full bench appeals as an acting judge?
I did. In fact, I sat in one last month as a civil full bench appeal, full court appeal, in which I wrote the judgment.
And how much motion court have you done, both opposed and unopposed, in terms of weeks?
A lot, Chief Justice.
Yeah.
In a session of, say, 4 to 5 weeks, an acting judge would probably get roughly 4 motion court sessions. So for each civil session, I would say on the average 3 to 4 motion court sessions.
In terms of your judgments as an acting judge, are there judgments you have written that have been reported?
I have marked 2 judgments as reported. Chief Justice, those are the 2 that I've attached to the questionnaire. For the rest of them, some may have featured on SAFLI, but I haven't marked any others as reportable.
Yeah. About how many written judgments have you produced as an acting judge up to now?
Chief Justice, I did a rough tally. If one had to include the extempore judgments, the written judgments, and reasons that were given after an order were given, they would be in the region of 40 judgments.
Yes. What do you understand by the rule of law?
The rule of law is the principle provided in Section 1C of the Constitution, which simply stated means everyone is subject to the law. The example that is given is that the president is, and as is the ordinary citizen.
And what is your understanding of the doctrine of separation of powers?
That is the principle that divides the arms of state, that is the executive, legislature, and the judiciary, into 3 categories, each of which has independence, and none of which can intrude upon the territory of the other. Simply put, from a judicial point of view, judges can't make law because that is the domain of the legislature, nor can judges get involved in matters of policy because that is the domain of the executive.
And what is your understanding of the independence of the judiciary?
Yes. Judges are subject to the Constitution. They take an allegiance or swear allegiance to the Constitution only, which means that they must decide cases according to the law, regardless of who appears before them, the fearless application of the law.
I will now give the acting judge president the opportunity to put questions. I must say, Mr. Goni, that I appreciate that you seem to be quite crisp in your answers. So, acting judge president, I give you the opportunity to put questions to the candidate.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Mr. Goni,
Judge President.
Do you regard education and training as an effective tool for a judge in the performance of his or her duties?
Judge President, I do participate in the judges training course as well. So judicial education is important.
So according to your view, what are the benefits of continuous training for a judge?
Yeah, a variety of things, Judge President. The law is constantly changing. There may be new practice directives which judges may not be exposed to because the matters one get depends on, it's uncertain. Matters are set down and judges don't know what matters they're going to get. So if there's continuous education, certainly judges that have not encountered a particular aspect or particular field can be educated about that, and that could assist when they do get matters in the future.
So we have acted for some time. Is that
I have,
correct?
Judge President.
So is there any area of law where you feel that you still need more exposure?
Judge President, on balance, my answer is that with my experience as a practitioner and with the experience that I've had over the 7 terms, respectfully, I think I would be able to handle any matter that may be allocated to me. From the sessions that I've done, I've only acted in 1 criminal session, and as you know from my application, I'm not briefed regularly in criminal matters. But even that said, for the 1 criminal session that I have, I've produced the judgments and I've attached it. And my view, respectfully, is that I will be able to conduct any matter that may be allocated to me as a judge.
Okay, thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, AJP. MEC?
Thanks, CJ. First question. In the context of the independence of the judiciary, do you think judges should accept invitations to address various platforms on topical issues in the public discourse, some of which may make a judge to express a particular opinion about a particular person or a particular policy position and still retain independence?
I think the first point would be that if a judge adopts or accepts that invitation, he or she should subscribe to what the Code of Conduct requires. I would be circumspect about what the judge should say. If a judge were delivering a lecture to a university, I would be inclined to say the judge should stick to matters of legal principle. Because even if the judge did not intend to intrude upon a policy aspect or an executive aspect, it can be perceived that he or she did so, and that can become controversial. So I have no difficulty with a judge addressing a particular audience, provided that there's compliance with the Code of Conduct, and the judge is circumspect about what is said.
Last one, SHA. Having lectured part-time, as you indicated, but we have not really written for certain publications.
Yes, I lectured to the part-time law students, which was the evening lectures. So it was not part of that part-time post to produce articles or anything of that effect. The mandate or the employment was restricted to lecturing, setting the exam, externally moderating it, unlike a full-time lecturer.
Thanks, CJ.
Thank you, MEC. Commissioner Dodovu.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon. I want to follow the question that CJ asked you around the separation of power between different arms of government. What is do you know what judicial capture is? And if you do you see some elements of judicial capture in South Africa?
To deal firstly with the separation of powers, it's a separation of the arms of state. Government, to my understanding, refers to the government of the day, which is the executive, so to speak. You raised the question of judicial capture, you say. That is a difficult question. We know we have a body that's dealing with the issue at present. Findings will be made. Insofar as judicial capture is concerned, that would be a very strong allegation to make in relation to a particular judge. I recollect the former CJ making the point that if there's any allegation of judicial capture or any misconduct on the part of a judge, it should be reported. To my knowledge, and given the allegations that are in the public domain with respect to state capture, as we've experienced it or read about it in the last few years, I have not come across any credible complaint about a judge being involved as part of that, if I've understood your question correctly.
No, thank you very much. Asking on behalf of Honorable Nyambi, what about judicial overreach?
He's overreaching himself right now.
But Chief Justice, I was hoping I wasn't asked about judicial activism because that might generate some controversy.
Yes, okay, thank you. Commissioner Singh, you had your hand up? Yeah.
Yes, very, very crisply, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Advocate Goni.
Good afternoon,
Just one, I see you've listed a number of referees in your CV. I take it all have been informed that their names are here on page 37.
Commissioner, the CV was updated over a period of time. For this particular round, for me being here, I must say I haven't called all of them. But previously, I have spoken to them about being a referee on my CV.
Okay, you've got 10 listed there. Some very influential people. My question will be, are you aware of the existence of traditional courts in KZN, and what do you think their particular role is, and how efficient do you think they are in performing those roles?
Commissioner, I must confess I'm not entirely familiar with the traditional courts. I haven't had any experience or exposure with relation to them in my practice or as a judge. But I understand their role. They have a vested role under the Constitution, as does customary law, common law, and religious practices, and so on. They're regulated by the Framework Act, which provides for kinship and the extent of it. And there's a section, I think, of the Black Administration Act, or two sections, which still apply. The nub of the matter is that there is a need for adjudication and for disputes revolving a traditional community to be dealt with by people from within that community. There are appeal rights, such as to the magistrates' court and so on. And ultimately, in a constitutional democracy such as ours, that can continue for as long as it does not clash with the provisions of the Constitution, including the Bill of Rights. That's as far as I can take the answer.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Thank you, advocates.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the commissioners. Commissioner Matolo Zlepu.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Now that you spoke about it, I'm going to ask you, what do you understand about judicial activism?
Well, I have trepidation about that because there is this trend about judicial activism, but my difficulty with it is that it suggests that judges can enter the terrain of their own views on public policy when deciding a case. And it goes back to separation of powers. If judges are to decide a case, they must do so subservient to the Constitution only. Where policy issues are introduced into a judge's decision, then in my view, it contravenes the separation of powers doctrine. That was my trepidation about judicial activism.
Okay, thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to the commissioners who are attending virtually. Is there anyone who has a question for the candidate?
No question from Ms. Jane.
Thank you, Commissioner Shabangu Mdawe.
No questions from me, CJ.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnard.
I have a question, please, Chief Justice.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Under what conditions do you consider apposite and appropriate to consider in a recusal application for a judge, and what would you consider as necessary for you to recuse yourself in a matter?
Sorry, Commissioner, could you please repeat that question?
What are the elements that you would consider necessary in order to recuse yourself in any particular matter, either on application or mere motu? Thank you.
You mean you said recuse yourself?
Yeah, recuse yourself.
Yes.
So the question is, what are the requirements for you to recuse yourself in a matter?
Yes, one would look at the Code of Conduct for Judges, which speaks about when judges could have an interest in the matter. So that would be the guiding principle. Constitutionally, judges are obliged to hear cases except where there's a valid reason to recuse himself or herself. I can give an example of how I've dealt with matters in which I perceive that there might be a conflict. In one particular case, I had acted for the respondent, and for the applicant, I had held a brief at that time that the matter came to me. I immediately sent off a directive to both sides, disclosing to them, making a full disclosure about the briefs that I held and the matter that I previously represented the respondent in, and invited them to advise as to whether they believed I was required to recuse myself. In that particular matter, both sides came back and says they raised no objection, they were aware of the previous representations and that I could continue. But that just illustrates that where there's a semblance of any party being unhappy or perceiving that you have an interest in the litigation, in the matter that you're hearing, a disclosure should be made. And that is how I see it, Chief Justice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I have no further commissioners attending virtually wishing to say something, and I think it looks like we've come to the end of this interview. Thank you very much, Mr. Goni. We appreciate your making yourself available for consideration. I'm going to give you 3 minutes in case there are points that you would like, 2 or 3 points that you would like the commissioners to particularly consider when they consider your candidature. But if you feel that all issues have been adequately addressed, that will be fine as well.
Chief Justice, permit me to take the 3 minutes, and I think I'll honor the 3 minutes.
Yes.
Just a few points I'd like to make so that my application is understood. Firstly, before I actually applied for the position, I conferred with the Judge President at the time and advised him of my intentions, and I received his blessing, so to speak. I also conferred with the Acting Judge President, and he was agreeable to that as well. All of the judges of the division with whom I have worked have lent their support to me. So I simply make the point that for those of the judges with whom I have engaged, they appear to support my appointment to the KZN bench. The second point, and this is just a matter for updating, as it were, one of the judgments that I have attached to the application, it's State versus Mtumbeni. It's the first judgment in the pack. That was a criminal appeal. I simply point out to the Commission that since then there has been an amendment to the schedule. That's part 1 of Schedule 2 of the minimum sentence legislation. And the amendment takes into account precisely or substantially the issues of concern that we had raised in this full court, such as the rights of the victim. That's the second thing I point out to the Commission. I'd like to think that the judgment contributed to some aspect of the legislature considering the problem. And then thirdly, and this is just a matter in case it does feature, I see from one of the reports, it's the GCB, that makes reference to the composition of the KZN bench with respect to race and gender and so forth. And I make the point simply that if one looks at the composition, it comprises 10 black men, 5 white men, 3 Indian, and so forth. Respectfully, an appointment or recommendation of someone like me, an Indian male, would, as some of the reports say, not be contrary to transformation of the judiciary, and also be consistent, I think, with Section 1742, which deals with diversity. Those are my points, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chief Justice. May I express my gratitude for the manner in which the interview was conducted.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, long live the October spirit. You can bring in the next candidate. Good afternoon, Ms. Hiralal.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice.
Did I pronounce your surname correctly?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. How are you this afternoon?
Quite nervous, Chief Justice, but I'm sure I'll settle down.
No, you will be fine. The commissioners would like you to be comfortable as they ask you questions. I'm going to ask you some questions, after which I will allow the acting judge president to put questions to you, and thereafter the MEC who represents the premier. And after that, I will allow commissioners who might have questions for you to put their questions to you. I see that you hold the degrees BA Law and LLB. Is that right?
Yes, Chief Justice.
Both of which you obtained from the University of Durban, Westville.
Yes, that's correct.
And you obtained your BA Law in 1982. Is that right?
That's correct, Chief Justice.
And your LLB in 1984.
That's correct.
And you thereafter served articles with IC Mia Mutala and Company initially from May 1985 to May 1986, and thereafter you must have ceded your articles to Halse Havemann and Partners. Is that right?
That's correct, Chief Justice.
That was June 1986 to October 1987.
Yes, that's correct.
And you got admitted in 1987 and worked as a professional assistant at Halse Havemann.
That's correct, Chief Justice.
And later, that was in 1988, you joined as a partner, you joined Priscilla Jana, Hiralal and Associates. So did you get into a partnership with Priscilla Jana?
Yes, that was very brief, Chief Justice.
Yes. And but why does it look like that partnership was short-lived? June 1988 to December 1988.
Yes, Chief Justice. Priscilla Jana was my paternal aunt, and we went into a partnership. Being my paternal aunt, well, actually, I didn't intend to start telling you about myself now, but I, in my life, have had 3 mothers.
Yeah.
And Priscilla Jana was one of them. And being in partnership with the two of us sometimes were at loggerheads although we loved each other dearly, and we
Yeah.
decided she as well agreed that I should go my own way.
Yeah.
Although I still did the same work.
And then you became a sole practitioner from January 1989 to 1996.
That's
Is that right?
That's correct, Chief Justice.
After that, did you then focus on CCMA work?
Yes, Chief
Or
Justice.
not really?
No, it was industrial court in the 80s and early 90s.
You continue to practice beyond 1996 as an attorney?
No. I joined the industrial court in September 1995 while I was still in private practice.
Yes.
And then sold my practice in 96 and continued to do industrial court work until 99, 2000, when the backlog was completed.
Yeah.
And then I joined the CCMA in 99, 2000.
Yes. And when you joined the CCMA, did you become full-time at the CCMA?
No, Chief Justice.
You were
I've always
part-time.
been a part-time commissioner. Initially, I was a level A commissioner. 2006, I became a senior commissioner.
Yes. And at the CCMA, did you do both mediations, stroke conciliations, and arbitrations?
Yes, of course, Chief Justice.
And do you continue to be a commissioner at the CCMA?
Very much so, Chief Justice. That's where I'm going back next week.
Yes. So in terms of stopping to have a practice as an attorney, when did you stop?
I last practiced as a lawyer, appearing in courts in 1996.
Yes.
And that's something that I need to address. I see advocates for transformation have commented on that.
But you emphasize that you last appeared in court in 1996, but did you continue to keep your practice even if you didn't appear in court, or did you stop your practice?
I sold my practice and I stopped practicing, but I remained with the Law Society, registered with the Law Society. And in 2015, when my children went into private practice, I joined them. That's when I joined them in the practice. But even then, I still don't do any court work. I don't do any appearances. I only deal with the arbitrations as part of the CCMA, my CCMA work, and my bargaining counsel and Tukiso work. So I deal with arbitrations other than my acting stints in the High Court and in the Labor Court.
Yes. Now, prior to 1996, or as at 1996, for how long had you practiced as an attorney? It's about 10 years?
Yes, Chief Justice. I opened my practice in June 1998 and then sold it in 1996. Prior to that, I did a little bit over 2 years of articles because I had registered it late. In that time, I did all the magistrates' court work that I had. I appeared in the magistrates' court, the industrial court, all of. I did some civil litigation, not a lot. Ordinary small things, motor collisions, interlocutory applications in the magistrates' court. When I served articles with Mr. Mear's office, we were an agency for the Durban offices, so we did a lot of their collection matters and their application court. When I came to work for Hals Hoffman and Partners, that's where I got the most experience in civil litigation because, as you'll see from my CV, that firm and the department that I worked in was the civil litigation department. And they did a whole lot of insurance litigation. And if you recall, that was a time that PATCO was the main service provider, and the insurance companies were National Employers General, Sandton, and South African Eagle, etc. So I did all of the preparation for trial at that time. Expert witness notices, consulting with counsel. All of the people that I consulted with are now some of them judges. So the preparation the experience that I got in the preparation there, Chief Justice, I believe holds me in good stead in my High Court work, because when the AFT says that I don't have sufficient civil litigation experience, it's not about appearing in court only, it's about knowing what goes into the case itself, all of the preparation beforehand, the discovery.
But are you saying that at that time, you didn't appear in court to conduct trials yourself, civil trials,
Oh, no.
and to argue applications, whether magistrates court or
I
high
did,
court?
Chief Justice.
Hmm?
I did, with House Huffman and Partners, with the magistrates court work. I did appear in court in the criminal and civil trials. When I was in private practice, I appeared in court all the time in civil trials, criminal trials, a lot of criminal litigation. I did a lot of legal aid work. And I appeared in the industrial court. So I have no shortage of court appearance experience. The shortage comes from 1996 until now.
Or prior to 1996 or up to 1996, you say you
everything.
did that.
Yes.
The time when you talk about being involved in preparation for trial but not going to court, is that after 1996?
No, sorry, Chief Justice. That was when I was serving articles with House
Oh,
Huffman
when you were
and
serving
Partners,
articles.
and when I joined them shortly after my admission as an attorney, I did all of the preparation for trial because those trials were in the High Court. If you recall, in those days, attorneys did not appear in the High Court, so I prepared all of those trials and appeared in court with counsel and with the other attorneys from our office. But it was not my domain. The domain in which I appeared in court was a magistrate's court, civil litigation, the ordinary, like I said, motor collision, etc., but more criminal work, because I got so much of legal aid work, and those days we called it fish and chips court. It was the interlocutory applications in the magistrate's court.
Yeah, okay. You said you also sat as a presiding officer in the old industrial court as well?
Yes, Chief Justice.
For how long did you do that?
For 5 years.
That's from what,
1996 until 2000.
Oh, okay.
By then, the Labor Relations Act was now defunct, but there was a backlog, and that's the work that I finished up and then moved on to the CCMA.
Yeah, okay, all right. And so in the CCMA, you have been a commissioner since around about when?
1999.
1999. So that's about 22 years?
Yes, Chief Justice.
Yes. And you have done arbitrations. You have done a lot of arbitrations.
Mediations, and conciliations.
Okay. Do you have an idea about how many written arbitration awards you have done, recent arbitration awards?
Chief Justice, they must run into hundreds, a few hundred at least.
Yeah.
Because as much as I'm a mediator, conciliator in the CCMA as well,
yes,
I'm often called on as a senior commissioner and with my experience to do the hard cases.
Yes.
And the long cases.
Yes. In the High Court, you have acted for how long, if you put all the periods together?
I added up the High Court and the Labor Court, and it comes to 60 weeks.
16?
60.
60?
Yeah, and yes,
okay,
Chief
let's
Justice.
talk about the High Court only for now. How many weeks have you acted in the High Court, if you are able to say?
So that would make it 50.
50?
Yeah, 49 or 50.
Or you've acted more in the High Court than in the Labor Court?
Yes, Chief Justice.
Oh, okay. But I would have thought that you would act more in the Labor Court because it looks like most of your time over the past 22 years or so has been devoted largely to labor work, because you said you have been a CCMA commissioner all these years.
That's correct, Chief Justice, but I'm an attorney and a lawyer at heart.
Yes.
And I've always wanted to do
Yeah.
the work that I'm doing at the moment. Civil
Yes.
litigation came to me very easily when I returned in 2017 to act in the High Court.
Yes. Are there any cases in which you were an instructing attorney up to 1996 which have been reported?
No, Chief Justice, I don't think there are. But the
Okay.
people that I briefed in those days were a former JP from KZN, Chiman Patel, Advocate Vas Soni, Sachi Kavanda, who's now emigrated. There was a
Yeah,
female advocate, Dharam Singh.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted the reported judgments. What is your understanding of the rule of law?
Chief Justice, I'm thinking how to formulate this crisply, as you would say. The Constitution, we have a constitutional supremacy. But for me, I think that if we don't have the rule of law, then the Constitution would really be relegated to a piece of document, to a document. It's the rule of law, the principle, the founding principle of the rule of law that keeps our Constitution alive. And it's the judiciary that is the vehicle by which we keep our Constitution and our rule of law alive. It's the principle by which everybody is equal in the eyes of the law, and it's the only way we keep a social order and there's no chaos in our society.
And what is your understanding of the doctrine of the separation of powers?
Well, that keeps the three arms separate. That's where they should be, because you couldn't very well have the executive or the legislature dispensing justice. The judiciary is the entity that dispenses justice, and each entity should be on its own. There might come a time where I suppose the judiciary would have to comment or make judgments on issues that relate to other arms, but that would be where, I suppose, where you have disputes dealing with the separate organs of state. I recall the public protector's case where the court, the judgment did suggest that the judiciary should not step into that arena. So the three entities should be separate.
And what is your understanding of the independence of the judiciary?
That's of paramount importance, Chief Justice. The judiciary has to be clean as a whistle, if I could say that. The judges have to dispense justice fearlessly, with independent mindedness, impartially, and it's the entity by which our Constitution if you can't have a good judiciary, then the Constitution becomes meaningless, and how do you dispense law? How do you dispense justice?
I'm going to now afford the acting judge president the opportunity to put questions to you. Acting judge president.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, acting judge president.
Yes, I will just ask you Few questions arising from the comments by various bodies. AFT is of the view that you lack adequate and necessary grasp of civil and commercial law. What's your view to that?
Acting Judge President, it's correct that I haven't had, and I've been upfront with the Commission that I haven't done any civil litigation or any court work since 1996 until 2017. But I've always been a lawyer. I studied law at the university. I practiced for, if you count my articles, in my private practice, I've practiced law for 10 years, civil litigation and criminal litigation. There are many years when I was away from the courts did not in any way alienate me from the law. The work that I do on a daily basis involves so many parts of the law. It's not just a CCMA arbitration that a CCMA commissioner does. There are various principles of the law that would come in, and very often we are required to deal with the law of evidence, different principles, and in many ways as well, arbitrations are very much like civil trials. It's just a matter of the principles that are being utilized in the different processes. In addition to that, in arbitrations, you get a wide variety of the kind of disputes that you deal with. In a misconduct arbitration, you'll deal with procurement, offenses during procurement, assaults, theft, dishonesty. So you're called on to draw from the different fields of law in your CCMA work. So I don't see that in any way makes me not suitable for the judiciary. I think that if there is a shortcoming in that regard, then the Commission must look at the fact that I have many, many years of adjudication experience and arbitration experience, mediation experience, which is so important. It's all good to be a judge who's going to sit and listen to cases and then write a judgment, because what I do see often in the High Court is that people come to court saying, I want a judgment. And I actually heard that phrase when I was sitting in a full court appeal with two senior judges, where somebody said, senior counsel said, what we want is a judgment. But many disputes can be mediated. And surprising as it may sound, the judiciary can learn a lot from an organization like the CCMA, where we have conciliations and arbitrations. A commissioner, whether you're junior or senior, makes a very big effort to try and resolve a dispute before going into arbitration. One would ask, well, in court, how do you make use of something like that? Don't you suddenly land up with a tainted mind and then you can't deal with your trial? No, if you're skilled and you deal with your mediation attempt properly, you can still deal with your matter thereafter. So there is room, Acting Judge President, for mediation in the High Court. So my skills, in as much as I've been away from civil litigation, I do bring that kind of skill and my many years of experience in handling parties. I don't have a difficulty with command of the courtroom and control of the courtroom. None of that phases me. I'm very much in control. I have a personality which is resolute. I think I'm steering off the topic here, but I have an independent mind. I'm highly regarded in my profession, in my field.
May I remind you to please be crisp, Ms. Hiralal?
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Yes.
I realize that I'm steering off the path. But my shortcomings in a short answer. My shortcomings in civil litigation should not be held against me. I come with a vast amount of experience in other fields, as I've said. And
I thought you have really answered the question, Ms. Hiralal.
thank you.
Yes. Okay, continue. AJP?
In your view, do you still need any exposure before you're considered for permanent appointment?
No, I don't think so, Acting Judge President. I'll tell you why. The cases that I chose when I submitted my application, I had in mind to show the Commission the kind of person and the kind of work that I do that involves social justice and social issues. And that is why I put in a certain kind of judgments for you to read or to see what work I do. But when I looked, I was looking last night through the kind of work that I've done in the High Court. I've done commercial contracts, disputes. I've done, and that's, I just prepared this last night. If you'll just let me look at it, Chief Justice. Anton Pillar orders, one Anton Pillar order, commercial contracts, one involving the Islamic law, liquidations, sequestrations, perfection of a notarial bond. But each one was not a simple dispute. It involved several principles. Search and seizure, unlawful arrest, spoliation orders, contractual, I said that, procurement dispute, which also was contractual. So although I haven't had the experience, I have the means and I have the ability to research. I know where to find the law, and that's what I did. When I first came in 2017 to ACT, that's what I had to do. I had to research, and I'm industrious. I can go by 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night to make sure that I have my work ready and I'm prepared. There was something else I wanted to say, which I forgot.
You have listed 19 judgments outstanding.
Yes, Acting Judge President. I'd like to explain that.
How, yes.
Just a little bit of background. In the CCMA, the kind of work that we do is demanding in terms of time. When you finish an arbitration, whether it was a one-day arbitration or for over 40 days arbitrations like I've done, you have 10 days in which to issue your award. If you ask for an extension, you get only 7 days more, and that is it. You have to get it out. That's the legislative requirement. And I have never, ever issued an award late. I pride myself on timekeeping, being industrious, like I said, and working very hard. When I was in the High Court, the entire time I never had late judgments. The Labor Court is where I wanted to go and get some more experience. And those judgments that you see in the list came from 8 weeks of work. 8 weeks of work gave me that number of reserve judgments. You have to take into account that the roll for the week had about, well, let's talk about the motion court for Labor Court. Every week on a Friday had between 20 and 25 cases, which I prepared for and handled, and a lot of them were opposed on that roll. But from Monday to Thursday, I dealt with reviews, and they were opposed reviews and other opposed applications. If you've seen a review file from the CCMA, it comes to you in a box with lever arch files of records. I did those every day for 8 weeks, for the 8 weeks that I was there. And unfortunately, I couldn't keep up with reading the records. There were some cases, sometimes one or two cases per day. So I accumulated these judgments from 8 weeks of work in the Labor Court. I spoke to the Judge President, Judge Wagley, and he was very sympathetic to me on this. And he apologized to me to say that he didn't realize that this was how it's going, how busy it was. And in addition to that work, the reviews and the motion court, in the afternoon, I would get a call at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock for urgence, which required an order by the next morning. I was able to overnight have a written judgment out for the next morning for complex, urgent opposeds. So when I was filling my application for this post, it was very painful for me to write that I had so many judgments outstanding because it would be a poor reflection on my work ethic. But, and of course it was picked up by LSSA. But I do have a good explanation for it. It was a very, very busy court. There were only 2 judges. That was my load of work. The other judge had her own load of work, and that's what happened.
Mrs. Hiralal, are those judgments still outstanding?
Out of all of them, I've got 3 left, which I've spoken to Judge Wagley, and he's quite happy for me to hand them down within the next 2 weeks. But again, I must explain that while I was handing down those judgments, I've been busy in the High Court in January in a criminal trial with 67 witnesses. I managed to complete the trial, but judgment is going to be handed down in July. We finished the evidence on the last day, probably in the last hour. And then I did motion court, civil court for the last session that I was in the High Court. And I've picked up a few reserved judgments from there, but I also handed down extemporaries in appeals and in my motion court matters.
So, would you agree with the statement by LSA that you, in the light of these judgments, we are not ready for permanent appointment?
Definitely, I don't agree with that, Acting Judge President, because I've just explained how my work ethic, if I have to present something by tomorrow morning, I will stay awake tonight to have it out. Those judgments, there's a special explanation for that, and it is the first time in my life that I was faced with that situation because of the work that came so fast and furious.
Okay. In the High Court, do you have any outstanding judgment?
I've got 4 opposed motions and 1 trial judgment and 1 appeal, but I've handed down the rest.
So how old are those?
It's from the session that we just finished last week, the week before last.
They are not older than 3 months?
No, Acting Judge President, and they are all in various stages of finalization, because when you go into an opposed motion, you've got your judgment 3/4 written because you've looked at the heads of argument of both parties and you've researched everything. It's just that last bit that just to finalize it and just to tidy it up.
Okay, you just alluded to that the skill you are bringing with you to the bench is the conflict resolution skill.
Yes, Acting Judge President.
And also the GCB also has indicated that you have also a social and administrative justice skill.
Yes, Acting Judge President.
And lastly, it is stated that your appointment will enhance the gender representativity in the bench. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, Acting Judge President.
So do you know, maybe you can explain how will that appointment achieve that purpose?
In terms of gender representativity?
Yeah.
Well, I think the Pietermaritzburg Court, I've counted, but I know that you have an Indian male. You don't have an Indian female in Pietermaritzburg. You don't have a white female either. And I don't think you have a colored female. Yeah. So and as far as, there is a need for an Indian female.
Okay, thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Before I give the MEC the opportunity, Ms. Hiralal, did you say some of those judgments in that list have been handed down?
In the list, in the long list from the Labour Court.
Labour Court reserved judgments.
Yes, Chief Justice, I've got a list of,
Are you able to give me information as to which one was handed down when? Because it's a very concerning list. It's quite long. And if, for example, some of those that were reserved from August are still outstanding, that means they have been outstanding for about 9 months.
No.
So I'm keen to know when were they handed down.
The August ones were handed down within the 3-month period. It was the October and the November ones which accumulated.
Sorry?
It was October and November judgments that accumulated more. The August ones, if I can
Which
just
ones
look,
in that list have not been handed down?
just the last few from the end of November.
When you say the last few, that's from when? I see you.
I'm not sure what document you are looking at, Chief Justice. Can I look at the same document so I can explain to you?
Okay, no, I'm sorry, maybe. You see, on page 20 of the questionnaire, which is paginated, page 40, it says, please list any reserved judgment still outstanding and the dates on which the judgment was reserved. But actually, I realize that you don't specify the names of the cases, but you have got dates there. Says none from the High Court, and then says Labour Court. It gives a number of dates, but which must be dates on which they were reserved, but you don't specify the names of the cases. Page 20 and 21, pages 20 and 21 of the questionnaire, which are paginated, pages 40 and 41.
Yes, Chief Justice.
Are you there?
I'm looking at it. It's page 41 in the booklet.
Yes. Well, you didn't put the names of the cases. How come?
I didn't think that I needed to. I put the dates.
But the questionnaire said list any reserved judgments still outstanding and the dates on which the judgment was reserved.
I must apologize. I didn't realize. So I put the date. I thought that was important. It could be traced back, and I didn't think.
Yeah, but if somebody prior to this hearing wanted to check whether those judgments have been handed down, how would they check if you didn't put the names of the parties and the case numbers? At least if you didn't put the case numbers, but you put the names of the parties, I would understand. But one would expect that you'd put the names of the parties and the case numbers. So if any commissioner wanted to investigate this before the hearing, they could get hold of the registrar of the Labour Court and say, case number so-and-so has judgment been handed down, case number so-and-so has it been handed down, but without you putting those names of the parties and case number, nobody could check.
I take your point, Chief Justice. I have my laptop outside, or it's right here. I could open it and just tell you which three.
Well, that won't help now, but it just seems to me to us something obvious. That's what the questionnaire said. It said please list any reserved judgments are still outstanding and the dates on which the judgment was reserved.
I see that.
So when you tell me maybe the last 3 cases have been handed down, the judgments have been handed down, I don't have any way of checking with the registrar of the Labour Court or the JP whether those cases, those judgments have in fact been handed down, because I don't have the names of the parties, I don't have the case number.
I appreciate that, Chief Justice. He will have a list now, in the sense that I submitted my own list because I was so concerned that the LSSA had raised this.
And it also means the legal bodies would not have been able to check this. Do you appreciate that?
I understand.
Okay, all right. You are done, Acting Judge President. I think you are done. MEC?
Well, Chief Justice, I think I've been covered on the question I wanted to ask around the reserve judgments.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Nochesi?
Just a follow-up. Sorry, in this issue of the reserve.
Please raise your voice.
In respect of this reserve judgment, I draw your attention to the note after that long list where you say, without detracting from the importance of handing down judgment as soon as possible, I would like to offer an explanation for the delay in handing down the above judgments. The two judgments not handed down since August 2021 are due to be handed down this week. I had a heavy load and then there was explanation. I can't accept this explanation that to say this, and I saw a long list of judgments from the Labour Court that are simple, not handed down, and you seem to be one of those. What is your comment on that? Because here is clear, and this questionnaire you signed on the 6th of December, and you don't have these judgments. Why should we just ignore that?
Commissioner, those were very complicated cases in the sense that the records were very long. I also, in that time, between the October and November stints, I went to the CCMA to complete part herds, which are also part of my social justice mandate, because those part herds cannot sit indefinitely. I completed part herds, and I also wrote judgments under those strict timelines. I also handed down a criminal court judgment on around the 24th of September, which was from a very long trial. So there was a lot that I was doing in that time, and I've given the best explanation that I can in terms of how heavy that workload was. And I do have the support of the Judge President from the Labour Court, who actually apologized at that time, saying that he was not able to send an additional judge, bearing in mind the number of urgents that were coming up as well.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I'm covered.
You are covered. Thank you.
But you are treating that court with disdain, sorry to say.
You see, I was going to raise this question that it's strange that you should have had so many reserved judgments in the Labour Court, which is the field that you have been really involved in for so long, since 2000 or thereabout, although you were a CCMA commissioner, but that's the labor law field. But in the High Court, you don't have any. And maybe what Commissioner Nochesi is saying, maybe it must be looked at. Maybe you are giving a priority to the High Court work and not the Labour Court. Because
it's not so, Chief Justice.
Maybe it's not that. I'm just saying when one looks at that, one would have expected that when it comes to labor law work, which is what the Labour Court cases are about, you would be quicker to hand down judgments because you are very familiar with that field. We have heard from what you have said, then when it comes to High Court and Magistrates Court, since about 1996, you have not appeared in court as a lawyer because you decided to do CCM Industrial Court and CCMA work and preside and be a commissioner. So in terms of non-labor, that's where one could have expected that maybe you would have reserved judgments, but you didn't have reserved judgments there and had a long list of reserved judgments in the Labour Court. It gives the impression, maybe it's wrong, it gives the impression as if you gave priority to the High Court cases than the labor court cases, but it may be that factually that's not the case.
It's not the
But
case,
that's the
Chief
impression
Justice.
that one gets.
Not at all. I must emphasize that the reviews were 1 or 2 a day. The reviews involve long transcripts for each case. And then at the end of the week on a Friday, there's a motion roll of 20 to 25 cases, out of which you will pick up another 1 or 2 opposed on contempts, etc. So the workload was very, very high. It was very demanding. I put in my best effort. There were times I would go without sleep in order to have the urgent orders out. Had I filed or submitted an application before I did the labor court, I would not have had this issue to have to answer to today. But it's the nature of the work in the labor court that caused me to accumulate this number of judgments. But like I said, on the other side, where I have only 10 days in which to issue the most complex awards, I've not ever had a single late award, and that could have been checked by any of the commissioners as well with the CCMA, where we have even more stringent deadlines.
Okay. I don't see any hands. Let me check the commissioners who are attending virtually. Is there any commissioner who has a question to put to the witness, to the candidate?
Questions from me, CJ?
Commissioner Barnett?
No questions?
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Breitenbach.
No questions, CJ.
Thank you, Commissioner Shabangumdawe. Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. You have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Yes, I must say that I am concerned when you answer the concern that you lack experience in the way that you do, that you actually do have experience and you are good to go. Now, your experience, it has been established from your application, is largely in labor law, right? Now, that area of a law applies completely different principles of equity, right? That's what applies there. You come now to what we call court of law, which applies different principles, and one would expect that someone with your kind of background, which is steeped in the labor jurisprudence, that someone with your background will recognize that in the High Court, it's a different field, and I do require to get myself steeped in the principles that apply there, and the reasoning, the jurisprudence that apply there. And I've looked at one of your judgments, and I have put what I see as if you like, errors in reasoning, in how you express things. It's a criminal matter. You speak about beyond all doubt instead of reasonable doubt. You speak about, you don't engage contentions about circumstantial evidence in support of the state's case for pre-planned murder. I think it's a case of Nogunda or somebody like that. You don't engage those principles and concepts, and I put it down to it's a different field altogether, and I can understand how someone who's coming in on an acting basis would make these kind of errors. They are finding their way, and in good time, you know, you will find your feet and not make these kind of common errors, what I would consider to be common errors. So I am concerned when you don't acknowledge that the periods of acting that you have had, of course, they are not sufficient to have you say, I am good to go. I don't need to do anything more. What do you say to that?
Sorry, Commissioner. I do need to learn a lot more. What I've learned when I came back to civil litigation in 2017, remember, I practiced in 1996, just at the time we were getting our new democracy. I was pleasantly surprised with the changes in the law, in foreclosure, in foreclosure and all those kinds of disputes. And I voraciously read in order to reacquaint myself and to infuse into the knowledge that I had from the previous kind of law that we practiced, the values of the Constitution that are now infused in the work that we do with contracts and so for me it was learning. I came back and I learned. I had to read a lot. I had to research a lot. And I had to prepare a lot before my cases. But I've come to a stage where I'm able to recognize immediately what the issues are. Rule 46A, immediately I know what I'm supposed to be doing. Default judgments for repossession of vehicles. I know the case authorities that must be applied and how to deal with those. So I know how to apply the law. Where my shortcomings are, I'm still prepared to research and learn, and I would love to be able to also attend a SACE training. I'm not saying that I know everything. I have been very upfront with my history, but I do have serious potential to be a good judge and to make a good contribution to our judiciary.
All right, thank you.
Because of the work that I've done in the past and my ability to identify what the needs and issues are in a case.
Thank you. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioner Klaba.
Yes, no, thank you very much, CJ, and good afternoon, Ms. Hiralal.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Yes, thanks, Ulas. I observe, maybe from your presentation, you last practiced in 1996. You then rose from the CCMA to the bench, albeit on an acting basis. And in view of the comments that have been made this afternoon, I want to ask you this question. Have you considered making yourself available for a judgeship post in the Labour Court?
Thank you, Commissioner. I know that I'm seen as that's where I belong, but my heart is in this, and that is why I have worked as hard as I have since 2017 until now to learn and to reacquaint myself with the law that I have missed out on. I've missed out on it also not through my own doing. If you look at my CV and my history, I qualified at the time as an attorney and as a conveyancer on the same day. I wrote both those exams during my articles. I envisaged a very bright future for myself. Unfortunately, I was not able to secure work with the banks or anything because I did not have a big trust account and I did not have financial backing, having come from disadvantaged background. When labor presented itself because of my family and my history and the way we are, it's what I did, and I came to love it. I do love it very much. I do my work with an absolute passion in the CCMA, and I'm recognized for that. But I'm also a lawyer. And when I came to the High Court in 2017, I spoke openly about how wonderful it has been to come back and feel like a lawyer again. And
Let me remind you to be crisp.
I've worked very hard. Thank you, Chief Justice. I've worked very hard, and I have learned a lot. That's not to say that I don't have more to learn, but I know where to find the law. I'm hardworking, and I can do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Klaba. Commissioner Pillay.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I intend to be brief. Good afternoon, Ms. Hiralal.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Can I ask you to look at the supersede judgment? And before I pose my questions to you, I should indicate that I have a similar concern that Commissioner Baloy has in terms of the reasoning of your judgment, and I'll just demonstrate very quickly to you why I say so. So the superstar judgment
page, Commissioner?
It begins at paginated page 304. Yes, so this application is an urgent application for quite complex relief. It's an interim interdict, it's a spoliation, as well as a declaratory order. Correct?
Yes.
But what I noticed once I read your judgment is that you don't make a finding on urgency, which is a basic finding that needs to be made. And I just want to show you if you go to paragraph 59 of your judgment. You see, you say in paragraph 59, the applicant's lengthy delays in bringing the application and her failure to act despite having knowledge that her access to the estate was blocked all lead one to conclude that I would have imagined you're going to find self-created urgency and strike. But instead you go then into the merits of the declaratory order. On the facts, you make a finding that seems to imply that the matter is not urgent, but you don't deal with the question of urgency.
Commissioner, I did deal with the question of urgency somewhere earlier in the judgment, where I said that the applicant allowed a lot of time to pass before she brought the application.
Yes.
But these applications are by their very nature urgent because of the nature of the relief that is being sought.
From paragraph 18. See, that's exactly my difficulty. So one is not clear if you're finding that the matter is not urgent or that it is urgent. You're saying on the one hand that there's self-created urgency, and on the other hand you're saying, and that can only be in relation to the spoliation relief, that it's by its very nature urgent. And even that principle is not 100% correct, because there are certain instances where even spoliation proceedings, in order for it to be ordinarily urgent, you would need to bring yourself within the four corners of a spoliation application, which you found that the applicant didn't in fact do. So
yes,
that default position
I
on urgency, so the default position on urgency wouldn't apply. You would have to go into whether or not the matter was urgent. And what you seem to find in paragraph 59 is that it wasn't urgent because there was self-created urgency.
Yes.
That's the first problem. The second difficulty that I have is how you apply the Plascon-Evans test. And if you look at paragraph 63 of your judgment, you deal with the test. Firstly, you say that it is tried that although the relief in a spoliation action is temporary, pending a final decision in an action, the nature of the order is final, which is correct. But then further down in paragraph 64, you say that the third line, it raises a dispute of fact which cannot be resolved on the papers. Now, for anyone who reads that, the next line should be, so I'm referring the matter for oral evidence because you've now found that there's an irresolvable dispute of fact.
Yes,
Instead,
I've learned since then, Commissioner,
yes, sorry.
that is wrong.
Okay, so you accept that it is correct.
I concede.
All right.
But I have learned from that.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. I think we have come to the end of this interview. Thank you very much, Ms. Hiralal, for making yourself available. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. If you have 2 or 3 points that you want to emphasize to the commissioners as points that they should particularly bear in mind when they consider your candidature. But if you feel that issues have been adequately addressed, that will be fine as well.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Just a few points. The kind of cases that I picked out for and attached to my application were meant to show that I have a certain kind of perception for people's rights, and that comes from my background in the CCMA, and for all people. The Noguda case, if you look at it, came to me as an ordinary murder case, and it took some perception to understand that it involved an LGBTQ kind of case. and it was well received by the LGBTQ community because the trial ran as if it was a murder trial, straightforward, but it recognized that there are other, I'm just trying to, can't remember which other ones there, but that's the kind of point that I was making with the judgments that I submitted. I have done a lot of judgments on contract, etc. They are there. The acting judge president would have seen my records. For me, I believe that the judiciary will benefit from my experience, in as much as I haven't had the civil litigation experience until 2017. I am teachable. Sajay is there to provide opportunities. The judiciary provides opportunities, equal opportunities. I missed out for many years because of my circumstances, and I went into work with the CCMA only, but that was not by choice. It was the kind of work I also only received. But I made a huge commitment to social justice. It is recognized in the CCMA. Even from the judgments that I wrote in the Labor Court, I sincerely apologize for not writing the case numbers, but you have my assurance that there's only 3 that are outstanding, which will go out in the next week, or at least a week to 10 days, because there are other judgments too. There are people, my judgments, when I write them, except for the mistakes that I've made that advocates for transformation have pointed out, and Commissioner Baloyi, they tend to also teach, and my Labor Court judgments have been used twice during this year by the CCMA in their monthly case law monitors, where they use it for professional development and education.
The 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you for availing
Thank
yourself.
you, Chief Justice.
You are now excused.
Thank you.
Should we take a break now or after the next? Now, okay. 15 minutes? Okay, let's take a break of 15 minutes. We'll be back at, okay, let's make it 25 past to be back. Yeah, okay, it's going to be a little more than 15 minutes, but it's okay. Okay, 25 past, we must be back. Thank you. Commissioner Tsepe, are all your sheep? No, I don't think they want him this side. Thank you. I think you can bring in the next candidate.
Thank you, dear.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lang, and you must please tell me if I'm pronouncing your surname correctly.
Yes, you are, Chief. Good afternoon.
Yes. Okay. How are you this afternoon?
I'm fine, thanks. And you?
No, I think I'm all right.
Yes, that says a lot.
I apologize on behalf of all of us that we have kept you waiting for longer than you should have.
That's understandable.
Yes. I thank you for availing yourself for consideration for appointment as a judge in the KZN division of the High Court. We appreciate that. I'm going to ask you some questions, and after I'm done, I will ask the acting judge president to ask you questions. Thereafter, it will be the MEC who represents the Premier, and then I will allow commissioners to put questions to you. But all questions will be put to you with a view to commissioners seeing how your appointment, if you were to be appointed, would comply with the selection criteria that this body has adopted for assessing candidates for appointment. You understand that?
Yes, that's understandable.
Yes. I see that you hold 2 degrees, BA and LLB, both from the University of Natal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I see that you then have a diploma in theology.
That's correct.
And you are also a conveyancer.
Yes.
And you have undergone judicial skills training with the Law Society of South Africa.
Yes.
And you have a certificate in insolvency that you obtained from the University of Pretoria.
Yes.
You have also done divorce mediation.
That's right.
Yes. In 2014, you did an introduction to commercial law offered by the Law Society. Is that right?
That's right, Chief.
Yes, you got your BA in 1981 and your LLB in 1983.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. But I also see that at some stage early in the early 80s, you were a librarian at the University of Natal.
Beg your pardon? Beg your pardon?
That I am saying, I see that in the early 80s, you were a part-time librarian at the University of Natal as well.
That's right, yes.
Yes. But you did your articles from 1983 to 1984 with Farouk Vahed and Company, and you after your articles, you were admitted and you became a professional assistant in that firm.
That's correct.
And then you, in 1986, you established your own law firm, which you called Lang and Frank.
Yes.
You were in partnership with somebody.
Yes, that's right, yes.
Yes. And you then later on became Lang, Frank, and McDonald.
That's correct.
Have you been practicing as an attorney since then, or has that changed?
Yes, I have been practicing as an attorney since
then.
Since 1985, yes.
Yes. And in 2008, you went back to, or you became a sole practitioner. You established Lang and Associates.
That's right.
Yes. And then you have written here under the chronological particulars of employment since leaving school or university. You have said name of employer, Department of Justice, position held, acting judge, and then period, you said in 2015 to 2021.
That's correct.
I assume that 2015 to 2021 is incorrect because probably it was different periods during that period and not continuous.
Yes, every year I think it was a session from 2015, except in 2021 there were 3 sessions that they acted for.
Yes, but that doesn't mean it is continuous.
No, it's not continuous.
Yes, but the way you put it here creates the impression that it was continuous.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because you said, you see, the heading of the questionnaire is, please furnish chronological particulars of employment since leaving school or university. And then you have written, and then it says name of employer, position held, and period. So you have set out names of your various employers over that period and the positions you held during that period and the periods when you were employed by those employers. And then
yes, I see that.
You have then said Department of Justice, acting judge, where it says period, you said 2015 to 2021.
Yes, it can be confusing.
That says, actually it's not even an impression. It says from 2015 to 2021, you were employed as an acting judge. That's not correct.
That's not correct.
Okay. What were the periods of your acting stints?
It was in 2015.
Or maybe you can just say how long, how many weeks or months?
Oh, it worked
in
out
2015, how many weeks or months?
Yes, it worked out to about, it worked out to about 47 weeks. It worked out to about 47 weeks.
47?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, tell us about the nature of your practice, the types of cases that over the years you have been doing in your practice. What types of cases have you been dealing with?
Well, initially it was
commercial work, administrative law work, constitutional law work, labor law work, competition law work, delict, collections, aviation, patent law. What kinds of cases have you been doing?
Yes, initially it started off with collection work as an article clerk, and then it moved on to delictual work, which involved motor collisions, RAF claims, including, and then went on to, we just added on family law, divorce law, and maintenance, and those sort of issues that were involved in the family. Then there was a major portion of my practice was crime, at least in the first 20 years. And as time went on, the scope grew into conveyancing, estates, because how it worked out when we formed that partnership,
there were divisions. I dealt mainly with the criminal law side of it, and the other two partners had their own fields of law. But when the partnership collapsed, then what happened, everything was left on my shoulders, so I completed my conveyancing course to catch up with all the other conveyancing that was left behind, and I started doing estates and doing family law, a lot of that, more civil work than criminal work, actually. The conveyancing was a bit limited. I wanted to get involved with insolvency as well. I did the courses with insolvency, but not much came of that. I still get appointments every now and again from the Department of Justice. I think that's about it.
Yes, I see that in the questionnaire you said that at some stage your practice consisted of 15% of criminal work, but you said you no longer do criminal work.
Not as much as I used to, yes.
Yeah, you used to. And administrative law, you said 2%. Constitutional law, 0. Labor law, 3%. Insolvency, 10%. Administration of estates, 20%. Contractual stroke commercial, 10%. Personal injury, 30%. So that's how that's the picture that emerges from your practice in the past.
That's right.
Yeah. Did you do trials, civil trials as an attorney in courts, both magistrates' courts and high court?
That's quite correct.
Do you still do them as an attorney as opposed to sitting in court as an acting judge?
Yes, I still do them. Most of my cases were done by myself as opposed to briefing counsel. Most of the size of my practice.
Do you do them in the high court as well?
That's correct.
And motion court, do you appear in the motion court
yes, I appear
as an attorney?
In motion court regularly as well, yes.
And are there any cases that you have, in which you have been involved as an attorney that have resulted in reported judgments?
No, Chief Justice. No, nothing. Apart from Safely and those type of cases where they just had a report, but nothing major.
Yeah. And as an acting judge, are there some judgments you have written that have been reported?
No.
Okay. About how many written judgments, more or less, have you produced as an acting judge up to now?
I didn't count, but I would assume, I was trying to work it out this afternoon, but I think it would have been about 20 to 30 at least.
About 30?
Yes.
At least. Okay. And in the High Court, when you were acting, you also sat in full bench appeals?
Not full bench, just ordinary.
You did not sit in full bench appeals?
No.
Did you do opposed and unopposed motion?
That's correct.
How much of it did you do?
Well,
like how many weeks, for example, have been taken by motion court?
Every week you sit in motion court. So not every week, it's one session. Every session you at least do one a motion court.
Yeah.
So I started doing mainly civil stints since 2018. So prior to that, I was doing mainly crime. 2018, 2020, 2021, I would think I would have had about 4 or 5, say 5, I think, motion court stints.
Yes. What is your understanding of what the rule of law is?
Well, I think it's there to restrict the arbitrary abuse of power by any individual. No one can, no matter what your position you hold in society, you can't take advantage of that position. So the rule of law is there to protect any other individual against that abuse of power.
And what is the doctrine of the separation of powers?
Government, I think it can be explained by saying it's the division of government into branches, which is the legislature, executive, and judiciary. And the purpose, I would think, of that division is to prevent any conflict between the three of them.
What is the independence of the judiciary?
Yes, the judges and the judiciary are independent in the sense that they cannot be influenced. They're not allowed to be influenced. They must apply the law as it stands in relation to what is presented before them. So whatever case comes before them, they must apply the law strictly as it appears in our statutes, without any favor to any particular person or organization.
Yes. Acting Judge President, I give you the opportunity to put questions to the witness, to the candidate.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Mr. Lang, I'll put some questions to you. So, according to your assessment, are you now ready for permanent appointment as a judge?
Yes, Chief.
So, on what basis do you say that you are now ready?
I've had 35 years at least of practical experience. My law practice has mainly involved the application of law, sitting and acting in courts of law, involving litigation in particular. I've sat for the past approximately 7 years, I think it is, from 2015 to end of last year as a judge, doing legal work and full-time legal work. There's been no separation or division of those periods doing something else. So I believe I'm fully qualified and have the necessary expertise to sit as a judge.
So you don't feel that you are somehow need an exposure, further more exposure?
No, Judge. I feel I'm fairly qualified. I may add that initially when I was asked to act, I wasn't too sure of myself. I felt intimidated, but I spoke to the leadership of my organization and they said, I must go for it.
Are you aware of the application proceedings?
Of the?
Pending application proceedings pending against you?
Yes.
By Mr. K. Naidu and Mrs. Naidu, in which they seek an order compelling you to deliver to them an original or certified copy of the title deed in respect of any movable property they purchased from you in 2012.
That's correct.
And the payment of the interest accrued to them before the transfer of the property in question.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
You're aware of it.
Yes.
When did you first become aware of these proceedings?
They instituted proceedings in 2021, and the sale, I was the executor in an estate, and I sold the property to them in 2012, it was.
Yes,
and
but you did not disclose them, these proceedings in your questionnaire, did you?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, it didn't crop my mind, actually. I didn't think it was necessary, number two. Number three is that I have other cases where I'm the plaintiff, so to speak, and those cases are mainly where it arises out of the collection procedure of debt owing to the firm, so that's where I'm the plaintiff. And there's also cases where I'm put up as the defendant or respondent in insolvency matters where I'm cited as a trustee, NO, nomine officio.
Okay, but in this application, the applicants allege that they have since 8 August 2013 been appealing to you to deliver the original or certified copy of title deed and to pay them the interest owed to them with no success.
My Lord, the position is that the title deed was delivered to them, I think, but they have no actual proof. If one looks at the document on page where it's marked served, let me get my, where the document was served on them, and then what happened was he disputed that it was served on him. So I undertook, because he's a colleague as well, I undertook that I'll apply for another copy of the title deed and deliver it to him. I prepared the papers in terms of the regulation for him to sign, for the affidavit to sign, for him to sign to suggest that the title deed was lost. He refused to sign the title deed because this was all done at my own cost. Then I prepared another affidavit suggesting that we had lost the title deed as he insisted. But he still had to sign the affidavit because it's an affidavit that he's got to put up in any event. And that's, everything just fell apart. Nothing was happening from that date. I think it was 2014, 2015 or so. And only now, a year later, that's 7 or 8 years later, does he bring this application against me for me to hand over the title deed. There's no reason for me to keep his title deed. There's nothing I can do with it. If you look at KN6 on page 51 of the papers, I'm looking at my file actually. I'm not too sure if it's 51 of his. Affidavit, the regulation provides for an affidavit to be signed in order to get a copy of the title deed. So I undertook to do that for him. The correspondence, if you read through as well, shows that I did do so. I undertook because I felt, he's a colleague, let me take the responsibility of giving him the title deed. So nothing of that was done. In dealing with the interest, I sent him the bank statements showing how the interest has arisen. And that ties in with what the money I paid him. And then he denied that I paid him. He states under oath that I didn't pay him. So I had to go and search through my archives again to find the check and the bank account to show that I paid him the interest.
Okay. Is it correct that they could not register the transfer of the property in the absence of the original or certified copy of the title deed?
Yes, you can't do that. You need a certified copy of the title deed in order to do so. So if you wanted one, you could have applied for one or insisted or asked me to continue applying and make the necessary advances to ensure that he gets the title deed.
And they further allege that at some stage you withdrew an amount of 10,000 rand from their investment account without their authority.
Commissioner, the position was that he did not pay the transfer costs. We sent him a pro forma account on the 12th of April 2012. So he received that account because he puts it up in his papers that he got that account. And that account was sent to him asking him to pay the pro forma account. Now he denies that he received the pro forma account. So what was suggested to him that we would use these monies. So those monies that were in savings were transferred from savings into a trust account to pay for the costs. So that's how it came about that the 10,000 was used. And thereafter, another 35,000 rand was transferred from savings into his trust account to pay for the other expenses. So what he didn't do, he didn't pay the pro forma account. And so it was agreed that we would use the interest from those monies to set off the payments of the pro forma costs.
So were they aware of this?
Yes, he was aware of it. Because he didn't, if he had paid the pro forma account, that would be something different. Because then I would have not taken the money without his consent. The mere fact that he did not pay the pro forma account shows that we had agreed that we could use those funds. He was also aware that the estate was bordering on insolvency. So the position was that we could not use monies that were in the estate to pay for the arrears.
So is it correct that to date we have not delivered the initial the
title deed?
The title deed.
That's correct. I've told him in 2014 already it's lost, it's mislaid, somewhere along the line. We don't know what happened to it. Our notes suggest that it was delivered to him, and we, out of the goodness of our hearts, decided that we'll apply, and to apply for the title deed, a duplicate copy of the title deed, and he didn't bother about it. I don't know for what reason, and I thought perhaps maybe over the years that he had got someone else to attend to it.
So would you think it will be appropriate for this commission to recommend your appointment whilst you have this proceeding hanging over your head?
Yes, it is. You know, proceedings, civil proceedings in particular, I think we all face them at one stage or the other. So there should not be a bar to my appointment as a judge. The mere fact that this matter has been lying stagnant now I've just asked my attorney to find out what's going on with this matter. And nothing's been proceeded with since last year, since June, I think it was. That's the last time he put up his replying affidavit, if I'm correct. So I've asked him to have the matter sit down and finalized so that we could get this off the roll. I may also add that he in fact owes me, because that 10,000 that was paid over into the trust account, I receipted. Sorry, not I receipted, but my secretary receipted as a deposit from him. Meanwhile, it wasn't from him, it was from the savings account that was transferred into trust. So it shows as a receipt in trust. So when the final accounts were done, I gave him credit for the 10,000 rand. With the result, I was not paid my conveyancing fee.
Okay, thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, AJP. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear exactly everything, and yet the issue that the AJP was asking you about seems to be quite serious. I'm just going to ask you specific questions and ask you to respond very clearly.
Certainly. I think maybe I should come closer to the mic.
Is the position that a former client of yours or somebody for whom you did some work as a conveyancer has lodged proceedings against you for you to deliver the title deed of some property?
That's correct.
And when were these proceedings launched?
Last year, in April 2021.
Were they by way of an application?
That's correct.
In the High Court?
In the High Court, yes.
And are you opposing the application?
Yes, I've opposed the application, and he's put up
an answering affidavit?
That's right.
And pleadings have been closed?
That's correct.
And did you give them the title deed? Did you not give them the title deed?
Commissioner Chief, the position was we had delivered it. We had a note indicating that we had delivered the title deed. Served on, it doesn't say to whom, it just says it was served on him. Not on him, but it was served on the particular date.
How would it have been served? I guess you being the conveyancer, you should know to whom it was given.
Yes, it bears, it doesn't bear any signature. It shows served on the 14th of November 2013. If you look at page 113 of the bundle You'll see there it was served on that date. Now, subsequent to that, if you look at the next page, BSL 2, I asked him to check with security to find out who came to his chambers on that day, to find out, because if in fact they came on that day, the security at Salmon Grove Chambers takes down the name of all people that come in to visit council, and would show then who dealt with the delivery of the title deed.
Who in your firm had you authorized to give the title deed to somebody? Did you authorize somebody in your law firm to give the title deed to them?
Yes, it was my secretary, Hester, who was supposed to deliver it.
So
it seems to be her handwriting.
Yes, but did you discover, did you not ask her whether that is her handwriting or not?
I did ask her. She confirmed, and then she wasn't too sure about it, but it was given to the messenger, she says. So from there, we had no idea where it's gone to.
So she didn't know who she gave somebody's title deed to?
Yes, she didn't know that, but normally it goes to the messenger who takes the documents to the respective parties.
So you don't know to whom it was delivered, but you are opposing the application.
I'm opposing because what I'm saying to him is that I offered to do it. I offered to get him a duplicate set of title deeds. So I didn't abstain from any form of responsibility. I took responsibility. I said, okay, fine, I accept responsibility. Let me get you another set of title deeds. It's a simple process. But he refused to sign the affidavit in terms of the regulations. So what I did, I drafted another set of regulations so that I can sign, and I took responsibility. But it's still required, the regulations still require him, as the owner of the property, to sign that the title deed is missing, yes. So he refused to do that as well. So nothing was done about it from 2013 or 2014.
So is the basis of your opposition that, one, you accept that you did have their title deed with you up to a certain point, but at a certain point, your office gave it to somebody. You are not sure who it was given to, but you have offered as an alternative, you offered to obtain a duplicate title deed for them at your own cost.
That's correct.
But in order for you to do that, you needed them to sign an affidavit because that's what the regulations required.
That's quite correct.
And they refused.
That's correct, Chief.
Okay, all right.
And then he refused initially because I wanted him to say he lost it, you see. Then
why did you want them to say they lost it if you didn't know whether they got it?
Well, that's what the regulations provide for. So then what I did, I changed the affidavit.
They can't say they lost it if they,
you
didn't lose it.
Well, that's what the regulations prescribe. It prescribes that only the owner can apply. Okay?
Yeah.
So then the owner must sign the affidavit in any event. So what I did subsequent, a couple of days later or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's fine. MEC?
Just one question, CJ.
Yes.
When the CJ posed a question on the rule of law, your understanding on the rule of law, you said it seeks to limit the abuse of power and people not to abuse the offices that they occupy, which I find to be very limited understanding of the rule of law. Now, what is your understanding of the relationship between law and justice?
Well, law is what is on the statute books. Justice defines how you impose that law. So if in fact we have a law that's on our statutes, that's one thing. Justice is to ensure that the law is followed. And the forum in which that is ensured is the courts of law.
Thanks, CJ.
Thank you, MEC. Commissioner Matolo-Tlepu.
Thank you, thank you, Chief Justice, and good afternoon, Mr. Lane. What I want to understand, Were you the executor in this property or in this estate?
Yes, I was the executor.
And has the transfer been effected already?
Yes, the transfer was effected in 2013, yes.
Into his favor?
Into his favor, yes.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Justice Betze.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Mr. Lang, speaking for myself, I understand your explanation in relation to the lost title deed and what you propose to do in order to apply for a certified copy. But in the founding affidavit by the Naidus,
Yes.
they make allegations of, in effect, impropriety against you in that, in effect, you helped yourselves to monies standing to their credit in their trust account without them authorizing you to do so. And in effect, or as a result, they lost out on interest that they would have earned eventually. Do you think that it would then be a wise thing on the part of the Commission to recommend you whilst these proceedings are pending?
Commissioner,
Before you respond, let
Yes.
me just add this. From the explanation you gave earlier
Yes.
about how it came about, I didn't hear you saying, maybe I missed something, but I didn't hear you saying they had given consent. It came across as if you helped yourself to their money because you thought there was justification because they owed you and they had not paid the pro forma account.
No.
That's the impression I got of what you were saying.
No, it's in these papers as well, Chief Justice, that they had given me consent. And I said, I explained it by them not paying the pro forma account shows that they had consented to me using their money for those purposes, because in a conveyancing matter, there are expenses to be met. And those expenses have to come from somewhere. In particular, the rates. The rates had accumulated quite a bit. So there are expenses that have to be made, and we normally give a pro forma account to the purchaser for him to pay. So the purchaser, Mr. Naidu, never ever paid that pro forma account. And that shows and adds credence to the fact that he gave me permission to use the money in his, that was in trust for those purposes. The money didn't come to me, by the way.
A follow-up, Mr. Lane. In paragraph 9.3, they make the categorical averment under oath that you withdrew a sum of 10,000, whereas the respondent was not entitled to make such a withdrawal, as we had not given our authority
Yes.
for such withdrawal to be made.
Yes, there was no written authority. He's a colleague of mine. I did this work for him. I even gave him the opportunity to pull out the sale if he wanted to, but he was desperate for the sale, and he knew that we had no monies available. And that's why, I don't know the reason why he brings it up only now since I've applied for this position. But he had all these years in which to do it. Nothing was done.
Hang on, Mr. Lang. Did he give you consent?
Yes, he gave me consent.
Was it written?
No, it was not written.
Was it verbal?
It's verbal.
That you can take out that money from the savings to the
trust.
To the trust.
Yes.
So why do you think he's saying now he never gave you consent?
Chief, I just don't understand what his whole motive is in this whole case. If you read through all the papers, you would see, if you looked at my defense as well, you would see what's going on. I have my personal views, but I won't mention them now about him. I've never ever briefed him before. I've never had any relationship with him before. This was the only incident.
Did you say earlier on, because I seem to hear you to have said, by not paying the pro forma account,
Yes.
he gave you consent.
No, no.
Did you say something like that?
No, I said it, that by him not paying the pro forma account shows that you consented. I'm just using that as proof to suggest that he had consented to me using the funds to pay for those expenses. Where else would the funds come from except from him?
So is it his failure to pay the pro forma account that you rely on to say he consented?
No, I'm just relying on that as proof that he had consented.
So when had he consented?
Well, it was around that time when we had to pay for expenses. That's why we drew the account, the monies from the savings account into the trust. There's no other reason for that.
Mr. Lang, if I were in your position, in that situation, I would have said to the NIDOs, there's no way that we can attend to the registration of this transfer because the fees that you are supposed to pay as per the pro forma statement sent to you on date X has not been settled. And if need be, then you would have, if the deed of sale or agreement of sale make provision for cancellation of the agreement upon breach thereof, you would have given him notice to say, if this doesn't happen, this is the clause that you would invoke to cancel the agreement and hold him liable for whatever damages had been suffered, instead of you helping yourself to those funds because he hadn't paid.
Yes.
He makes this categorical affirmation.
Yes,
and the matter is pending before court. And you ask why he is bringing this only now. And yet these proceedings on your own account was instituted on the 21st of April, 2021, long before this position was advertised.
Yes.
And the Secretariat of the Judicial Service Commissions, once nominations were made and accepted, invited interested parties who wished to comment or lodge objection to do so. And this is how it came about that we have this document before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess you have said what you wanted to say, Mr. Lane.
Yes, I think, well, if you look at the papers itself as well, and you look at my answering affidavit, you will see the history of the matter. I mean, first he accused me of not paying him at all. He makes a statement that I didn't pay him his interest.
Well, the point that Justice Betts is raising, and I think somebody else may have mentioned, I think the AJP is, it may be risky for this commission to recommend your appointment when there is this litigation pending where allegations are made, such as those that are made, in case the matter ends up with some adverse findings against you, it might not be prudent for the commission to go that route. That's what he's raising with you, and that is what the AJP was raising with you, to say, don't you think that you should have that litigation behind you before you can come before this body and ask to be appointed as a judge?
Yes, no, that's understandable. But, it's become a bit personal, I think, and it was raised at the time when I appeared before you on the last occasion in April 2021, and that's the time those proceedings started. And so I think it's
But
become personal.
you understand that the point being made is there might well be a risk in recommending your appointment in case that litigation with those types of allegations of impropriety against you turn out to be upheld by the court when you are already a judge? Is it not safer for this body to say to you, or for you to say, I would rather go and sort out my matters and I will come back later should I decide to come back when there is no litigation hanging over my head?
Well, I think in all fairness, perhaps maybe if everyone could just read those papers and look at my defense and look at the reply, as long-winded as they are, not my reply, but the applicants.
Yeah,
you know.
but I'm not saying you must take a particular decision. I'm just saying this is the essence of the concern that is being raised. Okay?
Fine.
All right. There was Commissioner Singh. Had I given you a chance? Okay.
No, thank you very much.
Then I've got Commissioner Tsepe and Commissioner Klaba, and I think I would like to then go after that to the commissioners attending virtually and close. Commissioner Singh.
Thank you, Chief Justice, and thank you, Mr. Leng. Firstly, I just see, Mr. Leng, you haven't responded to the proposition by the Chief Justice. And I don't know if you want to remain silent on it or
yes,
the proposition that you should consider, you know. Would you like to offer a comment on that?
Well, that's what I suggested. Perhaps maybe, you know, a brief perusal of the papers may show the validity of my defense. That's all I can say, you know, but I suppose with proceedings pending, it's not fair to the judiciary to have those proceedings pending against a judge that's appointed. But in the same breath, there's also other cases, so I don't know to explain these things.
I guess, Commissioner Singh, that's the answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Justice. I'll then proceed with my question. I really thought people of the same ilk would find each other, you know, and through arbitration and through settlement, etc. But I'm quite surprised. In fact, I think the acting JP, I was going to raise this matter, but he canvassed it very, very widely, so that's good. I just want to refer to Mr. Leng, your questionnaire and section 2 in particular. Legal background, you know, that's on page 6 or 8, whichever way you want to look at it. And read that with 625, where you say that 10% of your work, litigation work, is family law and divorce.
Okay, what paragraph is that one?
625.
Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
In your questionnaire. You state that 10% of your litigation work is family law and
sorry,
divorce.
that's the wrong one again. 625.
Yeah, 6.2.5.
62.5 or was it?
No,
600.
6.2.5, and it will be on page.
Paginated 12.
Yeah, that's a word I was looking for, Commissioner. Your lawyers use that word. I would have said 10, page 10. Have you found that?
Oh, this is Hiralal. I think this relates to Hiralal.
In any case, but that's what's written there. So you've said 10% of your litigation work. But then on paginated, now a new word, paginated 9, Roman numeral 4. I don't know if you've got.
Okay, let me look at my bundle rather to prevent any confusion. Okay, on the questionnaire.
Yes.
In paragraph.
Paginated 9, Roman numeral 4.
Okay, no, thank you. Yes.
You've stated something there, and I just want to know before I remind you what you stated, whether this is a personal view, a religious view, or a legal view,
yes,
where you say in the last 10 years I've shifted my focus towards civil litigation and family law. I believe that stable families make up stable communities.
Yes.
I am concerned about the breakdown of relationships and the ease with which divorces are granted. A more conservative approach should be taken in the granting of divorces.
Yes.
Now, I would take it you get a number of divorce applications before you, and there are circumstances like unhappy marriages, abuse, and things like that warrant divorces.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand what you say here, that a more conservative approach should be taken in the granting of divorces?
Well, the test is whether the marriage is irretrievably broken down, okay? And it's very easy to grant a divorce. And look, there's two aspects to it. The one is from the judge's point of view, and the other from the attorney who's acting in the matter's point of view. So I'm suggesting that because we need a society that's stable, if you have a society that's broken down by the separation of mothers and fathers, you have a society that's ungodly society, if I may say that. You have a society that's a confused society. You have a society where children
Sorry, I
have
didn't hear the word ungodly, you said.
Yes.
Ungodly society.
Yes. Marriage, where there are marriages, a society is stable because there's a family structure in place. Where there's been an abandonment of responsibility, either by the mother or the father, you find there's conflict. You find the children go astray, and with the result, it affects the community. So the stability of any community depends on the strength of the family in that community. That's my personal belief. So it's important to protect families. It's too easy nowadays to get a divorce. From a judge's point of view, it's granted easily without some investigation being taken place into reasonable prospects of reconciliation. So I'm of the view that there should be some attempt to try and keep the family together.
No, I certainly agree with you about family values, just as of family values and keeping families together. But I was surprised that this kind of comment comes from a person who's applied for a judgeship. So when I read that, it just rang a bell. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Commissioner Tsepe, I've got Commissioner Klaba and Commissioner Nochesi, and after that I would like to stop and look at the commissioners who are attending virtually, and let's see if we can wrap up. Commissioner Tsepe.
Chief Justice, you'll be happy to know that Commissioner Singh raised the issue I wanted to raise about this issue. But I just want to say, I'm still not sure what a conservative approach in a constitutional democracy means.
Yes.
And it does concern me, Chief
Yes.
Justice. I've heard Mr. Lane's answer, but it still concerns
Yes,
me. And I'll leave it there.
he has given his response, yeah. Okay. Commissioner Klaba?
CJ, I'm also on the same question.
Yes.
I mean, the question, does this not create a reasonable apprehension that you may be biased against the litigants in a divorce application?
No, actually, on the contrary.
Thanks.
I think on the contrary, I think I'll be helping them to solve their problems. Because if you, as the presiding officer in a potential divorce matter,
Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner Klaba, I wonder whether you expect a different answer from the one he gave to Commissioner Singh.
Maybe let's leave it at
that.
that.
Yeah, he has given us a certain
Thank you
answer.
for your guidance.
It might or might not satisfy, but that's his answer. Commissioner Nochesi?
I've also been covered by...
Oh, you have been covered. Commissioners attending virtually, is there anyone who has a question? No one.
None from me, CJ.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Breitenbach. Thank you, Commissioner Barnard. Thank you.
He's listening.
No. I said no questions from me, Chief
Oh,
Justice.
okay, all right. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Lang. We have come to the end of the interview. We thank you for availing yourself. I'll give you 3 minutes for you to emphasize any points, any 2 or 3 points that you might wish to emphasize, that you think the commissioners should particularly pay attention to when they consider your candidature. But it's fine also if you consider that important issues have been dealt with adequately.
Yes, perhaps I should just say, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for giving me an opportunity to appear before this esteemed commission and in order for an opportunity to serve my country. And secondly, perhaps I would like my God to bless you with wisdom and direction in your endeavors to protect our judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang.
Thank you.
You are now excused.
Thank you. Can I have a sweet?
Thank you.
I have two.
Yeah, sure. No, yeah, look. Yeah. Yeah. Are they fetching the candidate? Oh, okay. Is at the door, so they must bring him in. Hmm. Good afternoon, Professor Matandra.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice and Commissioners.
How are you this evening?
I'm well, thank you, Chief Justice.
All right. I apologize on behalf of everybody that we have kept you waiting for much longer than you should have. But you are here now and we'll give you an opportunity to impress us. I'm going to ask you some questions, and then the acting judge president will ask you questions. And then the MEC, who represents the premier, will also ask you questions. And then commissioners who have questions for you will ask you questions as well. But we thank you for availing yourself for consideration for appointment as a judge of the KZN Division of the High Court. In terms of your qualifications, I see that you have a B.Juris degree, which you got from the University of Fort Hare in 1991, and you have an LLB degree, which you got from at the University of Wits in 1996, and you have an LLM degree which you got from UNISA in 2007, and you have an LLD which you got from UNISA in 2014.
That's correct, Chief Justice.
And you are a professor at UNISA.
I was a professor, Chief Justice. Yes, I'm still a professor, but I'm no longer attached at UNISA. I took early retirement last year, Chief Justice.
Oh, you don't look like somebody who should be going to retirement.
No, Chief Justice, it's because I wanted to take full-time practice. Now I'm practicing full-time as an advocate in Bishop Chambers, Johannesburg.
Oh, Well, I see that you did your articles of clerkship with Cox and Partners attorneys in Freihead.
Correct, Chief
From 1996 to 1998.
Correct, Chief Justice.
But prior to that, you had worked as a constable in the South African Railways Police Force in Mpangeni.
Correct, Chief Justice.
In 1982 to 1985. From 1982 April to December 1985.
That's correct, Chief Justice.
And then you were promoted to the position of sergeant in the same force, Freihead, from 1986 January to December 1986.
Correct, Chief Justice.
Oh, no, I see you went up to 1988. And you were admitted as an attorney in 1998?
Correct, Chief Justice.
And for how long did you practice as an attorney?
I practiced as an attorney for 4.5 years, Chief Justice.
Yes. Was that all for your own account or with somebody else?
I first practiced as a professional assistant with Bothas Incorporated, and thereafter I practiced on my own account at Mpangeni, Chief Justice.
Yes. And then you were employed as the head of the Department of Safety and Community Liaison in the KZN provincial government. Correct, from 2002 July to June 2004. Is that right?
That's correct, Chief Justice.
Later on, you worked for the Mandeni municipality as a municipal manager from July 2004 to July 2006.
That's correct, Chief Justice.
Then in 2010, you started lecturing at Northwest University as a senior lecturer.
That's correct.
And in 2011, you went to UNISA as a senior lecturer. In 2016, they made you associate professor. And in 2018, they made you full professor. And you were full professor at UNISA up to March 2021.
That's correct, Chief Justice.
And I see that thereafter, it reflects that you are self-employed as an advocate of the High Court with effect from 1 April 2021 to the present.
That's correct, Chief Justice.
But it doesn't say when you were admitted. When were you admitted as an advocate?
I was admitted in 2019, Chief Justice.
In 2019?
Yes.
Was that after doing pupillage or not?
Chief Justice, I was admitted while I was doing pupillage at the Pretoria Bar.
Oh, so you did your pupillage at the Pretoria Bar?
That's correct, Chief Justice.
Okay, which year was that?
I took research and development leave and did pupillage in 2019, Chief Justice.
So the pupillage you did in 2019?
Yes, Chief Justice.
Oh, okay, and then you started. So after pupillage, you only started practicing in 2021?
Chief Justice, after my pupillage, I went back to the university. I served 1 year, and then I practiced as an associate of the Pretoria Bar in 2020. Then in 2021, I started practicing as a full member of Johannesburg Bar.
So your practical experience consists of the time you were doing articles. Maybe we shouldn't even count that. After admission consists of 4 years, because I think you said you practiced for 4 years or 4.5 years, I'm not sure.
4.5 years.
4.5 years.
Yes.
Plus the time from April 2021.
Yes, Chief Justice.
So So your practical experience is 4.5 years plus 1 year. So it's about 5.5 years?
Yes, Chief Justice.
That's the sum total of your practical experience?
My practical experience, that's correct, Chief Justice.
Yes. Okay. And have you acted in the High Court?
Yes, Chief Justice, I've acted for 15 weeks in civil court and 10 weeks in criminal court.
Yes. And so I guess with the limited practical experience that you have had as a practitioner, there would not be any reported cases in which you appeared. Is that correct?
It's correct, Chief Justice.
And with regard to that period, did you do trials, civil trials, criminal trials as an attorney and as an advocate?
Yes, Chief Justice. While I was an attorney, mostly my work was a criminal trial, but I've also done a civil trial.
I guess when you say most was criminal trial,
yes,
it must mean that there was limited civil trials.
The huge bulk of it, yes, is correct, Chief Justice.
Yes. And since April 2021, how many civil trials have you done as an advocate?
Well, Chief Justice, as an advocate, most of my work, it's a legal opinion.
Yes.
Because of my expertise, I give a lot of legal opinion.
Yes, okay. So you haven't done any civil trials or criminal trials since April, after you started your practice in April 2021?
Occasional motion court, Chief Justice.
Okay, so with motion court, it's even occasional, even with motion court.
It's occasional, because I started last year, Chief Justice.
Yes. And, but why would you think that with this limited practical exposure that you have had, would you think that you are ready to be considered for appointment as a judge?
It's because, Chief Justice, in the new democratic dispensation, the pool from where judges are taken from is a blended pool, that of academics and attorneys and advocate. So my submission is that my experience as an academic, senior academic, combined with that limited experience as an attorney and an advocate should count to my favor.
But when you are a judge, you deal with practical cases, and it's important for this body that if it recommends or advises the president to appoint somebody as a judge, particularly at high court level, that this body should be confident that know what to do to run trials, do motion courts, and so on. That doesn't mean that if you have an academic background, you can't be considered. But it might depend how much acting you have had, because that helps. Particularly competing against some of the candidates who might have a lot of experience with what a judge does. So one does not necessarily talk about exclusion, but it's just that when you are competing against people who have a lot of experience, it might not be easy, not that it can't be done, it might not be easy. Indeed, there are academics that this body has recommended be appointed, but as far as I know, at least in the High Court, those were candidates where this body was or I guess maybe you say the weeks that you are talking about of acting are sufficient.
Chief Justice, I will say that without dictating to the Commission, Chief Justice, but the experience that one gets as a senior academic of and applying the law, it's just the same, actually, because even when you are a judge, you have to interpret and apply the law. So with regard to the exposure, Chief Justice, I'll say that will be a relative term, because what might be 60 weeks to another person will be sufficient for 20 weeks to another person.
Yes, okay. So how many written judgments have you produced as an acting judge?
I've written 23.
23 judgments. Yes. Okay. And what branches of law do they relate to?
They relate to commercial law, like passing off, delict, like medical negligence, Rule 43, contract, divorce, urgent applications, interdict. So far, contract, Chief Justice.
Yes. Have you sat in motion court during your acting stint?
Yes, Justice. Every Thursday I was in motion court. Therefore, the 15 weeks that I acted, then I'll have been in motion court for 15 days.
Yeah. And civil trials and criminal trials you have done?
I've done civil trial, criminal trial.
About how many civil trials and how many criminal trials? More or less.
Chief Justice, the 23 that I spoke about was civil trial. So with regard to criminal trial, I happen to be allocated a very long criminal trial, which took the whole 10 weeks, the whole term.
Yeah, so how many civil trials, or is that to say one civil trial, or what is that to say? I just want to have an idea how many civil trials you have done, how many criminal trials.
Civil trials, Chief Justice, if I remember very well, they could be 6.
6?
Yeah.
And criminal trials?
Criminal trial, I've been involved in that one long criminal trial.
One long criminal trial?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of the rule of law?
The rule of law, Chief Justice, firstly entails that whoever exercises public power must be authorized to exercise such power. Secondly, it entails that the exercise of public power should be within the limit of that authority. Thirdly, it entails that all people are equal before the law, regardless of their status.
Yes, and the doctrine of separation of powers?
If Justice, the doctrine of separation of powers addresses the issue of concentration of power to one body or one institution, which then may lead to abuse of that power. Therefore, the doctrine of separation of power have four components. Firstly, is the separation of the three branches of government. Then secondly, is the separation of functions within the three branches of government. Thirdly, is the separation of the personnel itself. And the fourth element is the check and balances, which then enables each branch of government to check the other branch of government. But basically, the basic meaning is that each branch of government should not intrude on the terrain of another branch of government. But that is qualified by the fourth requirement of check and balances, like what I'm doing here today. The legislature and the executive are doing the check and balances on the appointment of a judge.
Mm-hmm. And the independence of the judiciary?
The independence of the judiciary, Chief Justice, entails two elements. Firstly, it will be institutional independence, that the judiciary should be independent from the other spheres of government. Second part will be the personal independence of a judge. Then the personal independence of a judge will then require a judge, when presiding over cases, not to be influenced by his political commitment or religious views.
Yes, thank you. I will now give the acting judge president the opportunity to put questions to the candidate.
Professor Matandra.
Good afternoon, acting judge president.
Yes. So just put few questions to you. It's of the view that we have not demonstrated the abilities.
Please raise your voice or speak up, HAP, please, so that we can hear.
AFT is of the view that we have not demonstrated the abilities and experience of a High Court judge. Do you have anything to say in this regard?
Yes, Chief Justice. Firstly, when they made this comment, it was based on my limited experience of 15 months, but thereafter, 15 weeks, but thereafter I was then afforded that 10 weeks more. On the issue of displaying that experience, Acting Judge President, it will be, in my view, it will be more adequate for me to respond if they were able to specify, to be specific, either from my cases or from any day where I displayed that kind of inexperience.
Okay, it further suggests that you require to develop further experience in the High Court.
Yes, Acting Judge President, that view speaks to the explanation that I've already given, that the new dispensation created that blended system of drawing judges from academics. Definitely because of my situation as an academic, I will have limited court experience as compared to advocates and attorneys who are practicing full-time.
So in the light of limited court experience, don't you think that you need further exposure?
Chief Justice, that is in the Acting Judge President, that is in the hands of the Commission, but in my view, I have displayed the potential because, just to mention, for instance, in this last quarter, I have to deal with 12 appeal from the magistrates court. And out of these 12 appeals, I delivered 4 judgments extempore, like senior judges. And even the appeal, the bail appeal that I received, I delivered it extempore. So the pace and that I've displayed shows that, in my view, I'm ready. And if not ready, of course, I cannot be 100% ready, but I have the potential.
So on the other hand, GCP states that you align yourself with fairness and social justice in the administration of justice.
Sorry?
The GCB states that you align yourself with fairness and social justice in the administration of justice. And it also goes on to state that your appointment will strengthen the High Court with both your breadth of legal knowledge and experience and your academic background. Do you have anything to say in this regard?
I appreciate that comment, Chief Justice. Thank Judge President.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. MEC?
No questions, Chief. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Singh?
Thank you very much, Chief Justice, and good evening, Professor Matandra.
Good evening.
I must first make a declaration, Honorable Chief Justice and colleagues, and one has to look at paginated 9, Commissioner Boloy, question 8, to find that answer of the association between Professor Matandra and myself. I haven't seen him in a number of years. Now, I've known him to be an activist in the community and an expert in local government. But I'd just like to ask you, Professor, what motivated you recently to leave academia and and join the bar?
I think I've done well in academia. I've achieved the upper echelon in academia, and I have now felt that I should be involved in practice. I like practice.
And how is the practice going in the short term?
Well, in the short term, Commissioner, because of this COVID, things will not have run the way I would have liked them to go. But I'm getting there.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Commissioner Singh. Commissioner Nojesi.
Thank you, CJ. Professor Matandra, I just read from the LSA, the Law Society of South Africa. They say the LSSA believes that his wide range of experience would be beneficial to the judiciary and support his application for appointment to the bench. Now, my point here is, I recall Judge Hlophe, one of the best judges in the country, moved straight from the University of Transkei and became a judge. How beneficial it is to have somebody with your background as an academic who joins the bench in terms of capacity of research and scholarly judgment that my professor here would like to insist on.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's very beneficial because I will say right now what I've displayed in that court, no one can say I've come to ask. I'm able to run on my own. Why? Because I'm able to do research. Whenever I find problem or challenge, I always have my laptop. Then I'll go to my laptop, look at that particular topic, and then I get the answer. So I think it's very beneficial not that I'm promoting academics, but it's very beneficial because then they are able also to conduct research. And for me, in my view, is also coupled with that little experience as an attorney and also as an advocate.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Commissioner Nyambi?
I'm fine, CJ.
Oh, okay. Why did I think you raised your hand? Okay. Commissioner Totovu?
Thank you, CJ. Good evening, Prof.
Good evening, Commissioner.
As an academic, you teach at undergraduate or postgraduate level?
Commissioner, I teach in both. Because,
in both?
Yes.
Okay. The caliber of students that you teach, do they include advocates, prosecutors, and judges? Because I see most of them lately are studying.
For now, especially with regard to supervision without and director generals and everyone.
Thank you very much, CJ.
Thank you. I didn't see any other hand. Or Commissioner Moimang. And yeah.
Thank you.
After that, I'll go to the ones attending virtually.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good evening, Prof. Good question from my side. What is your understanding of the normative constitutional theory in relation to the assessment of the judicial behavior, but taking into account the liberal legalist and also the critical legal theorist? I'm raising this taking from your LLM thesis. Thank you.
My apology, Commissioner. From my LLM thesis, I did not deal with that. My LLM was on a fundamental right, and my doctoral was on multi-level governance. So I do not have that in my LLM thesis.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Maybe what we could do, just pay visit to a book by Rooks in his assessment of the first 10 years of the work of the Constitutional Court.
No, I haven't looked at that.
Thank you. Pay visit to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Justice.
Where is that voice? Oh, you are done. Okay, thank you.
I'm done, Chief Justice. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Commissioners attending virtually, is there anyone who has a question for the candidate?
I have no questions. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Breitenbach.
No questions from my side, Jane.
Thank you, Commissioner Shabangu Mdawe.
Chief Justice, I have a question or two.
Okay, all right. One.
Chief Justice.
Only one.
All right. The case on customary marriages, the Mshengu versus Mshengu and others. In that case, the heading says that the first respondent is Estate Late Mshengu and others, which is something I'm not sure I understand who exactly that first respondent is. But that's in passing by. I just want to make sure that on the enforceability of this order, where it refers to the applicant is entitled to, perhaps if you can just indicate, is the applicant entitled to anything in terms of this order? And is it enforceable? I think I'll leave the question at that then. You can perhaps just comment on that in the context of customary marriages. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The position with this case is that the applicant's view was that she was entitled to the half share of the estate. So because there was no evidence then led as to, because if you follow the case very well, I indicated that in terms of the new customary law that came into effect on the 1st of June 2001, that system created a different proprietary system. Firstly, that if the couples were married, then they will share, the husband and wife will share from the property in that wife household. And there will be a property that does not belong to any the spouse. If, because there was no evidence that there was property, I said if it's any property that does not belong to any of the household, then each party, because there were three, is entitled to 1/3 of that property. If there was any property that belonged to the deceased household, each party then will have to share half of that. That was the essence of the judgment, based on the interpretation of the customary law that came into effect on the 1st of June 2021.
Well, I'm limited to one question, so I can't go on further than that. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Be nice to you. Just one more, and that's it.
Well, it just seems to me that you're applying the law to no fact. I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding the order, Professor.
But Commissioner, there are facts. The facts are that, one, the applicant was married to the deceased. All what they wanted to know is what share do they have, and that's it. And then I gave judgment according to their request that your share is 1/3 of this, and your share is half of that.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. I think we have come to the end of this interview. Thank you very much, Professor Matandra. Thank you for availing yourself for consideration for appointment as a judge of the KZN Division of the High Court. I will give you now 3 minutes to emphasize 2 or 3 points that you would like the commissioners to bear in mind when they consider your candidature. But if you are happy that all issues have been adequately dealt with, that will also be fine.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Mine is to thank the Chief Justice and the Commissioner for enabling me to express myself before this commission. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mossop.
Good evening, Chief Justice. How are you
Did
doing?
I pronounce your surname correctly?
You did.
Thank you very much. How are you this evening?
Chief Justice, I'm fine. I hope you are well as well.
Yeah, we are fine, thank you. We apologize that you have had to wait for quite some time. But you are here now. You will get a chance to impress the commissioners.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to start off by thanking you for making yourself available for consideration for appointment as a judge of the KZN Division of the High Court. And I'm going to ask you questions up to a certain point, whereafter I will then hand over to, or rather allow the AJP to ask you questions. After that, I will ask the MEC, who is representing the Premier, to ask you questions, and after that, I will allow commissioners, those commissioners who may have questions for you, to ask you questions.
Understood.
I see that you hold the degrees of BA and LLB, which you obtained from the University of Natal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you obtained your BA in 1981.
That is correct.
And your LLB in 1984.
Correct.
So it looks like I came to the University of Natal just 1 year after you had completed your LLB.
I'm sorry we missed each other.
But I think when you were doing your last year LLB, the acting judge president of the KZN division was doing his first year in LLB, postgraduate LLB, as well as the former Chief Justice.
Yes, they were together.
So you may have seen them then. I see that you served articles from 1987 to 1988, and you worked as a professional assistant in 1989 in a law firm called Thorpe & Hens, and that's where you had done your articles too. And then in 1989 to 1990, during that time, you were a legal advisor. You were a legal advisor at Altron Corporation. You became a prosecutor in the district court in 1990, regional court prosecutor in 1990 to 1991. You became a magistrate, district criminal court magistrate from August 1991 to December 1995. And then in 96, you started your pupillage in January, and you started your practice as an advocate on 1 July 1996.
That is all correct.
And you went on, and then in December 2015, you obtained, you got silk, and you have continued to practice as an advocate throughout, up to date.
That is so.
So that means you have been practicing as an advocate for how long?
I'm in my 26th year.
About 26 years?
That is so.
Yes. And about 7 of those years as silk?
That is so.
Yes. Tell us about your practice over the years. What kind of branches of law, what branches of law do the cases that you do in your practice relate to?
So, Chief Justice, you will have seen that I've had experience in most sectors of the law, but probably for the last 15 to 20 years, my practice has been largely a commercial practice. And that flows from my employment, I guess, as a legal advisor in Johannesburg for the Altron Corporation. It was, excuse me, it was one of the biggest groups of companies in the country at that stage. There were over 100 companies in the group, and there were only 2 legal advisors. So we did basically everything that you could think of when it came to commercial law. Advising on law, drawing agreements, and being involved in corporate mergers and corporate takeovers. So that stood me in good stead for when I eventually went to the bar. And I initially had a practice that reflected my immediate origins, which was in the criminal courts in Durban. So I did criminal work for 3 or 4, maybe 5 years, and then I kicked into a commercial practice, which I've maintained ever since. So I do all sorts of corporate commercial matters, company disputes, shareholders disputes, Anton Pillow orders, interdicts, restraints of trade. I appear in commercial arbitrations where the numbers that are involved are mind-boggling. And I've sat as arbitrator in commercial disputes, and the last one involved the Petroleum Products Act. So I've had basically a very strong commercial and corporate background.
Yes.
To date.
And have you got administrative law cases that you do in your practice?
I do. I often litigate against the Department of Trade and Industry in Pretoria over incentive programs that they run for industries that are encouraged to set up their businesses in less populated areas as a method of securing employment in the area. So I often act for those companies where they indicate that they've been badly treated by the DTI.
And constitutional law?
I've never appeared in the Constitutional Court, but Chief Justice, to be honest, isn't every single case that we deal with a constitutional case? The Constitution is everywhere, and it must be adhered to, and you must always have reference to it. You'll see that 2 of the judgments that are submitted in support of the nomination have references to the Constitution, which is everywhere. It's endemic.
Yes. And labor?
I've appeared in the Labour Court once or twice, but it's not a strong point of mine, Chief Justice, unlike you.
And competition law?
No, I've never appeared in the Competition Court.
Okay, all right. About how many cases in which you have appeared that have resulted in reported judgments, if any, if there are any?
No, there are, but I regret that, Chief Justice, I'm mostly on the losing side in those cases that find their way into the law reports. I think there are about 8 or 9, but I can't be certain.
About 89 or so?
Or 8 or 9.
8 or 9?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I don't have a good record in the books.
Yeah. And how long have you acted? If you put your acting stints all together, how many months or weeks would that be?
42 weeks and 4 days.
And 4 days?
Yeah.
All in the KZN division?
Yes. Some in Durban, and then mostly in 2021 in Pietermaritzburg.
Yes. And are there any reported judgments that you have written during your acting stints that have ended up being reported?
Not in the SA law reports.
Yeah.
I mentioned in my application that a lot of my judgments have appeared in these daily news reports that come out, LexisNexis and Louis Law and that stuff. But nothing in the law reports. And I think, I'm not saying that any of my judgments are worthy of being in the law reports, but when you go to act, you aren't told how a law report gets your judgment. So I didn't know how to get anything onto Safley.
Yeah.
And eventually, towards the end of last year, it was revealed to me how it's done, but you don't get told these things, so
yeah,
that may explain it.
Now, during your acting stints, have you been involved in full bench appeals?
I have. I've sat in 3.
And have you conducted criminal trials and civil trials?
I have. In the last session, I did a criminal trial that lasted a month.
And you have done motion court opposed and unopposed?
Absolutely. It's the best part of being a judge, I think, is being in motion court.
Yes. What is your understanding of the rule of law?
Well, it's a political concept that everyone in a state, both citizens and institutions, are all subject to the same law. It has its origins, if I can remember correctly, in 16th century Britain, and it was basically brought to light in a big way in the 17th century when it was used to combat the king's assertion that he had a divine right to rule. But from what I've read and understood about it, it may conceivably go back to the time of Aristotle, where he expressed certain views about laws ruling and not people. And it's intended to ensure that everyone suffers the same consequences under the same law.
And the doctrine of the separation of powers?
That is simply where the government of the state is divided into 3 separate arms. We know of them as the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary.
Please raise your voice.
I do apologize.
You do want the commissioners to hear what you have to say.
It's where the government of the state is divided into 3 arms: the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. And its purpose, from what I understand, is to ensure that there isn't a consolidation or a gathering of power in one place. And it's intended to devise measures to ensure that there isn't an abuse of power.
And the independence of the judiciary?
Well, that is vital. Judges hear cases based on the evidence that's brought to them, not on what someone tells them to do.
Thank you. Acting JP, I now give you an opportunity to put questions to the candidate.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Mr. Mosop.
Good evening, AJP.
I have a few questions for you. I'll make a statement first and ask you whether you agree with the statement.
Yes.
The general thinking nowadays is that the white males are no longer required in the judiciary. However, in my view, the white males are required in the judiciary to address the question of diversity on the bench, provided they embrace the new constitutional dispensation and that they are committed and dedicated to protecting and promoting the constitutional values and human rights, and to serving all South Africans. Am I correct?
I believe you are correct, AJP.
What is your view about diversity on the bench?
AJP, it is essential on at least 2 levels. Firstly, it's a constitutional imperative. It's in Section 174(2) of the Constitution that this committee must take regard of race and gender when appointing people who are applying, like me, for positions. We're a multicultural, multicolored society. Why should the bench not reflect that? So, on a constitutional level, it must occur. But I think that there is another reason why it must occur, and that is that there is evidence that cultural groups that are called upon to make decisions, make better decisions where there is a vast diversity of experiences and people. And where I picked that up is that there's a new book that has been published, I think, barely a week. It's called The Credentialed Court. It's written by an author called Benjamin Barton, who analyzed all the Supreme Court judges that were appointed to the Supreme Court in America. There have been 120 of them. And he found that in the last 20 to 30 years, notwithstanding the fact that people of various colors have been appointed as Supreme Court judges, there was a disturbing similarity, I use the word disturbing in quotation marks, a disturbing similarity in the people that were being appointed. They all had similar components in their lives. And the first one was that they were all gifted academics. They all did very, very well at university. They came from great academic backgrounds. They all graduated either cum laude, magna cum laude, etc., etc. The second thing is that when they finished at varsity, they all became clerks to then sitting Supreme Court justices. And the third thing that happened was that they all became judges, but not in the state. They became federal judges. The final thing that happened is that a great percentage of them actually became judges in the same court, and that was it's called the DC Circuit, which is the second most prestigious court in America because it has Congress and the Senate, etc., in its jurisdiction. And the author came to the conclusion that that was very dangerous because you got, in the end, what is called groupthink, where people with similar backgrounds and similar experiences start thinking the same way. And you don't need everyone thinking the same way. You need people to think divergently. And his conclusion in the book is that the greater the diversity, the better the decision that comes out of the decision-making body. And he then refined it down even more to the fact that small decision-making bodies who are called upon to answer multiple questions, such as a court, will benefit by having people of various backgrounds, and their decisions will thereafter improve and will be good. I have some skills. I make them available, and I hope that people might be able to learn from my skills, but I see it as a two-way street. I need to benefit from divergent views of colleagues on the bench, because I need to improve myself as a human being and hopefully as a judge if I'm so appointed. So I'm hugely in favor of it on those two levels.
So what skill do you bring with you to the bench?
I answered the Chief Justice that I can bring commercial skills. I have a lot of experience in that regard. But if you look at my career from beginning to end, I have a lot of experience in most areas of the law. I was a criminal magistrate for 5 years. I've been in industry. I've been an attorney. And when, if I recall correctly, when Justice Sutherland applied to be Deputy Judge President of Gauteng, he gave an answer that resonated with me. He said that if he could describe the perfect apprenticeship for a prospective judge, it would be that he has been involved in the law in different capacities, as an attorney, as a prosecutor, as an advocate, and he emphasized the notion of a generalist foundation to your legal knowledge, because he said basically that as a judge, you're going to get a bit of everything. You don't know when it's coming, but it will come. And so if you've got a general grounding in the law, that is a very big advantage. And I think he's correct. So those are the things that I can bring to the bench.
Yes. Do you embrace the new Crystal dispensation?
I do. I do. I think my presence here is the first overt sign that I do that. I've had a very good career. I have a practice that sustains me well. I'm happy to give that up, though, to serve the greater legal community. Another thing that I am prepared to give up, and I'm not sure that everyone appreciates it, but while you are an advocate, there is great risk because you're working for your own account. If you don't work, you don't earn. There's no employee that will make sure that the till's ticking over while you're doing something else. But the corollary of that is that you have great freedom. If you don't want to go to work, you'd rather go and watch South Africa play Bangladesh in a cricket match, you can do it. If you want to go on holiday, you can do it. I'm happy to give up that freedom to serve. I have embraced the new South Africa, but I think it would also be correct for me to advise the committee that I've been embraced by the new South Africa. It's not just a question of me embracing it. It has embraced me. And I know that time is short and we're on overtime here, but I think I need just 5 minutes to tell a story which will tell you who I am and why I am the way I am. I have been at the bar for about less than 18 months, and I came back to Chambers one morning after being in court, and there was a message for me to contact a very senior silk at the bar. I hope I don't insult Advocate Boise Morani, SC, but the person I was asked to go and see was probably the senior black silk at the bar, Advocate KK Mtiani, SC. And when I got that message, I thought that I must have made a big mistake somewhere along the line. I must have done something really bad, because there was no reason for Mtiani SC to breathe the same oxygen as me. We were at different levels. He was at the top, and I was right at the very, very bottom. In the event, I went to see him. And he sat me down, and he offered me tea or coffee. I don't drink either. And there was a little lull in what was being said. And I said to him, Mtiani, you wanted to see me. And I wasn't being rude by saying Mtiani, because that's how you're taught to speak to people at the bar. I don't approve of it, but that is the way you're taught. It's an old English school system, and I don't like it. And clearly he didn't like it either, because he said to me, please don't call me Mtiani. It is such an impersonal way of speaking to people that you see every day. Please call me Ken. I learned that lesson immediately. And from that minute, that's a thing that I have adopted. I insist that people call me by my shortened first name, Rob. Everyone calls me that. My secretary, the secretary at the High Court who assists me, the usher in the court, the man who mans the boom gate at the High Court, they call me by my name. So that's the first thing that I learned from Ken. The second thing is that he said to me that he had noted me, he'd seen my progress, he'd received very good reports about me, and he had seen me in court, and he liked the way that I spoke to the bench and to my colleagues. At this stage, I began to think that maybe I hadn't done something bad. I thought maybe I'd done something good. And he then said to me, what do you think of these chambers? I knew those chambers. When I was an article clerk, I had briefed the previous occupant of those chambers, who was Vivian Niles Jr., SC, who became the first female judge in KwaZulu-Natal. So I was very familiar with them. They were big, they were square, they were on the 9th floor, and they looked out over the harbour. So I said, well, I told him that story. He said, just go to the window and look out the window and tell me what you think of the view. So I went to the window, I looked out, and it's a view to die for. You look across the Victoria embankment, through the palm trees, into the harbour. I said, it's beautiful. He said, do you like it? So I said, yes. He said, these chambers are yours. So I said, I beg your pardon? He said, these chambers are yours. So I said, are we going to be sharing? He said, no, these are all yours. I said, but where are you going to be? He said to me that he was going to be a judge. And in my naive way, I said, but the JSC hasn't sat yet. And then he said, sit down, and he looked at me, and people who know Ken, he had a really mischievous twinkle in his eye, and he just looked at me and he said, I am going to be a judge. And then I understood. He said, do you want these chambers? And I said, yes. I didn't know how much they were going to cost me, and I didn't know how I was going to pay for them. He said, right, done. And I walked out of there in a dwell. Not because I'd secured these magnificent surroundings, but because Ken, a black advocate at the top of the tree, had taken the time to become interested in me and to show attention to me and to consider me as one of his colleagues. And it was, for me, a profound moment in my legal career. I then said that I made an internal resolution that I would behave the same way that Ken had behaved towards me. And that's what I've tried to do for the last 20 years. I've tried to look after junior advocates as best I can. And I know I've been talking for quite a while. So I'll stop at that point, but there are other aspects that I can mention as to how I've embraced the new South Africa and the new dispensation.
Okay. Do you still want to say that, or you stop?
Well, I can.
But keep it short.
AJP, what are you inviting him to talk on? Were you inviting him to continue?
So he says he has other things he has done in demonstrating that.
I think he said in view of the time he can stop here.
Well, I can mention one thing, if I may, Chief Justice. It came about, I think, as a consequence of COVID. I had finished up an acting stint in Durban on the day that the hard lockdown was enforced, the 27th of March. And so I went home to the lockdown, and my wife is an attorney, and she and I sat at the dining room table every day of the hard lockdown at opposite ends with the printer in the middle, and we worked, and we generated fee notes for our respective practices. And I thought that was true of all advocates. But when I went back to chambers, when we got to level 4, I found that that wasn't true, that the juniors in my chambers had suffered greatly. They hadn't had any work. And I saw that 2 months down the line, there was going to be a problem.
I'll allow only 1 minute now on that.
Okay, there was going to be a problem. So what I did was I put a plan in place where I sacrificed portions of my fees to bring juniors into matters, and that has continued since then to now.
Thank you. AJP, I would like to move on.
Yes, one question, last one.
Yes.
What is your work ethics?
DJP, I'm known at the bar as a hard worker. I go to work. I make sure that I'm in chambers every morning at 6 o'clock. If I'm acting in Durban, I'm in chambers in Durban at 6 o'clock. And if I'm in Pietermaritzburg, I make sure that my goal is to be there by 6:30, but the realistic goal is 6:45 because the traffic can be variable. I stay at work until I've done all the jobs that I've set myself to do. In the time that I've been acting, I've delivered 80 judgments, 40 extempore judgments, and 40 written judgments. And I can tell you that I have calculated, I wanted to be able to tell you scientifically how long it took me to deliver those.
I don't think it's necessary, Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah. AJP, I move on to the MEC. MEC.
Thanks, CJ. Just one question. Advocate, KZN has many areas that are under tribal authorities.
Yes.
And those are areas that are populated by people who are really struggling to access justice through courts.
Yes.
Because of socio-economic conditions that impact on them.
Yeah.
Now, what would you say should be the role of tribal courts to extend access to justice to such people?
I think that's very feasible. The Constitution empowers tribal and customary courts to practice and to do their business, as long as it doesn't conflict with the tenets of the Constitution. You will have seen from my record that I have quite a long association with the Small Claims Court, and I'm wondering if perhaps there isn't a way of introducing both concepts in these rural areas where people can get quality access to justice at no cost. So I think that those courts serve a very good purpose. They are primarily suited for rural areas and for people who are not very sophisticated. And I think they serve a very good purpose. So I'm very much in favor of that happening. And if that could perhaps be introduced together with small claims courts, which I'm quite happy to go and investigate, hopefully that could achieve a very good result for everyone.
Thanks, CJ.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Mosop to ask you to try and make your answers crisp.
Yes, sir. I do apologize.
Commissioner Nyambi, then it will be Commissioner Nochesi. I don't propose to allow too many questions in view of time. Commissioner Nyambi.
Thank you, CJ. Evening, Advocate Mosop.
Good evening.
I'll be failing if I don't appreciate what I'm seeing. The last time you were here in April,
yes,
you were 5 and it was 1 vacancy.
That is correct.
Now you are 7 and we've got 3 vacancies.
Yes.
The secret behind the different person that is appearing to us today, because I've seen a lot of people, once they come for the second time, they even lose confidence. But I see we are on another level today, so that other candidates that will come here and not get a recommendation, they can learn a thing or two from what I'm seeing.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. It's very kind of you to say so. I think that on the last occasion, it went by too quickly. I was only in for 18 minutes, and I really thought I was winning the game. But I didn't realize I was still in the change room. I am now as I was then, but no one asked me, what is your philosophy about the new South Africa? Have you embraced it? No one asked me those questions. Mr. Ndlovu asked me about his church problems and whether he could rely on the presumption of innocence. And those are all, I was asked abstract questions, but not anything about me. You're seeing me now as I am, and as I have been for the last 26 years in practice.
Oh, let me wish you all the best. Thank you
very much, sir.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Commissioner Nochesi.
CJ, I could have asked you to ask this question. KK, do something that is historic in your life, which changed perception.
Yes.
I'm asking, it's one question, but it's blended into
Sure.
one. Can you speak the Zulu language? Here is a Zulu man. He reaches out to you.
Yes.
He can speak Zulu to show that we appreciate his culture. 2, you mentioned about people that have mentored, and some you give a question.
One question,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
it's just one. It's based on this. It's based on this. It's based on this. But the point, what I'm asking is, out of these persons that you have mentored,
yes,
how many black women that are in that group? Because everybody is to say,
okay,
I have these people, I've done this. How many black women
yes,
and African
yes,
peoples that are involved?
Okay. So to answer the first part of your one question, I cannot speak Zulu. I know words of Zulu, but you may be surprised to learn that I'm enrolled with Professor Nolene Turner, a teacher of Zulu in KwaZulu in Durban, for lessons. I actually commenced lessons in Zulu when I was acting in Pietermaritzburg, and unfortunately the time that the lessons were conducted was at 5 o'clock. I was happy to stay at the Pietermaritzburg High Court and log in with Zoom, but you may have heard earlier in the day that the Wi-Fi doesn't work well in Pietermaritzburg. So I've had to withdraw from that course, but my money is still with her, and I now need to find a time where I can go to improve my Zulu. As the second part of your only question, I've had 7 pupils. The 4 black pupils, 2 were black women. 1 failed. It was the very first pupil that I ever had. I had only been at the bar 2 years when I was given a pupil. The lady had she came from a company background. She had no prior legal experience, and she didn't pass. But the very last pupil that I have had was a black woman who is now in my group. I ensured that she joined my group. And I have, I make no secret of it, and I don't intend to offend my other pupils, but she was the best pupil I ever had. And I expect that in a few years' time, she'll be sitting where I am now. So that's the answer to your question.
Thank you, Commissioner Klaber, and then I don't think there are other hands.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon.
I share the views of Honorable my colleague Nyambi. But what struck me is that you drink neither coffee nor tea. What will you offer me if I visit you in your office?
Coffee or tea or anything else or water, but I don't drink it.
Thank you.
Now I'll go to the commissioners on attending virtually. Is there any commissioner who has a question that they think is very important?
No questions. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Commissioner Breitenbach.
No question, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Shabangumdawe. And no question from Commissioner Barnard. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Chief Justice, Chief Justice, sorry. Short question, sorry.
Okay, one short question.
Thank you. Advocate, if you look at the judgment, the very first judgment in your bundle, so it's on page 107, stop of 108. It's an application, but the question is just this: what type of application is that, and where in the judgment can one read that it is that type of application? Now, just the nature of the application.
Sorry, the bundle that I've been given. Oh, sorry, 107. Did you say, sir?
Yes. On the type numbers, it's page 114. It starts the actual paragraph.
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, the notice of motion should have made reference to the fact that what they were asking for was a declaration that the time bar clause was contra bonus mores. It's not actually in the notice of motion, but the body of the application dealt with that evidence, and that's what I was called upon to determine.
Yeah, it's just that I put it just that the reader obviously should be able to understand what this is about, and one reads through this whole application and you just realize it gets dismissed. You're not sure what's being dismissed.
Well, under paragraph 15, it deals with the question of contra bonus mores, and that's what the thrust of the application is about.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnard. We have come to the end of this interview. I take this opportunity to thank you for availing yourself, and we'll give you 3 minutes if you have 2 or 3 points that you want to emphasize to the commissioners that they should bear in mind as they consider your candidature. But if you are happy that all issues have been adequately addressed, that will be fine as well.
Chief Justice, I've been given a very fair and pleasant hearing. I'm covered,
yes,
to use a phrase that you chaps use.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everyone.
No, thank you very much, and you are now excused.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Sir,
Good evening, Chief Justice.
how are you this evening?
Hey, I'm shivering, Chief Justice. But I hope I'll cope.
No, you will cope.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice.
You'll cope. Before I proceed, I need to make a declaration in regard to this candidate. We were at high school together many decades ago. He was, I can't remember whether 1 or 2 classes ahead of me. Was it 1 or 2 classes ahead of me?
2, Chief Justice.
2, yeah.
Yes.
In 1976, and I think we were in the same high school for, was it 2 years before you left, or did you go up to matric at seminary?
I went up to matric, Chief Justice, yes.
Oh, so we would have been together in the same school for 3 years. Because when you were in matric, I would have been doing what was called Form 3.
That's right, Chief Justice.
Yeah. And I think he recruited me to an internal football club. And maybe some of you won't believe this, but I was a very good striker.
Yes. I even remember, Chief Justice. I even remember.
I played number 9.
Yeah.
Well, are you confirming what I'm saying?
I am, Chief Justice.
You see, there is a witness who is corroborating.
We need proof, Chief Justice. We need proof.
We do.
We need proof.
He too was a very good soccer player. He was a great dribbler. So I wanted to declare that we know each other. But over the past whatever years, is it about 50 years now if you count from those years? Over the years, I think I've seen him very infrequently.
Yes.
I don't think over the past 40 years I've seen him more than twice or thrice, but occasionally we have been in touch. So I just thought I would disclose that, but also just take this opportunity to make sure that there is a witness who can corroborate that I was a striker. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Mr. Poswa, I'm going to ask you questions. And after I'm done, I will ask the acting judge president to ask you questions. Thereafter, you will be asked questions by the MEC who is representing the Premier. And thereafter, it will be those commissioners who might have questions for you.
I understand, Chief Justice.
Yes. I see that in terms of qualifications, you have a Diploma Juris, a B Juris, an LLB, and an LLM. You obtained the Diploma Juris and B Juris, I think, from the University of Zululand. The LLB, did you get it at University of Natal, KwaZulu-Natal?
No, also from the University of Zululand.
Of Zululand as well.
That's right.
Is it only the LLM that you got from the University of KwaZulu-Natal?
That is correct, Chief Justice.
Yes. The Diploma Juris, once you obtained your B Juris, did it still stand on its own, or did it not get subsumed by the B Juris?
I think...
If you do a Diploma Juris first and then you do a B Juris, don't you get enough credits to, so that it's only the B Juris that you hold after that, and the Diploma Juris falls away?
I think it may be like that, Chief Justice. I think it may be like that.
Yes, because the subjects would have been very much the same, except that the ones for the Diploma Juris might have been at a diploma level, and then the B Juris ones would be a little advanced.
That is right, Chief Justice, yes.
Okay, and then you got the Diploma Juris in 1985, and the B Juris in 1987, the LLB in 1996, is that right? Or is that correct?
I think so, yes, Chief Justice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. You started your working career as a clerk in the Department of Finance in the KwaZulu government, and later on you became a clerk in the Department of Justice under the KwaZulu government, and ultimately you became a prosecutor at Pungashe Magistrates Court, and later on you became a magistrate. Was that at Pungashe as well, initially?
In Ikopo.
Or at Ikopo.
Yes, yes.
You became a magistrate there. And I see that you were doing both civil and criminal matters when you were a magistrate.
That is correct, Chief
At
Justice.
Ikopo.
Yes.
And later on, 1999, up to now, you became a regional court magistrate, is that right? Or you say it's presiding officer, I assume. That's what.
In 1999, Chief Justice, I was transferred from Ikopo to Magistrate Camperdown, still as a district court magistrate. And in 2010, I was then appointed a regional court magistrate.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, here it's written 1 August 1999 to date. Magistrate, Regional Court Presiding Officer, Criminal and Civil Court. Okay, and then you sat as an assessor in the High Court with Judge Msimang for certain periods in 2008. Is that right?
That is correct, Chief Justice.
Yes, and you have also acted as a judge in the High Court in KZN.
That is correct, Chief Justice.
Yes. Are you able to share with the commissioners about, share the length of the period of your acting stints if you put them together? How many weeks or how many months they were? Or is that something you have not worked out?
I think I did try to work that out, Chief Justice. I may be wrong, but I'm subject.
Yeah, even if it's not exact, if you give us just an idea, 20 weeks, 30 weeks, 40 weeks?
40 weeks, Chief
About
Justice.
40 weeks?
Yes, Chief Justice.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now, let us talk about your civil and criminal, your civil court experience, starting from the district court.
Yes.
What types of cases were you doing as a district court magistrate in terms of civil matters?
Well, Chief Justice, I was dealing with evictions. And I was dealing with matters involving defamation. And yeah, and also those relating to damages. But of course, as you know, Chief Justice, the jurisdiction is limited. That's right.
When you talk about damages, what types of damages? That damages arising out of road accident fund matters, or car collisions and so on?
car collisions, and assault, Chief Justice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And collections, you got involved in collections or not really?
That's it. I was also involved in collections.
Yeah.
And I was also involved in maintenance matters.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No liquidations and insolvency matters.
I only met those when I was in the High Court, Chief Justice, not in the District Court.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay. And of course, you would have done a lot of criminal matters.
Certainly, Chief Justice.
Yes.
Certainly.
And the civil matters, did you produce a lot of written judgments?
I did.
At that stage?
I did, Chief Justice.
You did?
I did.
Okay. And then you went to the regional court. There, have you been doing civil and criminal matters?
I grabbed the opportunities also there, Chief Justice.
Yes, yes.
And I wanted to balance things.
Yeah.
I did both criminal and civil.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And at regional court level, what types of civil matters did you get exposed to?
Those will involve, again, damages, as I've said, unlawful arrest, malicious prosecutions, and damages, as I've said, arising out of collisions on the roads, as well as collections. That's right.
Okay. And when you acted for the first time in the High Court, how did you find that experience?
Hey, Chief Justice, it was an eye-opener in the sense that I happened to be in Durban. But before I went there, the late Judge Msimang had warned me that there is a lot of work in the High Court and more so in Durban. And I found that to be the position. But because, Chief Justice, as you have said in your opening remarks, we were taught to work hard. That is our motto. And though it was difficult, the volume of work, you knew in these things, insolvency, liquidations, and motion court, opposed, unopposed, civil matters. You've got to think on your feet, and you must reduce your hours of sleep, because you must ensure that when you go to court with those files, you know what the issues are in a particular matter. You cannot take chances.
Occasion and regional court to do motion matters?
Motion matters, Chief Justice, we do not have there. It's just civil matters.
Yeah, both also in the district court.
That's right, Chief Justice.
Oh,
yes.
So you were encountering motion matters for the first time in the High Court.
Exactly, Chief Justice.
Yes. Yes. Opposed and unopposed.
That's right, Chief Justice.
Yes. And you coped successfully?
Under Judge Msimang, I would say I coped because he did not throw me away.
Yeah.
And
yes.
That man, at any given moment in time, he would have thrown me away without any hesitation if I were not performing. Yes. Yes.
And did you do civil trials in the High Court?
I did, Chief Justice.
Yes. About how many civil trials would you say you have had a chance to do in the High Court, more or less, during your acting stints? 10, 20?
I put them at 15, Chief Justice.
About 15?
About 15.
Okay.
Yes.
And the weeks when you have done motion court in the High Court, about how many weeks would that have been? Or did you not do them per week? You did them only on certain days?
We were doing them on certain days.
Oh.
Yes.
About how many days would you say you have done motion court if you put all those days together, roughly, even if it's not exact?
Because it used to be Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah.
In a week.
Yes.
I was there 35, 40 weeks.
Yeah. Uh, 80 days of motion court.
That's it, Chief Justice.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
okay. And you have produced judgments in motion court, eh?
That's right, Chief Justice.
Yes. Now, any of your judgments that you have produced in the High Court, have any of them been reported?
Unfortunately,
Okay.
not yet.
Okay, what is your understanding of the rule of law in terms of what it is?
My understanding is that I got interested in this concept, rule of law. And I got to know, when I traced it, that it was advocated by this English human rights lawyer, Dicey. And it's just to the fact that more so that we are a constitutional state now. Matters that involve legal disputes must be brought to institution called courts, where they will be dealt with, in our case, in terms of the Constitution and the law. That is my understanding, Chief Justice.
And your understanding of the doctrine of separation of powers?
Chief Justice, my understanding, I would say, is simply in the sense that I understand that we've got the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And the purpose thereof, I take it and I should think it is that there should be no conflict between these three, more so in the performance of each one in relation to the duties assigned to each.
And the independence of the judiciary?
The independence of the judiciary, my understanding is to the fact that the judiciary, as forming part of the three that I've referred to, is that the courts are independent. And the judges should not be interfered with. There should be no interference, because the judges must not only be impartial, but they must also be seen to be impartial. That is my understanding of the independence of the judiciary.
Yes, no, thank you.
Thank
I
you,
will
Chief
now
Justice.
give the AJP the opportunity to put a few questions, and thereafter I will give the opportunity to the MEC. They will put crisp questions to you, Mr. Poswa,
Yes.
with a view to satisfying themselves how your appointment, if you were to be appointed, would meet the selection criteria that this commission has approved. It would follow in making recommendations of candidates to be appointed as judges. I would urge you to do your best to give them crisp answers as well.
I'll try my best. Chief
Yes,
Justice.
okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. Okay. AJP?
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, Mr. Poswa.
Good afternoon, Acting Judge President.
So I just put not much questions. Are you satisfied that you are now ready for a permanent appointment?
Yes, Acting Judge President, I am.
So don't you think that you still need more exposure?
No, Acting Judge President, I think I'm ready.
The GCP is of the view that you fail to grasp and apply foundational principles and concept of civil law and procedure, and in support thereof they refer to the application where you dismissed an application instead of striking it off the roll, and also to the spoliation case where you demanded that the lawfulness of the initial occupation should be established. Do you have anything to say in this regard?
Yes, I do, Acting Judge President. I'll start off with the concern that I'm failing to grasp the basic principles of civil law. That is not true. In fact, what happened in the first matter, it was said to be an urgent application. As I've said, I read the papers because I wanted to satisfy myself that indeed the matter is urgent. I could not find anything urgent. I read the papers again. I could not find anything urgent. So I then said to myself, okay, I'll be going to court the following day, tomorrow. I'll have an open mind open to persuasion. And I got in there, and we started off with the matter. My first question, I directed to the legal practitioner of the applicant, please, could you address me on urgency in as far as this matter is concerned? Legal practitioner addressed me. Of course, in between I was asking questions. Eventually, she concluded. I then gave the opportunity to the practitioner for the respondent. Legal practitioner for the respondent addressed me. Then I came to the conclusion that there was nothing urgent in this matter. And it was a clear indication that it was nothing else other than abuse of court processes. I had to intervene. But now, I always, even when my colleagues ask me, I always stress this. Be very careful. If you find that there is lack of urgency, do not dismiss the matter. just say the matter is struck off roll for lack of urgency. I always say that even to my colleagues. I know that. Now, I've since realized that I said the matter is dismissed for lack of urgency. And which is wrong, I must concede. Why is it's wrong? Because it closes the door to the litigant. But if I had said, as I should have said, the matter is struck off roll for lack of urgency, the litigant could bring the matter at any given moment in time. But as I've researched, I think Rule 42 is applicable in this matter because that was not the intended order by the court. Then I add in that regard, I must concede. Then coming to the second one, it was, I would say for purposes of simplicity, it was an application for spoliation. What was in issue there was that the applicant was arguing that he had been despoiled. And what was in issue, the subject matter of the application was an immovable property. Now, when reading the papers, this immovable property had been executed after liquidation of the company. And it was then in the hands of the liquidators. The liquidators, because they had to realize the assets, amongst other things, for the payment of the creditors. They put up this property for sale. The first respondent, made an offer to purchase the property, and his offer was for the sum of 2.6 million rands. They agreed, and there came a day and the first respondent wanted to go and inspect the farm. He went there, he found that the farm was guarded by the security guards because the liquidators wanted to prevent further vandalization of the house because no one was there.
Chair, I suggested that, I don't know, I don't want to be rude really, but I'm not sure as to whether the acting judge president would not want to intervene or the chair intervene in terms of the fact that we have restricted ourselves to time and also find a way of directing the candidate in relation to the things that he has been asked to comment.
I think I think the AJP is about to be done. Just keep your answers short, Mr. Postle.
Thank you, Chief Justice. To cut matters short, I found that because the requirement, undisturbed and peaceful possession. In this matter, that would be occupation. First applicant and other applicants were never in any undisturbed and peaceful possession. Then I dismissed the application.
AJP, are we done?
The other thing is that you tend to make up your mind too early before hearing full arguments in a matter.
In that regard, Acting Judge President, I do not think that would be proper, because the natural rule of justice, you hear both sides.
Well, I wonder at AJP whether they give one or two examples to just respond to a general statement like that.
No, it's just a general statement. There's no specific in this one. Maybe I can withdraw it.
I think move to another one that is
And go to
substantiated.
The LSSA has expressed concern about your health challenges, given the rigorous demands on the judiciary. What is your view?
Acting Judge President, my response would be, I've been exposed to the work in the High Court. I know how demanding the work in the High Court can be. As a person, I first have got to be honest and sincere to myself. Ask myself this question. Should I put myself forward for appointment? Do I have the physical, the mental capacity? As I'm here, I have put myself forward because I was honest to myself in that introspection.
Yes. AJP?
Thank you, Chief Justice.
MEC?
CG, I'm covered by AJP.
Thank you. I don't see any hands. Commissioner Baloyi?
Good evening, Mr. Poswa.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Yes. Mr. Poswa, it's really about the question that I'm going to ask. It's really just to try and find out what support you find when you go into ACT and what you want to propose. And I ask the question because I've looked at two of your judgments. The one is the Mr. Cool. You remember that? That's a review application to set aside a tender.
Yes, Commissioner.
And the next one, it's the I think MEC Finance, KZN. Then the second respondent is Brilliant. Again,
Yes,
it's about a
I
tender that
those.
has been awarded.
Yes.
Now, in both, what is common to both judgments is you are very cryptic in the way that you write. So and you leave a lot of gaps. In Brilliant, for example, you analyze what the applicant says is the problem with the award to the party that was awarded, right? It says that they didn't meet the requirements, their application didn't contain this and that information. You say that's the analysis of the applicant.
Yes.
And then you conclude, further on, that they were favored. The party that was awarded was favored. You don't give your own analysis of the correctness of these allegations. In fact, what is important, I thought, in this judgment is that the second respondent seems to have denied those allegations, but then you then go on to find that the award was favored, they were favored rather. You do that. And then there's the same trend with the case, with the MEC of Finance judgment as well, is you say an award was made of a tender, a contract was signed, and then the next thing, the awardee was demanding performance from the department, right? And then the next thing, they are suing. And it leaves the question, what is the performance that they were demanding? So the reader, internally, the judgment doesn't tell the story. It doesn't tell the reader what, in fact, were the facts on which you decided. It may well be that your conclusion is correct. It may well be. But when you read the document, it doesn't tell you what did you find to have been proven that you accepted and on the basis of which you make your judgment. My question is there support when you act as a judge? Do you find that support is provided to assist you when you write judgments? This is what you should do. in your judgments? And are there any suggestions that you would make that the acting DJP should perhaps look at implementing to provide support to acting judges? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. My response there would be, I know acting judge president is busy, but the spirit that I found in the Durban High Court, in Pietermaritzburg High Court, is such that you can approach any judge for assistance. And I had developed this habit of just asking the judge, please go through this judgment and see if I'm right. And I would say so to the other judge. And when they return what I've written and say, no, it's okay, then I would be content that I'm right. But I understand what you are saying, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you. I don't see any other question. Hence, commissioners attending virtually, is there anybody who has a question that they wish to put to the candidate?
No questions. Thank you.
No question. Thank you, Commissioner Breitenbach.
No questions, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnard.
Nothing.
There are 2 or 3 points that you would like to emphasize, which you would like the commissioners to specially take into account when they consider your candidature. But also, if you feel that important issues have been adequately addressed, that would be fine as well.
Well, Chief Justice, I wish to thank you and all the commissioners and thank the acting judge president because I'm here of him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Maybe let's have some deliberation, and then we can take a break when the Secretariat prepare the ballots. Or do you prefer that we take a break now? Let's, okay. Oh, the media, yeah, please. Very nice. Very nice, yeah, very nice, yeah. 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 Oh, well,